Chapter 321 Biming. The inner world was spinning crazily. Volcanoes were erupting. The sea was roaring. And even the underground water was rolling and surging. A worldly flavor emanated from Su-He and enveloped his whole body. Yuan Lai struck the vitality drum, making a rumbling sound. But there was no pressure on Su-He anymore. The power of the bombardment fell aside, but could not fall on Su-He. I don't know what kind of means the Yuan-Zun clan has to mobilize the general trend of the world. Every time he punches the big drum, it is not the drum, but more like the world. What he hit was the entrance to the canyon, where he had absorbed his energy. Su-He was naturally unable to resist here. But Su-He enveloped himself with the power of his inner world, isolating himself from heaven and earth. This state seems to be separated from this world. It's like the fetus was once in the mother's body. If it attacks the mother, the fetus will be injured. But now that Su-He has been born and separated from this world, what does it have to do with him to attack the world again? Su-He roared and blasted out divine power, heading straight towards Yuan Lai. The crystal between Yuan Lai's eyebrows suddenly lit up, emitting a layer of fluorescence that protected him. He is indeed afraid of Kamui. The divine power strikes directly at the soul. If the Yuan-Zun clan's spiritual intelligence does not exist, the soul must be ill. I don't know what means Yuan Lai uses to restore the spiritual intelligence, but it must be related to the spar between the eyebrows. Blast him. Su-He's divine power came one after another, and dense roars resounded in the valley, like a barrage of cannons. Roars and echoes alternated. Yuan Lai's body flashed with fluorescent light, and his complexion was extremely pale. He suddenly bit his teeth and took a step forward with a growl. "Take the sky!" He stepped down, and an ox's hoof fell from the sky, trampling towards Su-He. The hoof was filled with the aura of destruction, and all the rocks and trees it touched were destroyed. One step down would crush the breath of the inner world outside Su-He's body. Su-He's expression remained unchanged, and with a roar, he spit out a mountain god seal, spinning and enlarging, and crashing straight up to meet the ox's hooves. The mountain god seal pierced the ox's hoof and shot straight into the sky. The hooves of the cow broke through the holes and trampled down still. Su-He dodged, and the water waves under his body shot back, pushing him to avoid the hooves of the cow and rushed towards Yuan Lai. He opened his mouth to use the gluttonous eating method and bit into Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai stepped forward and suddenly moved backward, avoiding Su-He's attack. Su-He turned his head and bit down on his condensed drum. With one click, half of the drum was bitten off, and the rest instantly turned into vitality and dispersed into the entrance of the canyon. "Thank you for condensing." A big gulp went into his belly, turning into pure vitality and pouring into the inner world. Even the condensed yin qi in the inner world was washed away, and a ray of sunlight shone down. In the inner world, thunder and lightning crisscrossed, splitting the night sky. It rained heavily. Su-He jumped up and dodged the hooves of the bull above his head, and the mountain god seal struck Yuan Lai from all directions one after another. Yuan Lai had no way to go to the sky or the earth. He didn't even dare to use his space magic power here. He dodged several mountain god seals based on his feeling. His body flashed one after another, and he was able to avoid the mountain god seals and fell to the ground. I felt that all directions suddenly became quiet. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the forbidden area of the canyon. His expression instantly darkened. He grunted and turned around to kill, when he heard a loud noise outside the valley. The dragon turtle actually pulled him and hit him at the mouth of the valley. A dragon turtle rushed in with a loud noise, and a formation at the mouth of the valley was activated by the hooves of the sky-stepping ox, rising into the sky, sealing the entire canyon. It was the formation set up by Feng Chaofei to prevent the leakage of the ground veins in the other two forbidden areas. Trap! Yuan Lai's expression suddenly changed. He roared. He opened his hands like an embrace, and instantly gathered his energy and turned it into a big drum, and punched it. The drums roared, but they couldn't extract any energy from this formation. This was Feng Chaofei's method, but it was not a dabbler like Su-He who had only learned formations for more than 10 years. Yuan Lai's expression changed completely. If he wanted to rely on the magical power of Yuan-Zun's family to break the formation, he must at least have the ability to match the realm of the person who set up the formation. The current Yuan-Zun clan basically does not exist like this, and even those who do are just idiots who have lost their minds. Mean! He turned to look at Su-He and saw a flash of shock in Su-He's eyes. This dragon turtle didn't know there was such a formation in the canyon. He was so angry that he laughed. "You will kill yourself if you do it, and you will reap the consequences. How does it feel?" Su-He glanced at him and saw that there were quite a few small words. It seems like you are more educated than me. One man and one turtle confronted each other. He looked into the canyon out of the corner of his eye, and could see formations everywhere. Feng Chifei had been staying here for who knows how long. Even sycamore trees were planted here. The sycamore trees are noble and pure. And there are no ghosts around. Yuan Lai looked at Su He. Sure enough. The four spirits and the Yuanzun clan are natural enemies. The purpose of coming here was originally to use the power of time of Fengzhong to communicate with the spirit clan's ability to try to break through the blockade placed on them, and communicate with the ancient clansmen. Dragon Turtle probably just wanted to leave this place, and not be affected by the war below. But as soon as the two met, they somehow got along. He looked at Su He and grinned. Little turtle boy, I'll teach you to be a good boy. I have tens of thousands of years of life experience. Don't do things according to the enemy's ideas. He stepped back step by step. Blast me in. I'm afraid you've forgotten that I came here in the first place, he said, laughing. The majestic aura on his body suddenly rose into the sky. And the sky was full of energy and blood. I heard a ghostly roar coming from the depths of the canyon. There are ghosts of the 6th level here. I wish fellow Tao Su He a happy time. He smiled, clapped his palms, and the energy from all directions enveloped him, wrapping him up as if he was integrated with this world. If it wasn't visible to the naked eye, you wouldn't be able to detect anyone in this room with your senses. He grinned and laughed. Everyone wants to hunt down my Yuanzun clan. But everyone longs for the abilities of the Yuanzun clan. If you completely integrate yourself into the world like this, the Yuanzun clan will not be the favorite of the world for a long time, or even be hated by the world. This kind of integration is a forced entry. Heaven and earth will resist. But before the world squeezed him out, the dragon turtle was attacked by ghosts. As long as a drop of blood was spilled, with the dragon turtle's strong blood, the ghosts in the entire canyon would pounce on him. Even if there were 2 idiots who rushed at him. He comes. But it doesn't matter. Without the Ingui of the 7th level, it would be impossible to see through his hiding place. Yuan Lai laughed and saw a group of ghosts coming from the distance. The leading 2 are at the 7th level of the sky. His expression changed instantly. Damn it! Fengzhen bullied me. There is a 7th level ghost in the forbidden area. Fengzhen is the name of the 3rd prince of Feng Palace. He gritted his teeth, quietly raised his figure, and stared at Su He. Even if there is a 7th level ghost that reaches the sky, he will definitely rush to the dragon turtle first. But what will he do after the dragon turtle dies? The passage he knew to sneak out of the Phoenix tomb was still down there. He secretly hated it in his heart, staring at Su He and wishing he could tear the dragon turtle into pieces. How could he be in this situation if it weren't for the dragon turtle? Let me see how you die. Yuan Lai's tooth socket was chewed to pieces, and he saw the dragon turtle stepping down with his claws. And a jet of black yin qi surged out of his body and enveloped him in an instant. The richness of this yin qi is still in the forbidden area of the canyon. When the yin qi shrouded the dragon turtle, he merged with the canyon. Unlike him, he merged into the world and became a part of it. The dragon turtle is just integrated with yin qi. But it happened that these yin qi made him invisible in front of yin ghosts even more effectively than himself. Su He glanced at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of coldness. Without some means, how dare you enter the canyon to chase the enemy? Thanks also to Yuan Lai's drumming, which forced him to have a sudden thought, triggering the inner world to envelope him and separate him from the heaven and earth. The refined yin power is also part of the inner world. Without the power of the world, only the power of yin enveloped him, and he immediately hid himself. When he sensed it from the outside, he saw that there was a dense cloud of yin energy here. Su He raised his head and glanced at Yuan Lai before jumping away. The 2 7-layered ghosts that were originally rushing towards Su He looked up at Yuan Lai and jumped up with a roar. Yuan Lai's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced at Su He with overwhelming hatred. He turned around and walked out of the fusion of heaven and earth. He patted the center of his eyebrows and patted the crystal from the root of the horn into his forehead, wrapping it in flesh and blood. He leaned over and rushed toward the 7-layered ghosts on both sides. He is completely committing suicide. The turtle's claws tore at him, tearing him into pieces in an instant. The 2 ghosts roared and fell to the ground again, wandering aimlessly. Su He jumped away, flew hundreds of miles, and looked up at the sky. A crystal appeared in front of him, and then with the crystal as the center, blood vessels and meridians were instantly constructed, followed by the bones and muscles. Almost instantly, a brand new Yuan Lai appeared in front of him. He raised his head to look at Su He, grinned, and said with a sinister smile, If Yuan Zun is not dead, it will be useless to attack the root cause. I have countless opportunities to try and make mistakes. But you, Dragon Turtle, only have one life. You are a miserable inferior creature. He appeared and spoke. He touched his eyebrows with his hand, and the crystal embedded in his flesh and blood emerged again. After grabbing the crystal, he took out a pair of finger tigers, put them on his hands, and punched Su-He with his fists. With such a deformed appearance, he still learned how to use fists. About the time the martial god path was defeated by the Yuan Zun clan. The Yuan Zun clan yearned for the martial god path, and there were countless fist masters back then. Su-He sighed with emotion, wanting to suppress the Yuan Zun clan. It is indeed useless to plot. They will always have a chance to come back after plotting to death. A real fight is inevitable after all. Su-He roared, and Foreign Minister Guishan appeared. The spirit snake was entrenched on Guishan, opening its mouth and neighing. The water surged up beneath him, and he jumped towards Yuan Lai. The foreign minister flashed and crashed into Yuan Lai's fist. A circle of thunder and lightning exploded at the collision point, and a space was torn apart. The cracks spread towards them. Su-He and Yuan Lai stepped away at the same time, avoiding the torn space. Yuan Lai fell to the ground and looked at Su-He. His expression slightly changed. The appearance of this dragon turtle was terrifyingly strong. How many treasures had been absorbed by Fushan? Could it be that all the treasures he snatched from Fengwang Palace were absorbed by Fushan? That was what Fengjin had promised. And if he snatched it back, it would be the treasure of his Yuan Zun clan. Bring it here! He shouted violently, and punched Su-He again. Su-He roared, opened his mouth and spat out a mountain god seal. Before hitting his fist, with a crisp click, the mountain god seal shattered, but exploded at the moment of shattering. A powerful force of thunder and lightning rushed towards Yuan Lai and knocked him out. Yuan Lai stared at Su-He. Despicable. This mountain god seal was not as powerful as it was when it forced him into the forbidden area just now. It was at least 4 times as powerful as before. Su-He wouldn't say much to him. The water was rolling under his body, and he had already jumped over. Heavy rain fell above the head. Qianjun turned into a sword formation, and combined with the chaotic blades to kill Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's Daoxing was comparable to Fengrong, who was used by Su-He for 4 months and suffered life and death. He was a bit taller than Su-He at the moment, but the strong yin energy here hindered him a bit. He was basically in the same realm as Su-He, and had the same combat power. Strangled, Su-He roared, and the sword fell like rain. When it hit the ground, it turned into a tornado and wrapped Yuan Lai. The raindrops of the sword were shot inward to kill him. Yuan Lai punched the ground, and the earth rose up on its own initiative, turning into an earth tornado, spinning against the odds to protect him. Being able to control the general trend of the world is the most basic ability of the Yuan Zun clan, and it is also the basis for the weak to defeat the strong. He jumped up and stood in the air in the earth tornado. With a backhand grab, a sword of vitality condensed and wrapped him into a ball, like a fat hedgehog. Come on! Use your inner world to wrap yourself up again! This dragon turtle is weird. The inner world can actually be regarded as a perfect world, and its status is the same as that of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it will never be possible to break away from the constraints of heaven and earth. The power is naturally inferior, but there is no essential difference between a baby and an emperor. I wonder if this is the case with this dragon turtle. Or is this the case with all current dragon turtles? If it's the latter, the Yuan Zun clan will never be able to succeed again. Kill him and take him back for study. Yuan Lai roared and pointed his halberd. Thousands of immortal swords descended from the sky and attacked and killed Su-He. Su-He looked at the sky filled with fairy swords and his face was filled with joy. Do you know how to use a sword? That's great. He stood up, clapped his 2 front paws down, and the vast sea area spread out, with huge waves rolling into the sky. Qianjun rose from the vast sea, and countless heavy rain shot into the sky against gravity. Every drop of rain is filled with sword energy. 2 drops in a group, 1 drop of Gui water, and 1 drop of Ren water, showing the combination of yin and yang. Another group joined together, and instantly turned into a roaring basalt, soaring into the sky, in the battle formation of Fengwang Palace. After understanding the situation of yin and yang joining hands, and with Ji Feishua's help, there was no difficulty in transforming into a sword formation. When he arrived at Fengzhong and saw the Hongguo advance, Su-He became more and more familiar with the sword formation. There was clearly a Xuanwu in the sky, but Yuan Lai seemed to see a fairy sword that cut the sky and split the earth. He picked up the sword and stabbed it, and it instantly collided with his Yuan Chi sword formation. One is vitality, and the other is water droplets. But when they collide, they are like the collision of thousands of armies. The sound of gold and iron clashing came, and the spirit snake on Xuanwu's back roared, broke away from the collision, and turned into a sword light to slash at him. Yuan Lai's expression changed. He touched his eyebrows and took out a stone drum. It was exactly the same as the one Su he had seen in Huaishu Chaos. That stone drum can control those sneaky snakes. It is still kept at Uncle Lei's place. When the stone drum was struck, the sound was like a sea, and the energy in all directions became uncontrollably chaotic. Even the giant sword that was shot at him couldn't maintain its appearance and shattered. This drum can mobilize vitality and change the most basic structure of the formation. Su he roared, and the shattered sword returned to the most basic Qianjun raindrops, rushing upwards, like a machine gun sweeping over Yuan Lai, bringing out a blood mist that scattered in the air. Yuan Lai's naked body was suddenly riddled with holes, and holes as big as raindrops were revealed. He looked down at Su He, spread out one hand, and the stone drum floated above his palm. He suddenly made a fist with his hands and punched the stone drum. Boom! The stone drum banged loudly and came to suppress Su He. Su He stood on the vast sea, raised his claws, and a huge wave surged into the sky, turning into a water dragon and crashing into the stone drum. Roaring sounds sounded one after another, but the water dragon could not stop the stone drum from coming. There was a cold snort on Yuan Lai's face. When the Yuanzun clan was strong, it also branched into branches, and different branches had different talents. His branch was not born for fighting, but for beating drums in war. This drum is his companion magic weapon. How can it be stopped by a mere water dragon? Mean! He was arrogant, and saw a flash of golden light in the water dragon. There was a mountain god seal hidden in the water dragon. It hit the stone drum with a bang, penetrated the drum, and shot towards him. Yuan Lai swung his fist, and hit the mountain god seal with one punch. The mountain god seal exploded and thunder and lightning struck the body, following the hole made by Qianjun. Straight into the body. It exploded inside his body, releasing all the energy and blood he had hidden in every possible way. Yuan Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, and the roar of the ghost immediately came from below. Yuan Lai's face looked extremely bad. If he didn't stop the ghost, it would be useless no matter how many times he could be resurrected. With a backhand move, he summoned the stone drum and hit it with 2 punches in succession. The stone drum made a breaking sound and turned into a dark light and shot downwards. But it did not attack Su He or the Yin ghost who came over. Instead, he headed straight towards an illusory mountain shadow. The mountain shadow is an earth vein, and it is nondescript when it falls here. This is an earth vein that was forcibly pulled over. Its appearance is very similar to another forbidden place described by Fengshen. This is someone who wants to temporarily combine the 3 forbidden areas. Madman. The forbidden area is connected to the Phoenix tomb below. If they really match, I'm afraid it won't create a fixed channel similar to a volcanic channel. The person who did this seemed to take this into consideration, and did not dare to let the earth veins really merge into the canyon. Just putting it here will lead to stronger ghosts. A drum smashed down, landed in the shadow of the mountain, and exploded with a bang. The mountain shadow was instantly blown away. It turned into a beam of light and shot out of the canyon, heading towards the main body. How can the earth veins be away from the body for too long? As soon as the attack was successful, the 7-level ghost that rushed up to the sky seemed to have suddenly become demented. It fell from the sky and landed on the earth, half melted into it, and became motionless. Without earth veins, the canyon alone is not enough to support the existence of the 7-layered ghosts in the sky. Yuan Lai searched around and saw another earth vein. Water vein in the canyon and mountain stream. It was a spring, a vein of water in the sea, and it was also brutally imprisoned here. If it hadn't been there wouldn't be so many heaven-striking 6th-level ghosts here. The Yuanzun clan can best perceive the heaven and earth and sense the vitality. He was most disdainful of Feng Chaofei's brutal methods. He hummed, took out a stone ball, and threw it downwards. But at this moment, a mountain god seal rushed over and hit the stone ball, blasting it to pieces. Yuan Lai turned around and saw Su He rising from the waves and turning over to kill him, accompanied by ghosts from all directions. He looks like a general. Damn it! Yuan Lai bit his teeth, and the cheating turtle had been hiding behind the Yin Chi, preventing the Yin ghost from getting close, but always wanted to use the Yin ghost to suppress him and kill him. How could he really be killed by a mere ghost? Ignorance! The stone drums and stone balls were destroyed, and it would take thousands of years to restore them. A flash of coldness flashed in Yuan Lai's eyes, and he rushed towards the water vein spring. Without Shirgu Shirchio, there would still be him. The lives of the Yuanzun clan are worthless. Since you exploded this spring, you can focus on targeting the dragon turtle next time you resurrect. This one has been seriously injured by the dragon turtle, and it is impossible to make a comeback. He rushed down, and suddenly the alarm bell rang loudly in his heart. He hurriedly stopped and the crystal between his eyebrows flashed, and a dragon turtle in the state of snow was reflected at the water vein spring. Looking back, there is a dragon turtle in the sky. Mean! While his attention was on the earth veins, his clone came to deceive him, but his real body was hiding by the water veins, preparing for a sneak attack. Was discovered. Suhi appeared with regret in his eyes. Such a great opportunity. Yuan Lai snorted, stamped his hooves in the air, turned around and shot at Suhi's domain clone. Punching out, the domain clone rushed forward and crashed into Yuan Lai's fist. He was immediately beaten to pieces. A flash of joy flashed through Yuan Lai's heart. Even if it was just a clone, he really blew up the turtle, and he felt indescribable joy. But before he could laugh out loud, the clone he shattered had turned into a dark water vortex. Hang him inside. Yuan Lai stirred along the whirlpool uncontrollably. This whirlpool seemed to be extremely poisonous, and the skin and flesh on his body were torn off bit by bit, shattering and dissipating in the water flow. The momentum decreased bit by bit. Yuan Lai's expression changed drastically. This is Baiming. Supernatural power, Baiming. Dragon turtle specifically targets the Yuanzun clan's magical powers. But how is that possible? This magical power requires an adult dragon turtle to display it, and it requires 2 horns to grow before it can be passed on. That turtle is only 30 years old, and his realm is only the first level of Kaitian. He was stunned and looked down at Suhi. Suhi's 2 dragon horns were seen shining with a cold light against the yin energy and moonlight. Suhi raised the corner of his mouth and thanked the ancestor of Fengwang Palace for pulling out the seedlings and pulling out his dragon horns. Yuan Lai looked at it at a glance. Then you still fight me? Suhi shook his neck and looked back. Sorry. The magical power has just been passed down and is very limited. I can't trap you without beating you half to death. Suhi jumped up, suppressed a mountain god seal on Baiming, and turned into the true form of the peacock. With a cry, Haoyue used it, hanging above Yuan Lai's head, and sprinkled a piece of silver light, covering Baiming's whirlpool. It's a pity. This is a magical power that only adult dragon turtles can inherit. He barely used it. Just a whirlpool. The real Baiming is a vast ocean, sweeping the entire world. Chapter 322 Mother becomes a bodhisattva and son becomes a Buddha. The North Ming is like a sea but not a sea. It is water without life. Falling into it, and the soul will be ecstasy, and the bones will be corroded. But this only works for the Yuanzun clan. It was a normal attack on others. And he didn't understand the laws involved. I don't even know which senior created this magical power. He just found that he could inherit it, and simply passed it on. I know it. But I don't know why. But it's easy to use. The knowledge involved will become naturally clear when you accumulate enough knowledge in the future. Yuan Lai was ups and downs in the North Ming, watching his flesh and blood dissipate bit by bit. He tried to rush out several times, but couldn't. Immediately, he hit himself on the top of his head with his backhand and slapped himself to death. But he was resurrected in Baiming in a moment. After his resurrection, his flesh and blood did not recover. The flesh and blood that was cut off by Baiming was permanently removed. It's like the part swallowed up by gluttonous eating. Yuan Lai's breathing became more and more rapid. After nearly 10,000 years, the fear of being dominated by the dragon turtle rose again. When he was a child, he once witnessed a pure white dragon turtle breaking through the void and entering the clan. With one slap, he smashed the elder of the clan to pieces, who he thought no one could defeat. The dragon turtle was even more terrifying. When the palm was slapped, a ball of water condensed from the North Ming dynasty spun in the center of the claw. No one could survive the slap. What's even more terrifying is that when fighting with her, the clan elders fight each other for unknown reasons. Then, he saw what cruelty was. The turtle dissected the tribe members bit by bit. It's like his flesh and blood are being chipped away bit by bit now. His face was gone. Yuan Lai could no longer express his expression. But the fear in his eyes was revealed. He looked at Suhi and roared, "Let me go! I will pass on the special divine power of the Yuanzun clan to you." Suhi didn't seem to hear. The Dragon Turtle clan's own magical powers can't be learned by their own children. So what are they going to do with their adopted ones? The dead Yuanzun clan is the good Yuanzun clan. Suhi said nothing and allowed Yuanlai to plead. Let me go! I will reveal all the plans of Fengjin, the third prince of Fengwang Palace. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Suhi finally moved and spoke. Thank you for reminding me. If something happens here, I will take people to kill him. No matter what his plans are. As long as he is dead, nothing will happen. The people from the Fengwang Palace were the first to raid the Phoenix Tomb. And even 2 people from the 7th level of Tatian attacked Suhi personally. It was crazy that the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Turtle clan could easily get through this kind of thing. The third Prince Fengjin is stronger than Yuanlai. Much stronger. Without Xiaohei's help, Suhi probably couldn't defeat him alone. But so what? If the whole Feng clan fights, Feng Yi will definitely appear. Feng Yi has opened the 3rd level of heaven to join forces with him. Just in time to face Fengjin and the eldest prince. Biming rotates. And there are waves in the whirlpool. Each wave is higher than the other. Rushing towards Yuanlai. Each wave licks away a layer of flesh and blood. Yuanlai couldn't even use his eyes anymore. His eyeballs had dissipated. The empty eye holes were staring at Suhi. Dying? If you really want to die. The cruelty of the Dragon Turtle clan has been felt for thousands of years. Just like they hunt ordinary monks. They will never stop until they are completely suppressed. He even suspected that the entire clan suddenly fell into a deep sleep 6,000 years ago. And that it must be related to the Dragon Turtle. He roared. And a rune suddenly shot out of his mouth and fell on Suhi. Then he bared his teeth and laughed. The laughter was extremely cheerful and heartbreaking. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. This is the talisman that Fengjin invited from their ancestral temple. If it is not used for other purposes, it will definitely summon you to his side. Let me see how you go to die. He roared and roared. This is a method that they can use to open up even the Star Sea. And even the ancestors can recall it. You can't avoid it. You can't avoid it. Suhi's expression changed. And he rolled up a wave of water to wash away the rune. But the rune seemed to have grown on his turtle SHL and could not be washed away at all. This rune was not an attack, but a contract type. And it also contained blessings. The foreign minister was unable to block it. Yuanlai felt the atmosphere outside and laughed. Suhi's face darkened. Turning over, he transformed into his true form as a peacock, and raised his eyes to glance at Yuanlai. Yuanlai's laughter suddenly stopped. This turtle has a second body. When the second body appears, the runes are still on the turtle's body. But where is the turtle body? This is a question that always puzzles monks who practice animal transformation. Where is the backstage? Where could such a state be summoned from? As long as this turtle doesn't show its body, the third prince will never have the chance to summon it away. The turtle body appeared. As long as things here pause for a moment, he would follow the Phoenix and Dragon Turtle clans to the Fengwang Palace. So there was no need to summon him. Yuanlai gasped violently, but had no lungs to breathe. Biming flowed freely between the ribs. Finally, one rib was washed away and shattered in biming. Then the second one. The third one. In a moment, only one head was left floating in the North Ming. Suhi opened his eyes and watched, letting the Bei Ming rotate until the head completely turned into dust and disappeared. Only the aqua blue crystal between the eyebrows was left floating in the northern darkness. Suhi remained motionless and did not move away from Bei Ming. It was not until half an hour later that he turned around and revealed the true form of the dragon turtle. He roared. Dark clouds gathered above his head, and the heavenly punishment divine thunder fell down one after another, straight through Biming. Suhi has transformed into the true form of the peacock again. The heavenly punishment fell and hit the Biming whirlpool, one after another. 7 or 8 Bimings were split apart by the heavenly punishment and disappeared. The crystal fell to the ground, and it was only then that the dice came belatedly, jumping up happily and landing on the crystal. 3 points. Quality. Biming's hunt for Yuanzun cannot directly cut off the source without resurrecting him. After dissolving all flesh and blood, there is still existence in the dark world, and the Yuanzun clan may appear again, and they will use heavenly punishment to split Biming into pieces, and even Biming will be split apart. With 3 points of quality, the spar gave off a faint fluorescence. Suhi's spiritual consciousness swept over it, and the spar was like being attracted by a magnet. It instantly flew to the center of his eyebrows and embedded itself on it. A faint coolness came over, and Suhi felt as if his mind had been washed. It felt refreshed, and his thoughts became sharper instantly. This thing is a thinking cheat. The spiritual consciousness is naturally connected with the crystal stone. There are countless talismans on this crystal stone. It is a magic weapon that can brighten the eyesight, refresh the mind, and protect the soul. It is hollow inside, and there is a space about 30 feet in diameter. At this moment, there were only a few clothes inside, and 2 piles of fragments of magical artifacts. One for the stone drum, and one for the stone ball. A golden token shines next to it. The moment the crystal was embedded in the center of Suhi's brow, a dice fell directly into the space of the crystal, and there were 2 more piles of stone drum fragments. The stone ball was thrown to a point for the first time without any change. However, the token also cast 2 points of quality. Suhi took it out for a look, and then sent it back to the crystal space. That is a Xianwang order. A pass token for Xianwang Cave Heaven. When Xianwang Cave Heaven is opened, it can be transferred to Xianwang Cave Heaven, and can also be used to open the 2 realms of battle. So poor. He was so poor that he didn't even have a spiritual stone. Has the Yuanzun clan reached the point of being beggars? Suhi was deeply puzzled. After searching everywhere to confirm that no loot was left behind, his doubts became even more serious. Outside the forbidden area of the canyon, in the sword formation of Jiancheng Mountain, the originally stalemate battlefield suddenly became silent. The 5 spirit tribes stepped on the sky and looked towards the forbidden area of the canyon with frightened faces. Their faces filled with disbelief. The irresistible king of the Yuanzun clan is dead. As soon as this thought came up, the 5 people screamed. Their bodies suddenly dispersed and disappeared into blue smoke. There is no need to even use the method of countercutting the source. Zuijiao and a middle-aged man appeared from the sword tower and confirmed that the spirit race they had fought with just now was really dead. They suddenly looked in disbelief. Young master killed a one-horned ox-footed man, Zuijiao said without thinking. These Eldar are obviously centered on the one-horned ox foot. The Nyozu people were terrifying, and their aura was so overwhelming that even across the sword tower and the sword array, they were almost suffocated. But is it not natural for the young master to kill him? The young master is a peacock or a dragon turtle. There was no such thing before, and whatever he did was considered natural in Zuijiao's eyes. She turned over her hands and put several storage bags into her hands without even thinking about opening them. She looked back and said, "These are the trophies of the young master. I will present them to you when the young master returns." The middle-aged man beside her opened his mouth, but no words came out. Zuijiao turned around and looked at him with a frown. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. "How about stay here with me, and then I give it to the young master? I heard that the young master does not like female birds or turtles of the same kind, but likes women." He glanced at Zuijiao quietly. Either he is unfaithful, or there is something that makes it impossible to be loyal. A sword intent stabbed in Zuijiao's eyes. "What rude things are you thinking about?" The middle-aged man shook his head like a wave. "I just feel that if I carry all these messy things with me, accidents may happen. Just like junior brother you and the others. They were all parasitized by the spirit race for some unknown reason. You are the mountain master, and you are likely to be close to the young master all the time. What should I do if there is an accident and Xiaoru is implicated? Why not leave it to me? It won't matter if there is an accident." He finished speaking in one breath and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he couldn't practice swordplay all day long. Fortunately, I usually like to be a puppet and develop my intelligence. Otherwise, I would never have thought of such a reason. He looked at Zuijiao and saw that Zuijiao was thinking seriously. After a moment, he nodded, took off the storage bags and handed them all over. Before he could be happy, Zuijiao said seriously, "You are right. It needs someone who doesn't matter to hold it." "That's right." The middle-aged man patted his thigh and agreed. Halfway through, he looked at Zuijiao in astonishment. "No, it doesn't matter." Zuijiao waved her hand impatiently. "Don't be in a daze. Immediately preside over the sword formation and spread out to guard the Feng Tomb. The Buddhist world outside has already joined forces with Gu Jingjai and Shuiyuan Palace. And even the great world of emperors took the opportunity to attack Feng Tomb. No more problems are allowed in the tomb. Anyone who crosses the border will be killed without mercy." She jumped onto the sword tower and heard the Buddha's call from the golden light. "Amitabha! If the Buddha's mother doesn't return to her throne now, when will she wait?" Zuijiao turned around, her expression cold, and 2 words burst out from between her teeth. "Bald donkey! Amitabha! I'm here! The little sword lady scolded me well. You're a shameless bald donkey. It's a pity that I didn't bring a disciple with me today. Otherwise, I would have scolded this dead bald donkey, who will never have any descendants. Zhuge Jiao turned around and saw a monk with lumps all over his body coming from the entrance with 3 or 5 monks. But it was Master Gu Jingjai Sifang. He nodded towards Zhuge Jiao. And in a flash, he was already at the crater of the volcano. He punched down and rushed into the volcano with a sonic boom. Ci Fong came in, and the entrance to the Feng tomb was closed. In a fleeting scene, he could vaguely see the 18 arhats of the ancient Jingjai and the 500 arhats of the Buddhist world fighting outside. It was so quiet. They all sat cross-legged in the void, motionless, and the Buddha's light shone everywhere. But only the monks who fought in Lingshan could understand the murderous intention. The entrance is closed, and at a quick glance you can see the green dragon panting the sky, with dragons roaring in waves. The lord of the dragon clan also came, and Zhuge Jiao's sword-shaped eyebrows brought a rare smile. But as the green dragon coiled around, iron ropes were seen crossing the sky again, and more people came to the emperor's world. Those bandits deserve to be killed. It's a pity that Jiansheng Mountain's Taoism is low, and he can't kill him. A space-time passage on the surface of the wind flashed with light, and someone rushed directly into the Phoenix tomb. "Ascend the sword!" Zhuge Jiao shouted coldly. Sword light burst out in her eyes. They can't kill such a being. This kind of third-level sky-trading person. Even if they set up a sword formation, they can't kill it? The east is white with a touch of light, and the sky is bright in an instant. Sui spread his wings and stood in the air, looking to the east. It was already bright outside, but the canyon forbidden area was still dark, like an underground phoenix tomb. There are ghosts roaring in all directions. You can see the large tomb through the Taniguchi formation, and the golden light penetrating the surface becomes stronger and stronger. The sun above the head cannot cover up the brilliant golden light, and the Buddha's name shines out from the golden light. Hasn't the Mother Buddha returned to her throne yet? Sui flapped his wings and landed on the Feng Chaofei sycamore tree, searching for the leaves where Taniguchi's formation was located. Phoenix's sycamore tree is similar to a companion magic weapon, and each leaf is a formation. If you find this leaf, you can find a way to take away the Taniguchi formation and rush out of the canyon. Even the disciples from Jiansheng Mountain are here. How can he stay here? If you can't participate in the battle below, you'll have no problem patrolling the space cracks above. A dragon turtle roared. It was Uncle Luo's voice. Was Uncle Luo injured? Sui took a breath. Even Uncle Luo could be injured. But the battle below did not break the Phoenix tomb. The Phoenix tomb, which is full of cracks in time and space, is so stable? Sui's breathing became rapid, and he heard Umidba. Your special number. And another shrill phoenix cry. Then Feng Chaofei's voice came. Come! Sui felt that the sycamore tree under his feet suddenly shrank down, as if breaking through the earth, and the scenery in front of him flashed and froze. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was already in the underground phoenix tomb. There are phoenixes and dragon turtles flying across the sky. Opposite there is a young novice monk who looks to be 8 or 9 years old, occupying the air and wearing spotless monk robes. Afterwards, there were 9 monks dressed in golden clothes, sitting cross-legged in the shape of stacked arhats. Outside them, there is an phantom of the Buddha, sitting cross-legged, holding flowers in one hand and holding the sky in the other. On the Buddha's hand holding the sky, a peacock statue looks like it is flying. The peacock gem carving is studded with jade jewels, shining with precious light. There are also Fu Do and monks in all directions. The sycamore tree fell, and Feng Chaofei landed on the tree with a cry of phoenix. Just as he was about to drive the sycamore tree, he saw Sui on the tree, with surprise in his eyes. Why are you here? This idiot. Why haven't you left yet? How dare you show up here? The lowest level here is the 7th level of skywalking. On such a battlefield, the aftermath can kill him. Sui opened his mouth, but no words came out. Is the battlefield here already so tense? He had been sitting on Feng Chaofei's sycamore tree for so long, but Feng Chaofei didn't notice? No wonder the sycamore tree was summoned. And he was summoned too. I killed a Yuanzun clan member. Sui said this out of nowhere. A flash of surprise flashed in Feng Chaofei's eyes. And then he snorted. What? You want me to give you a reward? That's not necessary. She was stunned for a moment because of Sui. But the monk over there didn't stop at all. The young novice clasped his hands together, and the old monk's voice came out. Old monk, please ask the Buddha Mother, Daming King Bodhisattva, to return to your throne. Click. There was a cracking sound in the Fengzhong tomb. and a peacock corpse with spread wings floated up inside. Suhi's heart suddenly tugged, looking at the extremely beautiful peacock. For some reason, he felt heartbroken. The feeling with that peacock is no longer connected by blood, but by fingers and hearts. So this is what it feels like for a child of a mythical beast to see his mother? So Yaya sees him like this too? So Yaya was never polite when asking him for a hammer or a fishing rod. That's natural. There is no need for the mother-child relationship to be together all year round. It is probably a side effect of evolution. They are connected by blood, and they naturally feel like a close relative. But the moment he saw the body, the intimacy turned into heart-piercing pain. Suhi couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. And Feng Si also let out a cry almost at the same time. Seeing the peacock corpse floating in the air, he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Next to him, Feng Qiaofei chirped and yelled loudly, "Give it to your mother! Go away! Kid! Don't get in the way of my fight!" She flapped out her wings and fanned Suhi towards Gu Luo in the air. Immediately, a monk looked towards Suhi and saw that Feng Qiaofei's wings formed a phantom of a phoenix outside Suhi's body, giving them no chance to get close at all. Suhi spread his wings and landed on Gu Luo's back, only to see the spirit snake on Gu Luo's back looking half dead, obviously badly injured. Gu Luo smiled bitterly. "After all, my spirit snake was born prematurely and is a bit weak." In the distance, Master Xi Feng burst out laughing. "Old turtle, don't be shy. A sneak attack by your spirit snake destroyed half of the 18 arhats in the Buddhist world. The spirit snake was only seriously injured. Are you trying to show off to little friend Suhi?" Gu Luo laughed. A voice next to him said, "I wonder if fellow Taoist Guluo can still laugh after killing this little turtle." Suhi looked around and saw that the person speaking was the man from the Imperial Palace, who first appeared to attack him. However, the red cloth tied around his eyes had been removed. A pair of phoenix eyes were revealed, burning with the true phoenix fire. There were also people behind his back. The phantom of the phoenix condenses. There were 2 people from the Imperial Palace beside him, who were wearing python robes. Suhi recognized one of them as the kind-hearted old bodhisattva who gave him a jiangua, King Jinan. But the other one did not. "Uncle Luo, what's going on?" Suhi asked softly. Gu Luo laughed. "What else can be done? These old bald donkeys in the Buddhist world have probably made great achievements in the Sea of Stars. They have obtained the canon of a certain bodhisattva. Now they are activating the Buddha pawn to transfer the treasures accumulated for thousands of years. Send the Buddha's power into Yunmei's corpse. Snatch Yunmei's corpse and resurrection body, and create a bodhisattva." "Tien?" Suhi said curiously. "Illusions? Classics? Deeds? That's about it. These traders in the Buddhist world have gone astray. With the canons, condensed by the bodhisattvas and arhats, they can use the canons as a guide to forcibly inject and transform Yunmei's body. Transforming her, it turns out that the Buddha mother, Mingwang Bodhisattva, can be found in their mouths. A bodhisattva. What a big ambition." Gu Luo snorted. That was a being in the same realm as Taizu. Even if the external force was the weakest, it would never be possible for them to successfully unite. Suhi was stunned for a long time. "Seize the body?" Gu Luo shook his head. "It doesn't count for a living person. It's just a forcible promotion of status. But Yunmei is dead. It's taking the body, resurrecting the soul through the body. The resurrected Yunmei has no memory of herself. Only the illusion of the bodhisattva. Not what's the point of seizing one's body." Suhi was silent again, and doubts arose. "As long as you know the illusions of a certain bodhisattva, can he reappear in the world?" Gu Luo shook his head and nodded. "Absolutely. Otherwise, how do you think the 500 arhats in the Buddhist world came from it? But it doesn't matter if a living person can receive the power of the Buddha. It remains to be seen who will take the lead. It is also possible to swallow the ancient arhat bodhisattva and achieve oneself, and reappear. For one bodhisattva, Buddhism's accumulation of hundreds of millions of years is just enough." Suhi looked at his mother's body that had been drunk out by the Buddhist monks. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked at the Buddhist code where the Buddhist world was condensed. The Buddhist power is surging there, and has condensed into substance. Chapter 323, Borrow the Power of Buddha. Buddha's power is not just incense. It has faith, ambition, and existence similar to true essence. It is a completely different power system. The Buddha with the 9 arhats gathered together is like a passage, with a golden river running behind it. It is a Buddhist pond imitating the legendary merit pool that has been condensed for thousands of years. The little novice monk clasped his hands together and felt the Buddha's power behind his back. He looked confidently at the peacock emerging from the tomb in front of him. Unfortunately, the Buddhist world could not gather a pool of merit. Otherwise, the reappeared bodhisattva would never be the weakest among the bodhisattvas. Amitabha. The little novice monk shouted the Buddha's name like a bell. The light of Buddha shines brightly behind him, and the power of Buddha surges like the sea, rushing towards the peacock corpse. The 7 treasures of Buddhism have been condensed in the torrent of Buddha's power. Groups of colored glazes and mountains of agate are rushing in the river. Feng Xi screamed and spread his wings to block the river. The little novice monk had a smile on his face and showed some compassion. Today is the day of great joy for the rebirth of the benefactor of Yunli. Why do I need to do evil things to worship the benefactor and prevent me from attaining Buddhahood? Can you stop it? Liao hung. Feng Xi let out a gnashing of teeth. The young novice monk said a Buddha's name. 10,000 years ago, the donor had killed a poor monk once, and also killed the Taoist brother's true spirit to suppress this place. Such a massacre was not enough for the donor to put down the butcher knife. Cause and effect. Every effect has a cause. Today's effect is the same day's cause. He was chanting, and let the phoenix priest fly away the Buddha's power with one wing, causing it to rain heavily all over the sky. The rain automatically found the body of the peacock in Yunli. Liao Hung smiled. Donor Feng Xi doesn't think that senior brother Liao Dao died in vain. Right? Senior brother Liao Dao died here, transformed here, and the true spirit suppressed him here. He couldn't even mark a dead peacock. So wouldn't his death be in vain? Come back. Liao Hung roared like a lion. His voice echoed throughout the phoenix tomb. Feng Xi ignited the black phoenix true fire and burned it towards fully heavy rain. In an instant, all the rainwater was burned away, and a Sanskrit murmur came out of the steam. Xiao Luan, the phoenix master on the side, screamed from the phoenix shadow behind him, and had already killed Feng Qi at the moment he moved. After fighting for a long time, they naturally had their own enemies and formed a tacit understanding. The phantom of the phoenix roared behind Xiao Luan's spear, and he opened his mouth to swallow the real fire of Feng Qi Phoenix. He turned back to Hung and said, I want 3 drops of blood from the Buddha Mother. Liao Hung said with a smile. The benefactor eliminates demons, protects the Tao, and protects my true Dharma. Bodhisattva will have his own reward. I'll reward you. Sir! Master Xiai Fan yelled and jumped up. His muscles swelled, and his clothes exploded. The Buddha's light flashed on his fists, and he smashed into the torrent of Buddha's power. You can't even gather merit and virtue, yet you dare to call yourself a Buddha? Whose Buddha is an unvirtuous person? Boom! With one punch, the merit and Buddha power of Master Xiai Fang surged out, dissolving the Buddha power in the Buddhist world. It's ironic that a life-killing monk who eats meat and drinks wine every day has meritorious deeds. The Buddhist world here is full of compassion, but it cannot gather merit. Amitabha! Liao Heng's face was filled with sorrow, and he clasped his hands together. Brother Xiai Fang, why are you cheating here? We are fighting in Lingshan. Fight your mother. Xiai Fang didn't bother him at all. He just punched the torrent of Buddha's power. Everyone, smash this torrent. Break the torrent. And the Buddha's power is not enough. Let's see what kind of Buddha mother he can gather. Master Safang sighed. I have been a monk all my life, but today I know that Bodhisattva is not a result of cultivation, but actually the condensation of special mothers. How dare evil spirits touch my Buddhist cassock? Everyone who was fighting in the Xian Wang realm suddenly turned around and attacked the torrent of Buddha's power. Although Xiai Fang is unreliable, he is a real great monk. Against the demonic monk in the Buddhist world, only the true monk knows what to do. The torrent of Buddha's power was instantly smashed into pieces, and another person hit the Buddha's rain all over the sky. Liao Hung clasped his hands together and transformed a golden light into the air. He sat cross-legged and merged with the Buddha statue behind him, turning into a golden statue of Buddha. The Buddha said, Monks, help me! This sound penetrated the phoenix tomb, spread out of the world, and reached the ears of the 500 arhats and monks from all directions. For a moment, the arhat raised his head and looked toward the gate of Fengzhong, where the monk followed the sound. No matter what you are doing, sit cross-legged and chant the Buddha's name at this moment. One after another, the power of aspiration came in droves, and the statue of Liaoheng Buddha was in the shape of holding a flower, with eyes full of compassion. One flower, one world. A petal actually fell from my hand, and the Buddha rain gathered in the sky and turned into a torrent again. The petals fell into the torrent and merged into it. Everyone attacked, but came out through the torrent. The torrent was not in this world. not in that world, and could not be touched. The statue of hung Buddha uttered the Buddha's name and sighed. The Bodhisattva is always on the other shore. Can you, the fallen plow, touch it? The torrent of Buddha's power has no obstruction, and the 7 treasures inside it flash, galloping straight into the peacock's body. The golden statue of Buddha pushed forward with his backhand, and a peacock spread its wings and rushed towards Yunli's body along the torrent. It was the peacock held up by the phantom of Buddha that the Arhat had condensed earlier. It's Tien. Just one glance, and you can see countless stories from this peacock. There are countless histories that appear and disappear on the peacock. The peacock is approaching. The corpse of the peacock in Yunli emits a loud phoenix cry. And in the phoenix cry there is actually the majestic Buddha's spirit rising. The shadow of the peacock echoes the cry, wandering down with a star in its mouth, trying to merge with the peacock corpse. The moment of fusion is when Yunli resurrects. The third big sacrifice includes Feng Si, Feng Chifei, and Su He. Even if the big sacrifice is brought forward, the resurrection is certain. But Feng Si was not at all happy at this moment. The Buddha's intention has been diffused in the golden light of the tomb. Is Yunli resurrected like this still Yunli? She turned and looked down. The bald donkey in the Buddhist world, the great monk Gu Jingjai, the great world of emperors, the Do clan, the phoenix, the dragon turtle, as well as all kinds of monks and fairies. There are enemies and allies, and the existence of any one of them is enough to destroy any of the 3,000 worlds except the emperor's world and the Xian Wang world. At this moment, everyone has attacked the eternal demon monk. If they can't break the torrent of Buddha's power, they will smash the golden body of the demon monk. This golden body is the introduction of the torrent of Buddha's power. If the problem cannot be solved, solve the person who created the problem. But it's too late. What Feng Si could sense was that Ling Hung died here again today, and the flood of Buddha power could no longer be stopped. She let out a shrill scream, turned around and hit Yunli's body. He wanted to completely smash his daughter's body, which he had guarded for 30,000 years, into powder and annihilate it. Naturally, it would be impossible for the Buddhist world to create any bodhisattva with the help of his daughter's body. I don't know what sin my daughter has committed, but she has something in common with that bodhisattva. Let the Buddhist world choose to recreate the body. There can never be one more bodhisattva in the Buddhist world. Even the forcibly reappeared bodhisattva is still on the level of Taizu and Fengzu. Even the lowest one is as low as the 12 ancestors of Fengwang Palace. It also exists like that. She looked at Yunli's body, her eyes closed tightly, and with a phoenix cry, the true phoenix fire swept up. Liao Hung, who was being beaten, suddenly changed his expression. Evil! How dare you be so arrogant! The golden Buddha waved his hand to suppress Feng Si, and heard Feng Chaofei's cry in the distance. Feng Si! Idiot! She shouted. Her body flashed with flames, and she let out a loud peacock cry. Go quickly! Get the body back! Feng Chaofei hated that iron could not become steel, and a peacock shadow appeared on his body. It was something similar to a soul, but it was not. Divine beasts and souls do not exist independently. This phantom is somewhat similar to the code produced in the Buddhist world. Feng Si turned around and saw the peacock on Feng Chaofei's body. He was stunned. For a moment, he even forgot how to control the phoenix true fire. Shaolier! She murmured. The shadow of the peacock also quickly flew towards the corpse. While flying, it looked at Feng Si. Mother! It's me! The sound is clear and melodious. Su He couldn't help but breathe quickly. In an instant, all the doubts in my mind were cleared up. No wonder Feng Chaofei was talking to himself like a madman. No wonder he couldn't help being intimate when he saw Feng Chaofei. No wonder he knew that he was stealing the inheritance. Feng Chaofei inherited the mountain. Wudong En Chui. The bamboo was not taken away. No wonder she came to Fengzhong. She really didn't become a demon. Feng Si's cry sounded joyful, unbelievable, and at a loss. He flapped his wings fiercely, retracting the phoenix fire that hit Yunli's body, and turned to hit the suppressed Buddha's palm. Liao Hung! When my daughter returns, and none will take away her body! She screamed, and smashed the Buddha's palm with one claw, her fighting spirit high. The expression on the Buddha statue of Liao Hung was stunned for a moment. And then he laughed. My Buddha is compassionate. I can't bear the rebirth of the Buddha mother only to be a mindless puppet. Who is this person who condensed Yunli's will? Condensed into a classic existence. It is clearly a classic, but it has its own consciousness. Like a soul. This scripture is very powerful. with at least 200,000 years of memory accumulation. But compared with the Buddha Mother, Daming King Bodhisattva, they are just a drop in the ocean. Originally, the Mother Buddha returned to her throne, but only descended on the newly resurrected peacock. She had no soul, only memory. Like a puppet, there is this peacock at this moment. When the memories of both parties collide, the memory of the peacock will be washed away in an instant, leaving only a smart consciousness. This is the code condensed by the dead peacock, which is completely different from the memory integrated into the body when alive. Just right for the Mother Buddha's use. He laughed loudly, put his hands together and returned the gift. Thank you all the donors for your charity. Yunli's consciousness body and the Buddha Mother's peacock body rushed into the golden light at the same time, and they felt a burst of golden light coming from the Buddha Mother's body. Her consciousness was about to be washed away in an instant. Yunli let out a cry of phoenix and mobilized the body's strength to resist. The phantom of the Buddha Mother was supported by thousands of years of Buddha power in the Buddhist world. It was suppressed in just an instant, and her eyes were instantly confused. She actually flapped her wings and approached the Buddha Mother peacock, like a baby swallow falling into one's arms. Roar! A turtle roared suddenly from under Suhi, and Gulyuo's divine power was unleashed, almost condensing into substance, and blasted towards the Buddha Mother peacock. The peacock was stunned for a moment and fell into dizziness. Yunli's confused eyes temporarily recovered, but the Buddha Mother peacock was about to recover as soon as she saw it. Interrupt the torrent of Fuli! Guluo roared. With the support of Buddha, Yunli cannot possibly defeat that peacock. The half-dead flames on Suju's body became strong when touched, and he jumped headlong into the torrent of Buddha's power. The flames burned in the torrent and scattered into pieces, each one jumping at different frequencies, looking for a way to escape into the world of flowers. In just a moment, Yunli, who had just regained his clarity, fell into confusion again. She is just a piece of consciousness and a memory, and has little resistance in front of the Buddha Mother peacock. Brother Gu, wake her up! Si Fong shouted violently. Punch after punch hit the hung Buddha statue, cracking pieces of the statue. But there were endless monks chanting sutras to protect it. Let the Buddha statue never be broken. Go up there and call him! Guluo flicked his snake tail and threw Suhi into the tomb. What better way to wake up a mother than a son? Suhi approached, looking at the confused peacock. His heart clenched uncontrollably. Mother! Suhi called. At the same time, Gulyuo struck another divine power on the phantom of the Buddha Mother's peacock. Yunli's confused look relaxed. She came back to her senses, looked at Suhi. Her eyes suddenly lit up. My child, she said with a smile in her eyes. I've seen you with my own eyes. At this point, her expression suddenly changed. Let's go! Get out of here! She fluttered her wings, grabbed Suhi and threw her out of the big hole illuminated by golden light from above. Is this a place a young bird should come to? Once the Buddhist world fails on her, it will look at Suhi in the blink of an eye. But she was only halfway through, and her eyes began to become confused again. He just bit the bird's beak, forced himself to wake up, and threw Suhi up with all his strength. The dragon turtle and phoenix below roared at the same time. Suhi was only thrown 4 to 50 feet before he stopped. Yunli was just a strange consciousness, too weak. Taking one look at her state, he immediately knew that Yunli was not someone he could completely awaken at this moment. This is a Buddhist method similar to transformation. How can Yunli be saved without killing the peacock? Suhi fluttered his wings and swooped down, landing on Yunli's corpse. He lowered his head and looked at the golden Buddha against the torrent of Buddha's power. There was a fierce look in his eyes. The giant Buddha suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart. This little peacock is going to destroy Yunli's body. He hit Suhi with a palm. It was only a small peacock with the first level of Kaitian. It should not be able to destroy Yunli's body. But he didn't dare to bet. With one strike of the palm, a Buddha's name came out. Buddha Mother returns to her throne. Uncle Luo! Suhi shouted, and Gu Luo slapped him, shattering the attack of the golden body. It's yours! Suhi's voice echoed. How can there be no Buddha if there is a Buddha Mother? The mother becomes a Bodhisattva, and the son becomes a Buddha. He stepped on Yunli's corpse, walked 7 steps in all directions, pointed his right wing to the sky and his left wing to the ground, and said loudly, I am the only one in heaven and on earth. The first half of the sentence, heaven above the world, is still Suhi's own voice. And the second half of the sentence, I am the only one, has naturally connected with the torrent of Buddha's power. The power of Buddha that surged toward the peacock suddenly changed its direction and headed straight for Suhi. In just an instant, A golden coat formed outside Suhi's body, like a pair of armor, like a Buddha pointing to the sky and the earth. Can! Suhi's eyes lit up. The Buddha Mother Peacock acts as a symbol to connect the torrent. Isn't it Suhi? Naturally. He could not know everything about the Buddha's life. But this torrent was not strong enough to really unite the Buddha. If you can really condense it, Suhi doesn't dare to be presumptuous. The sentence, "I am the only one in heaven and on earth," seems to have triggered the mechanism. And the torrent is rushing in desperately. Wang Yang violently hit Suha Buddha's coat. And then added bricks and tiles, trying desperately to completely condense the coat. Without the support of Buddha's power, the Buddha Mother Peacock suddenly became motionless. Yunli broke away with a cry of phoenix and looked up at Suhi standing on the sky above. Dumbfounded. Not only him, but everyone else was stunned. Especially the group of monks. Looking at the Buddha's coat, became demented for a moment. Only Feng Chufei and Gu Luo roared. Idiot! Yu Dian is robbing Buddha's power. Why the hell are you telling us? With your little Taoist practice and summoning Arhat Bodhisattva, what can you do to protect your own will? They were almost dancing. Ci Fong laughed loudly over there. It's a Buddha! It's a real Buddha! Ha ha ha! He looked at Hang's golden body of Buddha and laughed. But little friend Su he summoned is a Buddha. Is your Buddha power enough to condense a Buddha? If it is not enough, it will be wasted. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! That's enough of your mother's shit. Just a bunch of traitors can't even gather their merits. How can they unite the Buddha? I'm afraid the Bodhisattva of unity also wants to control an obedient body. How dare you really condense the true body of the Bodhisattva? He laughed, getting happier and happier. Little friend Su, he said, I am the only one in the world, which seemed to express the true meaning of Buddhism. The Buddha's light on his body suddenly lit up. This one sentence of advice is worth 10,000 years, and 100,000 years of hard work. This is the case in Buddhism. Sudden enlightenment is far more important than ascetic practice. Asceticism is the stupidest path, and it is natural as a last resort. This is for Ci Fong. For someone else, penance may be the most convenient way. All laws in the world are Buddhist laws. Anyone who is not suitable for you is the most stupid and stupid. He laughed and bowed 3 times to Su He. Based on this statement, little friend Su He is his true mentor, and he deserves to be worshipped. The torrent of Buddha's power seemed to be endless, but it always felt that it was not ordinary enough, and it rushed towards Su He on its own initiative, without too many illusions. Just one sentence can consume all the Buddha's power. The Buddha's power condensed a Buddha's coat outside his body. Su He was now on the Buddha's chest, unable to move, allowing the Buddha's power to wash away. The Buddha's power rushes into the inner world through the body. Under a ray of Buddha's light, the Yin energy in the world is dispersed into the purest Yin power, which rushes to the underground cave. Outside the body, Liao Hang's complexion changed drastically. When you get up, you must shatter the golden statue of Buddha outside your body. This golden statue of Buddha is the foundation for communicating with the Buddhist world and drawing out the power of Buddha. Only by shattering it can the flow of Buddha's power be cut off. Ci Fong, who was on the side, seemed to have known what he was going to do. He let out a lion's roar, and a red dot appeared between his eyebrows, emitting Buddha's light and sealing him within the Buddha's golden body. Ami, you are such an unfilial son. How dare you break the Buddha's golden body? Just stay there. Following his words, the scene instantly turned around. The people from the Xianwang realm, who had just tried their best to smash the golden body of the Buddha, were now trying their best to protect the golden body. The monks and the emperor from the Buddhist realm, who had previously tried to protect the golden body, were trying their best to smash the golden body. Body? This world is wonderful. Feng Si did the same. She wanted to smash her daughter's body, but her enemies came to protect her. The same goes for the golden body. The Yin Qi in Su He's inner world dissipated and turned into majestic Yin force, pouring into the underground cave and entering the world of Yin force. The whole world is becoming more stable. Mountains are mountains and water is water. Su He only felt that the power was unprecedentedly powerful, especially this layer of Buddha's coat, which was accumulated in the Buddhist world for thousands of years, and could condense the existence of a bodhisattva like Taizu. But it was stolen by him at this moment. The torrent of Buddha's power has no spiritual wisdom, but it stays high and avoids lowness. Buddha's status is much higher than that of bodhisattva, so he naturally comes to Buddha. The war ahead was strange. Gu Luo laughed, but the little boy was smart enough to go straight to the Buddha without concentrating on the bodhisattvas and arhats. The Buddha's power in the Buddhist world is not enough to condense a Buddha. When the spiritual power is exhausted, Suhi's coat will naturally fall apart at this moment, turning into the purest spiritual power and scattering in all directions. It's simply harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. But the turtle likes it. Suhi snatched the Buddha's power, and a dice fell from the sky and landed on the torrent of Buddha's power. 2 points. Quality. The incoming Buddha power suddenly seemed obedient, and Suhi, who could not understand the movement, began to move freely. As soon as he moved the Buddha's coat, it followed suit. Just like Suhi wearing a suit of Buddha's armor. The wings make hands. Kill that dragon turtle! Liao Heng's urgent voice sounded. A figure in Fengwang Palace turned into a streak of residual red and shot toward Suhi. It was the only seedling left in the residual wind, except Phoenix Master Shaoluan. The existence of the 7th level of the sky. So slow. Suhi suddenly had this thought in his heart. Through the Buddha's coat, he could clearly see all the movements of this 7th level heaven-reaching person. In his eyes, this existence seemed to be in slow motion. Suhi flapped his wings, rounded the Buddha's coat with his left hand, and slapped it down with a strange gesture. With a slap of his hand, he slapped the 7th layered warrior on the ground. Suhi folded his wings, and the Buddha put back his outer robe and returned with his hands pointing to the sky and the earth. The 7th level emperor of Fengwang Palace, who was driven into the ground by his slap, pulled himself out from the rock and jumped back. A mouthful of blood spat out. He looked at Suhi in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. Ci Fong laughed loudly. Teach me, turtle grandson. Be good. That is the accumulation of countless monks in the Buddhist world for thousands of years. Otherwise, how can you condense the Bodhisattva? The one who beat you is not little friend Suhi, but the accumulation of countless monks for thousands of years. One blow. It's a pity that little friend Suhi doesn't know how to control. Otherwise I could crush you to death with one finger. Suhi struck it with a palm, and found that the coat that he had managed to condense turned out to be a little illusory. This blow wasted a lot of power. Feeling distressed. Chapter 324. Are you calling me? After the heartache, there is endless happiness. So this is how Uncle Luo and the others are usually. Is watching the 7th layer of the sky like watching a slow-motion movie? No wonder they are really beating dogs when they fight against the 7th level of ordinary people. It's just like Suhi hitting the 2nd and 3rd levels of ordinary heaven stretching. This feeling is so great. Suhi waved his wings and fished towards the torrent of Buddha's power. It was too slow, and the Buddha was anxious. The power of the Buddha was caught in the hands of the Buddha's coat, like picking up a ribbon. And when he fished it back, it flowed out like a flood. Well done. Master Ci Fong laughed loudly, jumped up and landed on the head of the golden body of Hung Buddha. He put his hands together to suppress the golden body and hit Hung, protecting the integrity of the golden body. The others turned around and killed their respective opponents. How long can the golden body be protected? It's better to kill. Ci Fong clasped his hands together and looked happy. How wonderful! The Buddhist power accumulated in the Buddhist world for tens of millions of years. Once it is dissipated, is enough to seal the Buddhist world for 100,000 years. But Suhi's life is special. Dian is a special existence, somewhat related to relics. It is not that knowing the Buddha's illusions can turn them into illusions. Unless he is the only one in this world who knows the deeds of this Buddha. And only he is the only one who carries the scriptures of this Buddha. Then this is possible. Is this possible? As long as the air, the earth, the rice bowl, the prayer beads, etc., are touched by the Buddha. As long as they exist even a little bit, it is impossible for a living person to become a Buddhist scripture. Could it be that little friend Suhi ran away to the next world, got to know a Buddha, and then came back to snatch the Buddha's power? Where did this world come from? Could it be that my friend is the reincarnation of this Buddha? He has already found 2 who are suspected to be reincarnations of bodhisattvas and arhats. His disciple, monk Sanxiang, and his little lover Qianqianzi. Could it be Suhi too? Or a more powerful Buddha? Are these 3 from Fairy Ji Qianjiang? Fairy Ji wiped out all my Buddhist sect? Another day I have to find 1,000 Jiangzhong Taoist friends to test it out. Suhi jumped forward, and the Buddha's power surged forward, which was many times stronger than when the Buddha's power was controlled to flow towards the peacock's body. Suhi could even follow the river and see the water level in the Buddhist pond in the Buddhist world drop rapidly. Seeing that I have already absorbed 12 out of 10, the golden body was struck by Hung, and a message rushed into the Buddhist world along the torrent. Brother Ming ran. Open the pagoda. hang the relics, and recite sutras. Use the true meaning of my Buddha to suppress and transform him. His golden body allowed Ci Fong to suppress him, and he only raised his eyes to look at Suhi. This peacock is so blessed with Buddha nature, being able to take the initiative to draw the Buddha's power. You are indeed destined to be my Buddha. If you lose the body of Yunli, you will get a dragon turtle, which is not bad. Buzz. A bell sounded along the long river of Buddha's power. Suhi saw across the long river in the Buddhist world a fat monk with a fat head and big ears, who looked like Maitreya. He knocked down a pagoda with his hands, and found a white bone inside. Countless relics dotted on the sky flew into the sky and hung above the Buddha pond. The fat monk stretched out his hand, and a Buddhist scripture flew over and hung on the Buddha pond. There are verses in the Buddhist scriptures that poured out like rain, fell into the Buddha pond, and followed the torrent toward Suha. Ci Fong, who was suppressed by Hung Jin, changed his expression suddenly. Suddenly he jumped up and punched the golden body of Buddha under him. Boom! There was a loud roar. It was Chang's turn to protect the Buddha's golden body, and Ci Fong attacked. Countless scriptures follow the torrent and go straight to Suha. Suhi chirped a peacock from the Buddha's SHL, and the crystal of Yuanzun's family flew out automatically, and a crisp sound was embedded in the Buddha's eyebrows. The scriptures that had been passed down flew towards the crystal along the torrent, and were absorbed by the crystal without missing a beat. Bing Xian! King Feng Wong Palace Shannon looked at the crystal with a gloomy expression. This was done by Feng Wong Palace specifically to restore the Yuanzun clan. Although it was captured by the Yuanzun clan elders 2,000 years ago and modified by themselves. But after all, it comes from the emperor. Bing Xian can absorb all great wisdom. Restore the Yuanzun clan. There is no greater wisdom in the world than the Buddhist scriptures. Below, a Yuanzun tribesman with hollow eyes and no IQ roared at the crystal. This is the instinct to find something that is beneficial to oneself and want to get it. He jumped up and grabbed the crystal. But Suhi slapped it down, smashed it to the ground, stepped on it, and suppressed it to the ground. Suhi turned his head, and the Buddha said, "So this crystal is called Bing Xian, and was it given to me by Feng Huang Palace again? King Zenon is really polite. Did he bring any hexagrams this time?" Suhi was talking here, while Ci Fong and Liao Hung were switching offense and defense over there. Ci Fong suppressed and Liao Hung broke. Liao Hung looked at the crystal with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. "You have the heart of a Buddha. So why do you want to be a thief?" The golden body put its hands together and said a word of mercy. And his eyes suddenly turned into angry Vajra eyes. And he said loudly, "I am a disciple of the Buddha. Form a Vajra demon subduing array. Exorcise evil and subjugate demons." He glanced north and saw the gate of Fengzhong on the ground with his eyes. His eyes turned into golden light. 500 arhats outside the gate said at the same time, "Amitabha." The Buddhist beads on his body exploded instantly, blocking the ancient Jingjai monk. Just before the golden dragon above his head was suppressed, he followed Heng's gaze and disappeared, reappearing on the underground battlefield. Ci Fong sighed. He was so clairvoyant that he fell into the hands of these bald donkeys and committed such thieves. The celestial eye should observe the sufferings in the 10 directions and cultivate one's own compassion. However, monks in the Buddhist world can draw everything they see to their side and turn it into their own. It's just that I'm not good at cultivation and can't brag about it so well. I can only play with what is my own. 500 arhats appeared and turned the place into a crowded place. The moment arhat appeared, a demon-suppressing formation had been formed to surround Suhi. In an instant, it was like a spiritual mountain spread out, with thousands of auspicious auras and Buddha's light shining everywhere. A demon-subduing Vajra appeared in the clouds, and Suhi was like an evil demon suppressed by the Vajra, with rays of Buddha's light pressing on him. Suhi looked up. The Buddha's outer SHL said, "If you use the Buddha's Dharma to suppress the Buddha, you are no more than a demon wearing Buddha's clothes." At the exit of the magic words, the Buddhist words that had just been absorbed into the Bingxin crystal exploded instantly, turning into magic words printed on the eyebrows of the 500 arhats, and even flew to the eternal gold body, where a huge magic word was printed on his eyebrows. Not only the golden body, but also the magic word was imprinted on his body through the golden body. Liao Hung suddenly changed color. This was the first time he really changed color. He put his palms together, and the surging Buddha power rushed towards the center of his eyebrows. That magic word seems to be engraved in the bone marrow and cannot be washed away. This magic word has no effect. It has never attacked the divine consciousness or suppressed the main body. It seems that they are simply disgusted when they come out. With the power of eternal Buddha running, he cut off his own head in an instant, arched his neck, and a new head grew out. But the new head still had the magic word between the eyebrows. Just like the blood curse of the Dragon Turtle clan, it cannot be washed away. Well said. Si Fong stepped on the magic word between the golden body's eyebrows and rubbed it hard. But it couldn't be wiped off. He clapped his hands and applauded. His grandma! Buddha only knows how to scold her. He can't say such nice things. He looked at Su-hee with strange eyes. He actually lost to a turtle. Bird in terms of culture. Who can I talk to reason with you? What kind of Buddha is this little friend Su-hee? His words follow the Dharma. This is a crushing price. Unless Liao Hung and the others can surpass this Buddha one day, the word, devil, between the eyebrows will exist forever and be reincarnated. It's all useless. He laughed loudly when he saw Su-hee raised his hand, grabbed the King Kong in the King Kong demon subduing formation, and smashed it down. The 5 arhats exploded immediately. Su-hee was so strong that he didn't know how to use it at the 7th level. But it doesn't take much effort to defeat a mere 6th level arhat. Brute force is enough. As for the Vajra demon subduing formation, it is the SH.L of the Buddha anyway. And it consumes the power of the Buddha in the Buddhist world. Su-hee doesn't feel bad about it. He can suppress it however he likes. Every time a piece is broken, the majestic Buddha power surges in. And it is repaired immediately, which consumes even more of the Buddha power in the Buddhist world. Su-hee thought so. But others didn't think so. The Phantom of Yunli had just broken through the transformation of Buddha Mother Peacock, and shouted towards Feng Chifei. Sister! Help him! She didn't know how powerful Su-hee's condensed Buddha's coat was. But she didn't dare to think deeply about the 500 arhats forming an attack. Feng Chifei spread his wings and flew out. And the leaves of the sycamore tree behind him flew out, rushed into the Vajra Buddha demon array, and exploded into formations. Comparing formations in front of Phoenix. Is it hard for bald ass to think about it? Feng Chifei snorted mockingly. With a brush against the sycamore tree, a group of monks fell to the ground. And the Buddha demon array suddenly couldn't hold on and collapsed. Huge palms smacked down from the sky, smashing each arhat to pieces. It's like the palm of Tathagata. In fact, it is to throw the Buddha's power out and hit people. Feng Chifei turned to look at him and snorted. It looks so ugly. What kind of clothes can a good bird wear if it doesn't do anything? Su-hee struck down with a palm, and the Buddha's coat dissipated little by little, turning into pieces of surging Buddha power that filled the Phoenix tomb. The Yuri Fengzhong was like a spiritual mountain at this moment, looking auspicious. However, these Buddha's powers that were condensed into the Buddha's coat and then dispersed became ownerless Buddha powers. They were no longer under constant control and scattered in the Phoenix tomb, eroding the Yin energy and Yin ghosts here. The speed of drawing Buddha power from the Buddha pond has become slower. Need more allusions to Buddha? Su-hee pondered for a moment and prepared to speak again. He heard Feng Chifei scoff. Idiot! If the second body reaches its limit, then use the dragon turtle's real body to try again. How can we talk nonsense about Buddhist scriptures? After talking too much, the Buddhist charm really comes out, changing the perception. And see where Ji Fei Shua will cry. Su-hee was startled and had a doubt in his mind. Did Feng Chifei always rely on scolding to care about people? He looked at Feng Chifei and said, Auntie! Feng Chifei was startled, and saw the word, ant, flying across the Buddha's lips and teeth, covering her eyebrows with a snap. And the fiery red phoenix's eyebrows contained the word, ant. The character, ant, was very considerate and took the initiative to change it into Phoenix Seal script, which looked simple and beautiful. Feng Chifei was instantly furious. He slapped the 2 monks to death and glared at Su-hee. You are looking for death. Sure enough, the first time Feng Chifei came to him was not to kill him. Is it just that the peacock mother wants to meet him? There was a misunderstanding, and a blood curse was planted. Go back and untie it. Su-hee blinked. Auntie! Protect me! As he spoke, Su-hee turned around and transformed into his true form as a dragon turtle. He stood up and was about to walk around to repeat, I am the only one in heaven and on earth. Before he even stepped out, the surging Buddha power outside his body had already condensed and turned into a Buddha's coat in an instant. Buddha power surges forward, going against the torrent. You can see that even 30% of the Buddhist pond in the Buddhist world is not enough. Su-hee closed his eyes and thought carefully. The Buddha SH.L of the peacock's real body, which has been hidden in the background, is still radiating the power of Buddha. The Buddha's power floats along the dragon turtle's true body into the Phoenix tomb. As expected, the Buddha has not been completely condensed. And this coat cannot be retained. Suha Buddha's coat was still being snatched and scooped up. And he was dragging the torrent towards him like he was grabbing a ribbon. Liao Heng's roar came. Dragon Turtle! How dare you be so arrogant? If you dare to destroy our Buddhist pond, we in the Buddhist world will fight to the death with the Dragon Turtle clan! He roared, roaring loudly, trying to break through the golden body that imprisoned him outside his body. However, Suju snorted and jumped up, cruising around and landing on the golden body. A mountain god seal fell down and floated on the eternal gold body. The golden body, which was cracking and squirming like a chicken about to break out of its SHL, became motionless in an instant. Only Hung roared. Suju didn't care about it. With his claws, the channel of Buddha's power was torn to 3 times in size. His flames have found where the torrent is. But it seems there is no need to destroy the torrent. Fighting the Dragon Turtle to the death? In this battle, all the mechanisms in the Buddhist world have been exhausted. But the Buddha pond has been lost. Have you figured out how to face the 4 spirits? The 4 spiritual beasts have always advanced and retreated together. The Buddhist world plots Healy's corpse. This is no longer touching the bottom line, but a real declaration of war. If you succeed, don't be afraid. In addition to the Lord Buddha, there will be another Bodhisattva sitting in the Buddhist world. At most, you will have to cut off your body to compensate, but you will still make a lot of money. But now we have to shoulder the responsibilities. But we haven't reaped any benefits. Liao Heng took a breath and took a long time to speak. This sound was extremely calm, and the golden body looked at Su He as if looking at a dead person. We respectfully invite Lord Buddha to come. The Lord Buddha is not the Buddha, but the Lord of the Buddha realm. The Bodhisattva. There were less than 500 arhats on the ground, and they knelt down and clasped their hands together. We respectfully invite the Lord Buddha to come. As soon as the words were spoken, the power of thought rose above each monk's head, and the entire Phoenix tomb space fluctuated with the power of thought. A feeling of crisis came. It was different from the pressure when the great ancestor of Fengwang Palace came. In this crisis, compassion and murderous intent coexist. The last trace of Buddhist power in the Buddha pond was absorbed by Su He, and he looked at the sky through the outer SHL. This is the future of the great Buddhist Bodhisattva. I wonder which one is stronger than that great Bodhisattva or him. The Buddha who has absorbed all the power of the Buddha in the Buddha world? Seeing his eagerness to try, Feng Chaofei next to him slapped the Buddha, causing the entire Buddha to stagger. Idiot! Back off! Do you really think that you have all the power of the Buddha world to fight with such an existence? Even my wings can't bear it. And I don't know how I would die if I encountered such a being. Either the Buddha's power is sufficient or he is powerful. He doesn't know the Buddhist Dharma or magical powers. He can only use his Buddhist power to sweat flies. How can he be considered a master? Sakun! Feng Chaofei let out a smoky voice. A pure black unicorn at the crater stepped on the clouds and stopped opposite Feng Chaofei. He glanced at the sky and glanced at Su He. Bai Ling's clan brother. Lo! Su He, ? What does this have to do with Bai Ling? Su He nodded and spoke directly to Buddha's chest. Hello, senior. Calling me senior. It's hard to speak through the Buddha's mouth. If a word is imprinted on the forehead of this unicorn, Su He really can't explain it. Suikun looked at him in surprise and nodded. Looking back at the sky, no human figure appeared there, but a huge swastika was condensed there. As soon as the swastika appeared, Su He was locked. A phoenix cries and a unicorn roars. Both sounds equally pleasant to the ear. Su He clasped his hands together, and the Buddha let out a dragon turtle roar and rushed towards the swastika. The swastika flashed with light, leaped over Feng Chaofei and Qilin Shuijun, and headed straight towards Su He. A huge crisis suddenly arises. Su He clapped his hands and stepped forward, and Buddha punched the swastika. Boom! With a crash, Su He flew down and a mouthful of blood spurted out. In terms of the Buddha's power, the outer SHL of the Buddha outside his body is not as good as the swastika, or even more so. But in terms of condensation, Su He will die with just one blow. Buddha Su's outer SHL was shattered by one arm, but with the SHL protecting him, Su He was only injured by the shock. It was like being hit with all the strength of the 4th level of Tatian. Come again! Su He roared, and the dragon turtle ran upright inside the Buddha's SHL, soared into the sky, and punched the swastika again. Boom! Su He stepped back again and spurted out a mouthful of turtle blood. But it did not spurt out the Buddha's SHL, but instead melted into the SHL. The Buddha's left and right hands were shattered into pieces and turned into pure Buddha power scattered in all directions. The Buddha's power circulated in his body, and his two arms grew back, but they turned into turtle claws. The Buddha's coat is just the concentration of Buddha's power, which can flow. If the whole body is thinner, the hands will grow naturally. With two collisions, Feng Chaofei and Shui Jun had already deployed layers of formations, covering and trapping the swastika. Su He roared, swung both claws, and hit the swastika at the same time. With a click, the pair of turtle claws on the SHL shattered again. At the same time, Feng Chaofei let out a soft cry. Sparrow Yin! He flapped his wings, and a shrunken bird shadow flashed towards the swastika, crashing into it and melting into it. In a moment, birds of the same kind flew out from the swastika, filling the sky and the ground. The swastika became empty and transparent, eviscerated by birds. Suicune took a step inward, and a tornado was like Su He's beaming, spinning and washing away the swastika. Every time you brush it, the swastika becomes more transparent. Most of the rich Buddhist power in it was wiped away by phoenixes and lins. Baby! Feng Chaofei's voice sounded. Su He jumped up and hit the swastika with one knee. With a bang, the swastika suddenly exploded. After hearing the cry of sorrow in Hingjin's body, the Bodhisattva came without a clone. Not even his consciousness, but only cast a magical power. There are Feng Chaofei and Sui Jun here. He was miserable when he saw the exploding swastikas, flattening the surrounding space and pushing open all the cracks in time and space. A voice said, Amitabha! A lotus platform appeared, with a Bodhisattva sitting on the lotus platform with a precious sword in his hand. Lord Buddha, one of the leaders of Buddhism thousands of years ago, the one who betrayed the Xianwang world. Su He's alarm bell sounded loudly, and Feng Chaofei and Shui Jun also felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Gu Luo roared in the distance and joined hands with Su Zhu. A phoenix roared in the sky, and a dragon's roar came from the outside. But the Bodhisattva seemed not to have seen it. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Su He and looked at his Buddha SHL with a gentle smile. I have never heard of the Buddha. The donor, are you willing to enter my Buddhist door? His voice has a Buddhist rhyme to it, and as soon as it comes out, people can't help but fall in love with it. I don't know how many times stronger than the Buddha Mother Peacock. Gu Luo looked up to the sky and roared as a dragon turtle. Ancestor! Someone is trying to steal your baby. The Bodhisattva looked at it and said with a smile. Little guy of the Long Day family, there is no need to shout. Taizhen killed the 3 ancestors of Feng Wangang and was fighting fiercely with Feng Wangang. The old guy was so hidden that he beat Feng Wangang with 1 turtle. The 9 ancestors can still kill each other without any damage. If you can really summon him, I will leave immediately. While he was still laughing, he grabbed Su He over there. He doesn't care at all about bullying the younger ones. This palm captures the heaven and the earth. A word came up in Su He's mind inexplicably. Put a kingdom in the palm of your hand. Can't escape. Su He roared and charged forward. But he was suddenly stunned. And then the entire turtle disappeared together with the outer SHL of the Buddha. The Bodhisattva was startled. The summons of the Imperial Palace? This is the method used by Feng Wang Palace to summon the ancestor from the Sea of Stars. Even the Sea of Stars can be broken open, let alone the Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand. When did this dragon turtle become the ancestor of Feng Wang Palace? While he was in a daze, he heard a strong phoenix cry from the side. The eyes of the phoenix that was originally carrying the tomb suddenly lit up, igniting the true phoenix fire. The wings flap and a strong wind hits. The Bodhisattva's expression changed suddenly and turned into a bitter smile. Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. Snapped. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the Bodhisattva gave a bitter smile. His body split open inch by inch and disappeared with a bang. There is no Star Sea channel here. What comes is just a clone. These unfilial sons summoned him in the Phoenix tomb. This old guy from the Phoenix clan has lived longer than Tycho. Chapter 325 Prince. Unknown Chaos. Bai's territory. Bai Zai jumped towards Bai Zai Tower, as happy as a dog. While running, he shouted, Princess! Princess, your dragon and turtle have become powerful. He even dares to fight the Bodhisattva of freedom. It was running and jumping, and ran into the Bai's tower to announce the good news. Its face was full of surprise, but its eyes were looking at the stars in front of Ji Feishua with a sly look. Great! Ji Feishua has been here for a long time, and she doesn't know how many floors she has broken into every day. The cause and effect caused by various secrets shrouds Bei's building. It was so secret that Ji Feishue had no idea of sharing it. So it was a rare opportunity to break it openly. This is what Ji Feishue said herself. If there is any news about her young husband, she will send it to her as soon as possible. Bai Zhe rushed in, shouting congratulations. His eyes were already directed towards the stars in front of Ji Feishue. But he only saw the end of the scene. In the picture, an indescribably beautiful woman shattered a passage with a slap, and then transformed into a pure white dragon turtle. Bai Ling? Bai Ling has a human body? Bai Zhe was stunned when he saw Ji Feishue turning around with a faint smile and glanced at it. Bai Zhe suddenly became excited and spoke like beans. Princess, here is the news about your husband. Ji Feishue's eyes lit up, and she stopped pursuing Bai Zhe's prying eyes for the time being. He came out of Fengzhou? Bai Zhe shook his head. The Fengzhou grand ceremony was planned 3 years in advance by the Imperial Palace and the Buddhist community. They all went in, so my family members didn't care. So they followed in advance. Its eyes were shining, and all its white hair was fluttering. It said with excitement, Your dragon turtle is going to explode. He independently killed Yuan Zun clan Yuan Lai, who is at the 4th level of the sky. That's all. He also robbed the Buddha realm. The Buddha pawn transforms into a Buddha, and one of the 7 steps in the sky is slapped. Ji Feishue was stunned. Is Bai Zhe talking about that stupid turtle in their house, who can only shout for help? She knew that her husband was very powerful, but he was a turtle at the 3rd level of Kaitian. At that time, it was reasonable to say that he was against the sky. Even an ordinary 7-level Tatian can escape completely. Did the madness in the 1st level of Kaitian come out just now? He is in Fengzhou now? Ji Feishue asked. With a little finger, a token flew out and hung in the base tower, and a ball of causal thread was pulled out of her body and thrown on the token. Bai Zhe looked surprised. It cannot see the lines of cause and effect on the stars that record secrets, nor can it see the lines that fall on Ji Feishue. But it could clearly see what Ji Feishue had transferred to the token. It looked at Ji Feishue in shock. Is this the Xianwang order? The princess placed the secret cause and effect on the Xianwang order? It had a look of disbelief on its face. Can the Xianwang order be used like this? Is there such an exquisite Xianwang order? Damn it! This token is clearly the Xianwang order, but it gives rise to a strange feeling. The quality of this token is at least 5 times that of the ordinary Xianwang order. If this token is used to open up a 2-realm battlefield, it will probably become something like the passage under the Gujingzai Tower in an instant. Right. Bai Zhe took a breath of air as he thought about it. Is there such a Xianwang order in this world? As Bei's, it guards Bei's tower and doesn't even know it. Ji Feishue completely imprinted the cause and effect on the Xianwang order bit by bit, without even touching it. She looked back at the India's Bai Zhe and said proudly, My young husband gave it to me. It's a pity that you are Gong Bei's. If you it's the mother's, you're already dead? Bei's appearance is too good. If the mother hacks her, I'll beat her to death. Suhi? Bai Zhe reacted immediately. Is unreasonable talent? As Bai Zhe spoke, he muttered again. When did you give it to him? Except for the dragon turtle falling in love and engaging in pornography. He has seen all the battles. Except for grabbing a Xianwang token from Yuan Lai. He never grabbed another Xianwang token. Even the Xianwang order that snatched Yuan Lai was not so refined. Ji Feishue had no intention of explaining it all. She also accidentally discovered half a year ago that the Xianwang order, which had improved its quality by 5 times, could transfer cause and effect. If I had known this, had that guy Bai Ling, who should have been here a long time ago, known that Bai Zila's cause and effect could be transferred? So he broke into Bei's tower unscrupulously, and made all kinds of arrangements unscrupulously. The chaotic power of time in the passage that she had wiped out just now was even more powerful than in the Phoenix tomb. Bai Ling could actually do it with ease. So easily, as expected, that guy understood the law of time, and was not wiped out and killed in the long river of time. Sure enough, he is truly a monster. Ji Feishue put away the Xianwang order and looked at Bai Zhe, who was hesitant to speak. Bai Zhe opened his mouth, hesitated, and then said, Princess knows that Xianwang Cave Heaven is special. Won't this transfer of cause and effect cause any changes? Ji Feishue combed her hair and said with a smile, The big deal is that the Xianwang Cave will open earlier or later. What's the big deal? She changed the topic with a smile and asked, Is my young husband still in Fengzhou? Seal the Imperial Palace and the Buddhist world. She didn't know what was going on in Fengzhou, but she almost missed it due to the excitement. Bai Zhe shook his head and looked strange. When he was killing Yuan Lai, he was tricked. Yuan Lai hit him with a Star Sea summoning talisman. At this time, he was summoned by Feng Zhen of Feng Huang Palace. Speaking of this, Bai Zhe couldn't help but jump up. He couldn't wait for his family to report. Think about the expression of the third prince when he saw that he had gone to great lengths to summon a giant Buddha. What would the third prince think if he knew that because of his summons, the dragon turtle had escaped from the Buddha's kingdom in the hands of the Bodhisattva Mahavatar? Like a rainbow passage, the summoning runes on Suhi's body shone brightly, leading him to fly across the passage. This passage is somewhat similar to Liao Hang's world of flowers and flowers. It is neither in this world nor in that world. It is a world of its own that spans the void and is directly connected to Suhi from the other side. There were constant voices whispering in the passage. Welcome the ancestor! Welcome the ancestor! These runes and passages are the means by which Feng Huang Palace summons the true form of the Xinghai ancestor to come. And it comes with its own dubbing. Not only that, Suhi could also hear the voices on the other side of the passage at this moment. This was convenient for the ancestor to understand the situation on the other side on the way back, and know which enemies he would face as soon as they appeared. At this time, there should have been sacrifices, a large number of chants, and prayers to inform the ancestors in the passage why they were summoned. But the third prince obviously summoned secretly, and didn't follow the rules. Arrangements are being made over there on how to target Suhi. Feng Zhen's voice came over. General Chang, just set up a military formation to prevent the dragon turtle from escaping. The rest will be left to me. There was a bit of excitement and uncontrollable hatred in his plain voice. Suhi's eyes lit up. Did the third prince start calling himself this palace? Although I had my own palace and residence before, I never called myself this palace. Don't you really want to snatch the crown prince's position now? Then I heard another deep voice. No! General Chang. Suhi quickly recalled in his mind. All the matching information about the general of the Imperial Palace flashed through his mind. The signs of war with the great world of Feng Huang are getting stronger and stronger. After the last battle in Feng Huang Palace, Suhi naturally found a large amount of information. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Suhi's mind flashed. Chang Yuanshou and Chang Jing were the only two people above the 6th level of the sky. Some information shows that Chang Yuanshou may have entered the 7th level of heaven. Suhi looked at his Buddha's coat. His mind moved slightly, and his broken arms grew again. When you make a fist, a huge amount of power is concentrated in your palm. He is very powerful, but he doesn't know Buddhist techniques. You can't kill a 7th level sky-treading figure with just a pair of fleshy palms. But you should be able to beat him to the point where he kneels down and begs for mercy. The third prince's voice came again from the passage. He is coming! Big brother, help me sweep the formation! The eldest prince is also here. There was a buzzing sound from the formation, and a burst of fighting intent came through the passage. Suhi stepped forward, and the passage behind him disappeared like a spiral nest. And the summoning runes on the turtle SHL also disappeared. It was actually a one-time use. I thought that the ancestor of Feng Huang Palace must have permanent runes on his body, and it should be different from his. There's no way those ancestors also have compulsory runes on them. Suhi jumped out and fired a murderous shot from the opposite side. Dragon turtle! Die! The third prince shouted loudly, and the spear turned into a black dragon. With the tip of the spear pointed, the black dragon accurately bit the Buddha between his eyebrows. It shattered with a click. There was a gunshot, accompanied by the roar of the black dragon, and you could feel its severe pain just by listening to the sound. The Buddha SHL followed Suhi and looked down, and a pair of Buddha eyes fell on the third prince. Are you summoning me? The third prince's face went from excitement about revenge, to shock, to disbelief, to completely pale in a very short period of time. Looking at Suhi's coat, he felt the surging Buddha power on it like an ancestor. His expression was very exciting for a moment. The brain was unable to move for a while, and was pressed to the ground by the huge Buddhist rhyme. Unable to move. Third prince, let's go! A general shouted violently, and came toward Suhi with a long knife in his hand. Form up a formation! Mean! No wonder the third prince had already sensed the Yuan Lai rune was planted, but couldn't summon the dragon turtle for a long time. This dragon turtle called his parents. Otherwise, where would this coat come from? Suhi turned to look at him. Stepping on the 7th level of the sky, Chang Yuanshou's armor flashed with starlight, and the tiger roared on his sword. The space shattered with one strike, and the blade struck Suhi's head with a crack in the space. Sure enough, he had just entered the heaven-treading realm, which was far worse than the 7th-level heaven-treading realm in Phoenix Tomb. Snapped. Like swatting a fly, Suhi slapped the general's armor, and his armor instantly flattened. And the general inside was imprinted on the ground. Next to him, a blue dragon jumped towards Suhi. It was the military formation of Fengwang Palace. For some reason, Suhi felt a sense of intimacy when looking at this military formation. Long time no see. Suhi didn't know how to break the formation. But no matter what the principle of the world's great formation was, as long as the fist was hard enough, it could be broken with one punch. Breaking the formation with force is the eternal smooth road. The Buddha stretched out his hands and grabbed the tail and abdomen of the Songlong with one hand, and grabbed the Songlong's neck with the other hand and tore it outwards. With a crisp snap, the circling Songlong was torn into 2 pieces like a loach. Twisting and swinging in the hands of the Buddha, Suhi was forced to the ground again, raised his leg and stepped on it. The huge Buddha's code was used by Suhi to turn into a savage giant. He doesn't have any magical powers, so he just relies on his surging Buddha power to turn into brute force. "Third brother, let's go!" a voice shouted. It was the eldest prince in a yellow python robe. He jumped out from between the Buddha's toes and shouted at the third prince. The third prince, who had become invisible, changed his expression and turned around to leave. With a weird smile on Suhi's face, he struck the third prince with a palm. The 7th-level Taotian couldn't reverse the source with brute force alone. But even though the third prince, who was only fighting at the 4th level of skytreading, couldn't reverse the source, but with a palm smash and a thunderbolt from heaven, killing people is like drinking water. Suhi struck him with a palm, but his palm stopped in midair, almost forgetting one thing. He sneered, and a rune flew out from his horns, turning into a strange white light and crashing into the third prince. This is the talisman that Ji Feishua took out after rescuing the little dragon in the treasure house of Chanyu Mansion to suppress the intelligence of the demon clan. It was changed by Ji Feishua and placed on Suhi, asking Suhi to see the third prince again. Hit the rune on him. The silver thread of the talisman had penetrated into the third prince's body in a flash. The third prince, who was escaping in a hurry, suddenly twisted, scratched himself desperately, tore his flesh and rolled on the ground howling. "Send H. Low to you on behalf of those 2 dragons." Suhi's voice was gloomy. One of the 2 dragons restricted his intelligence and became a test subject, and the other one was actually killed and devoured. The third prince was brought to his own fault. The third prince tore at his flesh and raised his head to look between Suhi's toes, where the eldest prince had already emerged and was sneaking away. The third prince's eyes were full of hatred, and he roared at the eldest prince and Suhi. "Mean! Your brother is just trying to distract the dragon turtle, but he acts like this. How can the second brother let you go? And this dragon turtle? You deserve to die. You deserve to die." The younger generation fights with wits and courage, but relies on the elders to win. And you can't win with force. Rat. Like Chan Yuan Shou. He believed that this Buddha's robe must be the masterpiece of Elder Long Gui. He roared and looked at Chan Yuan Shou, who had recovered next to him. Chan Yuan Shou, who was wearing a general's armor, looked at each other with the third prince and jumped away. "Ah!" the third prince roared, filled with hatred in his heart. "But I can no longer express it." The roars gradually turned into beastly roars. Bare hair grew out of the flesh he had scratched off, and in just a moment he transformed into a black bear. But this black bear had no claws or teeth. A rune flashed between its eyebrows, and even its spiritual intelligence was suppressed. The black bear roared, and the ferocity in his eyes turned into timidity. He turned around and ran away, as if fleeing deep into the snow. But I don't know how this black bear can survive in this deep forest of ice fields. Chan Yuan Shou, who had flown far away, turned over and was aiming his bow and arrow at Suhi. But this scene caught his eye. Chan Yuan Shou's pupils narrowed slightly. Is this a curse or a magical power? The third prince looked at him for the last time, wishing he could eat his flesh alive. Did he think he had escaped? Has the third prince lost his mind? The dragon turtle is wearing the Buddha's robe, so it is impossible to get close to him. If you fight him in close combat, you are looking for death. Naturally, he flew far away and attacked with arrows. Chan Yuan Shou no longer thought about it. There was an eldest prince at the feet of the Buddha. If something happened to both princes, not to mention his general's end, his life would be at an end. He shot arrow after arrow at Suhi, There is no way to hide from such a huge Buddha. A series of arrows broke through the space and turned into rounds of big suns approaching. Suhi only took one glance and made up his mind to kill the thief first. The 7th level of heaven treading has the ability to damage the Buddha's coat. If you don't cripple him, the Buddha's coat will consume too much. This is the great world of the Emperor. Someone must have discovered his arrival early, and he will be besieged at any time. But the Buddha closed his hands and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chang Yuanshou. He raised his hands, with fingers intertwined, and raised them above his head to smash down. Boom! A muffled sound came out after he had already left. Not even a crater appeared on the ground. Chang Yuanshou's whole body was smashed into the ground. And he didn't know where he hit. After a long while, there was a sound of shattering, and the entire earth cracked open and turned into a canyon, spanning the snowy field, where the power of Buddha and the fighting spirit of the army converged. Looking down, Chang Yuanshou can no longer be seen. Suhi only glanced at it and snorted. His tone was quite similar to Feng Chefei's mocking tone. Idiot! If the Buddha doesn't know supernatural powers, what does that have to do with me? The dragon turtle? He has strengthened himself infinitely by wearing the Buddha's coat. But he is not imprisoned in the Buddha's SHL. Do you think my dragon turtle magical power can't be used? From this distance, 2 divine machines can fly over. Suhi turned his head to kill the eldest prince. The eldest prince's body was already shining with light, and his figure flashed one after another, and he jumped into the distance and left. Suhi didn't have any chance to chase him. Instead, he ran on the ground and chased him. He found that the speed of his flying and flashing was far less than the speed of Buddha's SHL running. As he ran all the way, it was like a mirror was shattered around him, condensing a circle of broken space. The Buddha shattered the space with just his physical body. The shattered space did not spread out, but rippled around him, as if forming a circle of space. Ripples of special Buddha light. The eldest prince was only at the 5th level of skywalking, so he could escape at a very fast speed. When he turned around, he saw the Buddha crashing through the space and chasing after him, and his expression suddenly changed. The hatred for the 3rd prince surged up in his heart. That idiot relied on the fact that he was a queen and never took his brother seriously. But today, he secretly summoned the dragon turtle to let him know. He forced him to follow him, and the 3rd prince did not object as usual. I'm afraid it's not aimed at dragon turtle, but it's directed at him. Right? Use the dragon turtle's hand to eradicate yourself? The eldest prince gritted his teeth, with so much hatred in his heart that he even cursed the 3 princes and the prince in his heart. Seeing the Buddha approaching, there was no way to escape. Just when he didn't know what to do, a soft sigh came from midair. Then a young man appeared from the void, wearing a 4-clawed python robe. The fairy sword in his hand was still stained with blood. A black bear trembled beneath his feet. He glanced down at the eldest prince and sighed. Fellow Taoist dragon turtle, this is not the right way to act. Using external force to attack my eldest brother and the 3rd child. What is the difference between using a big one to bully a small one? Suhi didn't say a word nonsense. He jumped up and punched him. When the 2 of you from the Imperial Palace attacked me secretly at the 7th level, didn't you say that you were bullying the younger one? The same stuff as your dad, the Crown Prince of the Imperial Palace. I haven't fought against the existence of the 7th level of treading heaven yet. As soon as Suhi punched out, the prince stretched out his hand and drew a semicircle in front of him, turning it into a mirror with a slight click, like a shield hitting Suhi's fist. There was a crisp sound of broken glass. The prince's condensed mirror shattered. The sword in the prince's hand moved forward a little, and was set towards Suhi's chest. Just when he was about to hit the target, the huge Buddha suddenly stopped in the air, turned around to avoid fighting with the sword, and instead went towards the eldest prince. Suhi snorted. This prince is an inseparable being who can fight with the headmaster of Zuanshanmen. So he is fighting with him here because he is crazy. This is the great world of the Emperor. Once entangled, the enemies will never end. Suhi turned around and grabbed the eldest prince. The eldest prince's expression changed sharply. Second brother, save me! The prince frowned slightly, and in a flash, he was already standing between Suhi and the eldest prince. The fairy sword came out again towards Suhi. Suhi was seen retreating violently, but the hand grabbing the eldest prince did not retreat with him. The Buddha's kingdom in the palm? The eldest prince's expression changed slightly. The Buddha's kingdom in the palm is the magical power of the Buddhist world. It uses cause and effect to form a giant palm, and he can't escape after grabbing it. But when did this dragon turtle learn to hold the Buddha's kingdom in his palm? He pointed at Suhi's fairy sword, raised it upwards, stirred up the endless green energy, and slashed towards the Buddha's palm. If you want to break the Buddha's kingdom in your palm, break the Buddha's palm first. As soon as the sword fell, the prince's expression changed. The power of this giant palm Buddha looked extremely powerful, but it was chopped into pieces by him with one sword. Just to show off, I have gathered the power to look at the Buddha. But there is no corresponding magical power. With a slash of the sword, the Buddha's palm exploded, and the Buddha's power rushed in all directions. In an instant, the whole world was filled with manic Buddha's power, and there was a golden light as far as the eye could see. Even the spiritual consciousness was suppressed by the huge Buddha power, and could not rise up in the body. Not good. The prince suddenly turned around. 2 green lights burst out from his eyes, and looked behind him. Then he saw the Buddha, who had lost one of his palms, jumped behind him, and grabbed the eldest prince in his hand. Turning around to look at him, he jumped up and ran south. The prince is chasing me. As long as you chase him fast enough, I will help you kill the eldest prince and ensure that your position as prince is permanent. Su Hejian's swishing voice came. Chapter 326 Stone Drum. The prince's face is made of ice. This dragon turtle is used to alienating people and criticizing others. At this moment, it seemed that as long as he chased after him, the eldest prince would die because of him. But if he didn't pursue him, how could the eldest prince survive in his hands? It was Dragon Turtle who co-authored the murder, but it was him who was not human inside and out. The prince snorted and came with his sword drawn. Do you treat him like the third brother? An inexperienced chick? As long as I have the sword in my hand. What does fame mean to me? My father's throne was not won by good reputation. He came to kill with a sword. But Suhi's advancing figure suddenly disappeared. The prince turned around quickly and slashed backward with his sword. The escaping dragon turtle suddenly appeared behind him for some reason and headed north again. Suhi roared. And the Buddha L punched Jin Guang. Half of the Buddha's power rushed towards his fists, and his fists almost condensed into essence. And he punched him. There was a collision, and the collision exploded. The space collapsed and turned into void, and the snowy mountains and the earth in all directions were swallowed up in an instant. Suhi, however, relied on the power of the sword energy to instantly move backwards. Sure enough, being more generous is saving money. Half of the Buddha's power in the whole body is used in the fist. When the fist condenses and collides with the sword energy, the power is greater. At the same time, the loss is smaller. The condensed fist becomes harder and harder. Even the prince's sword energy cannot cut away much Buddha's power. Suhi's dragon turtle figure stood up in a running posture, and the Buddha outside him stepped on the ground and jumped out. After a few breaths, he returned to the place where he was first summoned. There is an altar there, ancient and ancient. As expected, the third prince didn't just find a place to summon him. He came here specifically for this altar. That rune was used by Feng Wang Palace to summon the ancestors. And this altar must also be the place where Feng Wang Palace specifically summons the ancestors. Suhi stepped forward and punched the altar. Since you have called me, I will cut off your roots. If the imperial palace cannot easily summon the ancestor, who knows if it can still dominate the 3,000 worlds? The great freedom Bodhisattva said that Taizu was fighting alone in Shanghai to seal the palace with a group of ancestors. I wonder if the altar here is damaged. Will those ancestors check it out? Suhi punched down, and the face of the eldest prince in his fist suddenly changed, and instantly turned into panic. Suhi knew by looking at his face that he had come to the right place. The prince who was chasing after him had a strange look on his face. This is the ancestral land of the Fengwang clan, although there seems to be nothing in the snowy field. Even this lonely altar was newly raised by the third and the eldest. It is just built here to connect to the real altar below. The real altar is buried underground, and there are still countless formations guarding this place. With this punch, the dragon turtle will die, whose ancestral land can be easily smashed. His body stepped forward, and he hurriedly dodged. I'm just afraid of hurting myself. Then Suhi punched down. This punch condensed half of the Buddha's power, and it was really as powerful as a random strike from a bodhisattva. With one punch, the entire snowfield collapsed and turned into a bottomless canyon. In the deepest part of the canyon, the real altar appeared. It was like an execution rack, with vicissitudes of life and blood, and a skeleton hanging on the barb. The skeleton had been dead for an unknown period of time, but there was endless pressure coming from it. Even Suha Buddha's coat was blown and flames seemed to be fluttering. A dark wind suddenly rose in the canyon, and ghosts cried and wolves howled. Suhi couldn't see a ghost, The Buddha's coat exudes endless Buddha power and blocks the evil wind in front of him. Suhi looked at the bones on the altar. The pressure on the skeleton dissipated at the first touch. The quality was extremely high, but the quantity was too little. The coercion dissipated, and the Taoist charm washed away. This was the skeleton of a Taoist powerful man. Come! Suhi imitated the Bodhisattva of freedom and grabbed the bones with one hand. He clenched a fist with one hand and punched the altar with the other. Boom! There was a muffled sound. And a thought came from the altar. How dare Shiran rob the prison? He even dared to destroy the Tianlao torture platform. This thought was extremely cold, as if it came from the 9 nether hells. It turned into an impact and came towards Suhi, but hit the Buddha's coat and froze the Buddha's body. This idea is poisonous. This altar, which is like an execution rack, had executed countless people before eternity. All the huge resentment was condensed on the execution rack, turning into a spirit-like existence. Suhi attacked the altar, and it naturally resisted. This thought fell on the Buddha's coat, and when it was aroused, the Jinwu God card in Suhi's mind trembled, and the feeling of being connected with Jinwu arose again. Buddha punches. There is actually a trace of true martial arts connotation on the fist, and there are turtles and snakes condensed on the fist. One Buddha and the other. There was no dispute but harmony. Maybe in this unknown world, old friends meet and cherish each other? Suhi punched down. The execution platform made a loud noise, and the thought screamed and disappeared. This punch seriously injured the altar, but it was not visible on the outside. The skeleton hanging on the altar was grabbed by Suhi. When the skeleton was on the altar, it seemed to be obscured by a layer of fog, making it difficult to see clearly. At this moment, it seems that it is not human bones, but the whole body is like jade, with chalcedony flowing inside. This person's conduct in life must be extremely high. The monks at the 7th level of the sky can see the immortal sect, and only then can their bones be transformed into jade. The entire 7th level of the sky is a transformation from human to inhuman. The higher the degree of jade, the higher the Taoism. I wonder if the top 100 monks on the Bayes list can achieve such a level of jade transformation. A dice fell from the sky, landed on the jade bone, and rolled out a 4-point quality. Suhi. Dot! What is this thing doing? Even if it cast 6 points of quality, Suhi would have no use bringing it, but he would just take it back for burial. Dying on the altar of Fengwang Palace was another Taoist chi machine. Should he be a senior from the Xianwang world? Or perhaps even longer, a senior from the Xianwang world? Suhi put the jade bones into the foreign minister's space. Another punch hit the altar. The prince jumped down and slashed at Suhi with his sword. Before the sword came, the roar had already condensed into a line and came over. Dragon Turtle! How dare you be so arrogant? Is it possible for you, a mere turtle cub, to destroy the altar of my royal clan? Boom! Suhi punched down, grabbed the gallows on the altar, shouted loudly, pulled it out, turned around and stabbed the prince's fairy sword backwards. Suhi grinned. Maybe my fist is harder than you think. Demolition is always easier than construction. Suhi laughed loudly, and the prince's gallows and fairy sword were separated at the first touch. But the collision exploded. Suhi took a few steps back and stepped on the altar. The prince flew backwards and rushed out of the canyon. In terms of strength and energy alone, Suhi is far superior to the prince. But when it comes to the use of his own power, 10 Suhi tied together cannot compare to the prince. Tens of thousands of years of practice cannot be caught up by Suhi's 30 years of cheating. Here it is really a matter of 4 ounces and 1,000 pounds. The prince's ordinary 7th level heaven stepping means are enough to deal with Suha Bodhisattva's attack. The prince turned over in the air and steadied his body, looking at the altar that was broken by Suhi's punch. His expression sank. The guardian formation did not start automatically. He put away the fairy sword and halberd, pointed it a little, and shouted, "Array up." Divine consciousness and true energy instantly communicated with the formation here, pointing upward, under the canyon. With a sword cry, a sword soared into the sky, and sword energy came from all directions. The sword energy was not much, but the ceiling of the sky, the land, and the space were so exquisite that no matter which direction Suhi avoided, he would hit the sword accurately. Gas. In such a large formation, the color of the prince in the sky has changed. This sword energy is wrong. Too weak. Hitting Suhi felt like tickling. The formation is too weak. This is the heaven imprisoning sword formation, which can imprison and kill even the sky. His East Palace Guard formation is a simplified version of this formation. However, no one rushed to kill the East Palace during the last Xianwang attack. The sword energy of the complete sword formation here only has the power of the ordinary 7th level of sky stepping. It has no effect on the dragon turtle's outer SHL. The prince looked gloomy. He pointed his halberd again. Heavenly fire! Thunder! Dark wind! Rise! Every time he shouted, a huge formation rose up. But without exception it landed on Suhi. It couldn't even make a splash. Instead, Suhi found the location of the formation, inserted it into the rocks, and pulled it out. Create a sinking abyss, and collect it in your own space. The prince's expression changed greatly. My heart is in turmoil. What about the protective formation? This place is the place where the ancestors are summoned. Before each generation of ancestors leaves, they will set up a formation here. There are even formations set up by later emperors. There are no less than 20 formations here. Everyone is just afraid that there will be trouble in sealing the palace. When summoning the ancestor was attacked. This formation can be regarded as a formation to protect the ancestor. But at this moment, all the formations are there. But the power is surprisingly weak. The tens of millions of years of accumulation in the Fengwang Palace are gone. Looking at it at this moment, the formation is completely empty. Not even the slightest bit of power. This is someone who has stolen the power of the formation here, and someone who wants to harm the ancestor. An idea flashed through his mind, and he shook his head. How is it possible? Father summoned the ancestor here just a few years ago. How could he and the ancestor not know? In just a few years, who broke through more than 20 formations here and took away the power here? He roared in his heart. But he didn't dare to think deeper. Seeing the dragon turtle wearing the Buddha's coat, holding the formation, smashing the altar to pieces with one punch. Not even the remains of the altar were left, and all of them were stored in his storage space. After smashing the altar, he glanced towards the formation again. Xin Yuan had been dragged away, and the turtle actually went towards Jing Lei again. The prince didn't dare to think any more. He swung his sword down and stabbed Su He with one strike. This sword exerted all its strength, and the flowers in the sword light bloomed endlessly. It looked full of vitality. But Su He seemed to feel the 9th level of HL. With murderous intent, Su He roared, punched his fists, and turned slightly away. The dragon turtle's real body on his chest dodged the fairy sword, and asked the Buddha's coat to resist the sword, and punched the prince. However, the prince's sword turned and did not stab Su He. Instead, it exploded with a bang. The broken sword scattered like stars and spread in all directions. It collapsed inward in an instant, opened up the space, and plunged Su He into the space passage. Su He was stunned. Mean! The attack was fake. I just wanted to get close to him and teleport him away. I have entered a treasured place. How can I leave so easily? Su He roared and jumped towards the space passage. Each transmission method is different, and Dragon Turtles is a rough tearing of space. Ji Feishue was like flying. The prince's is somewhat similar to the summoning rune. It is a circular tunnel with twisted murals on the tunnel, showing the afterimage of the outside world. In just a moment, he rushed out of the ice field and didn't know where he ended up. Su He hit the passage with his elbow. Although he did not have the power of a bodhisattva, he still had the power of a bodhisattva. The passage only made a ripple, and then nothing happened. The prince looked at it with pride in his eyes. This transmission is a fake summoning channel. How can it be broken at will? As soon as he had this idea, he saw the dragon turtle's claws intertwined, and the barbarian king's realm refining technique came out of the Buddha's coat and stuck to the passage. The dragon turtle crashed into the passage and fell out. Su He opened his eyes, and was now in the imperial city of the emperor's great world. Looking at the space passage, we were supposed to go straight to the prince's east palace. At this moment, Fengwang Palace hung in the sky and did not become invisible again. The place that was smashed by Xianwang realm has been restored. At least it looks like that. A twisted phantom appeared under the palace. It was the prince who rushed out of the passage. The prince's east palace is not to the east of Fengwang Palace, but directly below Fengwang Palace, which is the center of the imperial city. It means down to earth. The prince appeared and immediately shouted, "Generals, listen to the order and kill the thieves!" In the imperial city, a battle formation immediately rose into the sky, forming the shape of a phoenix, dragon and turtle, and roaring towards Su He. Su He shouted loudly, "The prince is so scheming! I only want to kill thieves! Why don't you tell them that the eldest prince is still in my hands?" However, The military formation seemed not to have heard Suhi's threat. Instead of slowing down, its momentum accelerated and continued to fight to the death. Suhi took a glance and saw the answer in the eyes of the generals in the battle formation. They were soldiers, camping with flies, exchanging prisoners, and all kinds of calculations are the tasks of the literati. And they are the tasks of climbing to the peak. They were ordered to kill the enemy. So they killed the enemy. No matter who the enemy is. No matter who the enemy has in his hands. A true soldier. This is the fundamental reason why the Emperor's world is better than the Xianwang realm. The Xianwang realm is dominated by sects and families. And they are too thoughtful. If Suhi kidnapped the son of any sect leader, no disciple of that sect would dare to act arrogantly. The difference lies here. Suhi sighed deeply in his heart and jumped up. But he was not entangled in the battle formation. Each of the two battle formations has a number of people at the 6th level of the sky. This is not an embroidered pillow where the eldest prince condenses, but a real battle formation. If they are held back, more battle formations will inevitably rush forward. Suhi turned around and left. He punched in all directions without knowing the direction. Everything was random. Punch after punch. The imperial city exploded in an instant. Panicked wails sounded, and chaos broke out. I saw two figures rising into the sky in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters and an elegant environment in the city. A what tablet in each hand was struck at Suhi. The two men were dressed in scribes' robes, and their tablets were full of passionate words. The methods are somewhat similar to those of the Confucian sect of Jixia Academy. Is this the bachelor's residence of Fengwang Palace? Suhi roared, punched out, shattered the golden text, and shouted, "Boo-roo!" As soon as the words came out, the word, corrupt Confucianism, came out of his mouth and rushed towards the two scribes, suddenly imprinted on their eyebrows. However, their expressions remained unchanged, and they were not affected at all. He hit Suhi with his backhand again and shouted, "Dragon Turtle! You are a creature of heaven and earth, and you have a grudge against the great world of Fengwang. It is natural for you to kill Fengwang Palace. But why are you attacking indiscriminately in the imperial city? There are countless mortals here." Suhi was stunned and laughed loudly. "What a kindness! But why are you two the only ones here to intercept me? Where are the others? Aren't you killing everyone in my mysterious world right now? Look at the sword in your prince's hand. It's stained with terrible stains. Is there mortal blood?" "No. The sword was broken." Suhi snorted and scolded. "The mortals in your emperor's world are mortals, but not those in my Xianwang realm. I didn't kill you as a mortal last time. But today you and others in the Emperor's world are plotting to surprise me in the Xianwang realm. Not to mention mortals. Not even the dead. The 7th level Tao Tian teamed up to sneak attack on me. Since you are so shameless, just shut up and stop being hypocritical. Afraid of dying as a mortal. Why did you teleport me to the Imperial City? I can't touch all kinds of mortals in the snowfield. Or, let me leave. This way there is no need to fight, and no mortals can be hurt." The two scribes stopped talking. And what band struck Suhi again with a wave of his hand. Suhi laughed and taunted. "It's you who want to kill mortals. And it's you who want to erect memorial arches. You are a bunch of hypocrites. Why don't you learn from our Confucian sect in the mysterious realm and enjoy your grudges?" Suhi roared and punched down, scattering the golden inscriptions, and the aftermath of the bombardment turned the entire city into powder. Walk. The methods of these two bachelors were strange. The words fell on their fists, and there was something similar to the aura of awe. That thing is like a law. Taking off Suhi's clothes? Suhi jumped up and ran rampant. There is another kind of beast in the battle formation behind. But it is not one mythical beast, but a group of them. A group of bats swept over. Each bat was composed of 3 sergeants. And another group turned into a battle formation. Like a big net coming towards Suhi. Suhi disappeared with a flash of magic and reappeared on top of the Imperial City Division. He punched down the prison of the Imperial City Division and smashed it into pieces. With a backhand, he threw the prisoners in all directions. With this attack, half of the Imperial City was thrown into chaos. But at this moment, the formation within the Imperial City Division rose up, and the phantom of a Heichi poked towards Suhi. Its power is actually not equal to a full blow from the 7th level of heaven treading. Suhi didn't fight with it and ran away. This time I was smart and stopped going to those yamen and military camps. He turned over and hit the drum tower in front of the city gate. There was a muffled sound, and the drum tower collapsed in half. The Imperial City has been specially sacrificed, and he has the power of a bodhisattva with one full blow. But it cannot turn the world upside down. The drum tower collapsed, and a stone drum rolled down. Suhi didn't think too much. Picked up the stone drum and threw it into the city. Smashed the military camp and smashed the monks. Drums roared. The two bachelors from the academy had already caught up. Suhi picked up the stone drum and turned around to hit the bachelor. The bachelor spilled words and hit the stone drum. Suddenly, a layer of stone clothing fell off from the outside of the stone drum, revealing a slightly smaller stone inside. Drum? It looks familiar. And the newly exposed drum is somewhat similar to the stone drum where Yuan Lai condensed. Is it the Yuan Zun clan again? Suhi didn't hesitate to think too much, and jumped up while the bachelor's article was being spread out, and the next one was not condensed. He picked up a stone drum and hit it on the head of a bachelor, causing his head to bleed, and he flew backwards. With one successful blow, Suhi was unyielding. He dodged and chased after the bachelor, punching him with his right hand and drumming with his left hand. At this moment, the eldest prince was wrapped in the Buddha's coat in the palm of his left hand. Every time the drum beat, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. It's hard to live without seeing it. At this moment, a ray of light shot straight into the sky in Dongcheng. A space opened, and a figure stepped down. It was a woman, but she was wearing a python robe, like an empress. She flicked her sleeves and looked at Suhi. He waved to the others again. Stand back. The three-party battle formation landed and transformed into 3 teams of sergeants trotting back. 2 bachelors from the academy helped him and stepped aside. Suhi stood in the air and looked at the woman in front of him. The 3 kings and 3 princes in the imperial palace were granted the title. The 3 kings came from the royal family themselves, but the 3 princes were earned by virtue of their ability. This is the only woman among the 3 princes, and Guogong Feng Nan. Although the great world of the emperor is a dynasty, it is also a monk. Not to mention, female cultivators generally have the same merits and titles. She looked at Suhi and actually smiled with the meaning of a little girl. Suhi, I've admired you for a long time. She looked at Suhi's coat and said with a smile. In terms of strength, your Buddha has been accumulated in the Buddhist world for thousands of years, which is more than 10 times mine. But you don't know how to use this strength. You can't beat me. Suhi nodded honestly, and then said, It doesn't matter. I can blow up the dragon turtle's true form of Buddha, and then use the peacock's true form of Buddha to escape. Such a force exploding in the imperial city must be extremely spectacular. And Guogong shook his head. No! With such power, you can't explode with your true energy, unless you self-destruct. If the self-destruction of the dragon turtle is your first body, you should self-destruct the peacock's true body. Only the Buddha who detonated the peacock's true body, right? No one of the monks who cultivated the beast chapter would self-destruct in their first body. That was fundamental. Suhi said nothing. Feng Nan looked at him and smiled slightly. What do you think of this imperial city? What do you think of the great world of Feng Huang? Suhi shook his head. I haven't seen the great world of the emperor, and I don't know it. But in terms of the grandeur of the imperial city, I have only seen it in my life. In terms of public security and peace, I have only seen it in my life. This place is very good. Dragon Turtle disdains lying. Such discipline has only been seen in previous lives. Feng Nan nodded. That's right. I'm not just boasting. Although our emperor is not the wisest emperor in the world, he is not far behind. Although such a big world only achieved basic fairness, it really exhausted Luan Emperor's spirit. It's never an exaggeration to say that you will be a wise king through the ages. Suhi nodded, but then sneered. But with the next generation of princes, this dynasty will definitely fail. Feng Nan laughed loudly. That's right. Heroes see the same thing. She looked at Suhi, and she actually agreed. The prince is not lacking in wisdom, means, and tools, but he is too suspicious. If he ascends the throne, becoming emperor only takes 30 to 50,000 years, and the entire dynasty will be filled with relatives. The prince's face twitched. Feng Nan didn't care at all, and said, The third prince said it sounds good, but he likes to use deviant tactics to win. If it sounds bad, it means he has evil intentions. The black bear in the prince's hand was trembling and confused. Feng Nan added, As for the eldest prince, he is just an idiot. He is narrow-minded and imitative. If he had not served me as the prince, how could he have cultivated to the 5th level of the sky? How could he have survived to this day? Question mark. Suhi looked confused. In front of Manwang City, you didn't come to fight with me, but you actually criticized the 3 princes, including the crown prince, to the bone. Isn't this thing shaking the foundation of the country? Feng Nan smiled. My emperor is wise and has high moral standards. Do you think that the three princes still have a chance to inherit the throne? If there is no accident to my emperor, he will live for more than tens of millions of years. But the three princes are not talented enough to wait until then. If there is an accident to my emperor, the world of emperors will inevitably be shattered, and the dynasty will not exist, and they will inherit the throne. He was even more confused. Can you say this? Can it be said by Dukan in front of the prince and everyone in the imperial city? What is this woman doing? Feng Nan waved his hand and said, Don't talk about that. Today, the Emperor Feng and everyone are not here. Even if they call back to surround and kill fellow Taoists, they can also self-destruct. Instead of losing both sides, why don't we each take a step back? He narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, there is a strange place, where there seems to be no continent, a nebula like a sea, and the power of the stars is really like the waves of seawater, condensed into liquid. A Bodhi tree sways in the wind in the sea of nebulae. Under the tree is a man with the appearance of a bodhisattva, sitting as he pleases. In the distance, the sea of clouds parted, and a Yuanzun tribesman stepped on the stars. He settled down and looked at the bodhisattva from a distance. That old peacock was distracted and went to Fengzhou. The bodhisattva chuckled. Don't worry. Don't worry. Fengzhou personally shattered my distraction. From now until the end of the ceremony, he will not be able to get out of the passage. Although there were some accidents along the way, and a little turtle came out and disrupted the plan, the ending remained the same. After all, the old phoenix was distracted. The Yuanzun tribesman laughed, and even the spar between his eyebrows shone with its light. In that case, are you going to suppress that old turtle? Seal him for thousands of years. If it can be killed, that would be even better. It's a pity that the dragon turtle is too strong. The bodhisattva chuckled. It's okay. It's okay, Brother Tai. It's time to rest. He looked at the Yuanzun tribesman in front of him and asked with a smile, Have you hidden the drum? The Yuanzun clan member laughed, with a gleam in his eyes. It's natural to hide it well. It's a place no one can think of. Chapter 327 Fighting on All Sides. In the great world of Fengwang, there is no one in the imperial city. There are only the prince, two bachelors, and Anhua Gong Feng Nan. Qianjiang Li Suhi spoke in the chat area. It's been a long time since I've been to Xinjiang, and I feel a bit strange now. There's always talk about the South China Sea War in Xinjiang. The public screen was empty. Xinjiang also had several Taoist friends, who were above the 6th level of heaven reaching the sky. They were afraid that if they had something to say in Xinjiang, someone would occupy the chat screen. He was the only one who spoke at this moment. But after saying one sentence, Qianzi immediately replied, Feng Nan just went back in disguise, and his real body was stopped by Taoist Guangshan Xianquan and Prince Jing. But leave quickly. Don't be the emperor at this moment. Then Fairy Julan spoke. Aren't you in the Phoenix tomb? Why did you escape to the emperor's world? Qianzi immediately asked. How is the fairy now? Is she seriously injured? Junlon. Uh-huh. I was knocked into the bottom of the South China Sea by the hopeless monk from the Lioli world. My sister and I left. Damn it. No discovery was made in this wave of mysterious wilderness. This is not just about being crowned emperor. Even their affiliated world has many masters coming. I was caught off guard. Junlon and Fairy Junlon are two people of the same body. They are not monks in the Xinhuang realm, but they are also in the South China Sea at the moment. He hurriedly asked. Fairy, Xinjuan, are you okay? How about the Phoenix tomb? I will take a one-day trip to the emperor's world. There shouldn't be any big changes in Fengzhou. After all, the ancestor has been watching. Nothing, Fairy Julan replied. But Julan will be silent for a period of time. During this time, I fully accept my body. She made a very happy expression and said, But there are 500 people in the Buddhist world. All the arhats have gone in, including the 18 arhats from Gu Jingjai. But no one from Master Sishan or the south courtyard of Gu Jingjai showed up. The ancient Jingjai temple is divided into two courtyards, the north and the south. The southern courtyard is called Zen, and the northern courtyard is Forged. It doesn't matter if it's 500 arhats. Our aunt broke the Vajra demon conquering formation. Those 500 fake 5th and 6th grade ones are just for food delivery. Master Sishan he's here with me. He has already left the imperial city. Feng Nan is right. In any case, this is the great world of Emperor Feng. If you are stuck here, you will die and die. Even if Feng Nan is a clone, how could there be no real power in the world of Emperor Feng? It's better for everyone to take a step back. Suhi escaped from the imperial city. His figure was so fast that the Buddha's coat smashed into space, and he was speeding. But a monk appeared beside him at some point, walking in the air and walking beside him. The Buddha and the monk looked at each other. The monk looked happy and made no secret of it. My little friend, you have such a good Buddha nature. Would you like to practice Zen and enlightenment? Become a monk? A dragon turtle monk has never imagined this. On Buddha's chest, Suhi shook his head like a rattle. Master, don't make trouble. I have 2 wives. Sison chuckled. There is no conflict between practicing Buddhism and marrying a wife. If needed, Gu Jingjai can help me organize this wedding. Suhi. Real or fake? Having a wife in Sanxiang is enough to shatter the 3 views. But that is because Beiyuan is a group of flower monks who eat meat and drink wine. Is your South Campus also corrupted? My wife Ji Fei Xue. Master Sison took a breath of cold air, shook his head and sighed. What a pity. My little friend has such Buddha nature, but has no chance to be a Buddha. If she encourages her children to become monks, will Ji Fei Xue demolish Gu Jingjai? No one in Gu Jingjai can stop that person now, unless the old monk comes back. Why did the master come to the emperor's world? Suhi asked. Master Xiai Fang smiled gently and said, the poor monk is not good at fighting and cannot participate in the South China Sea War. I have no choice but to come here to let off some heat. But it is not as vigorous as my little friend. Suhi was silent. Stop making trouble. Although the old monk Sifang has muscles all over his body, he has not cultivated a golden body of 6 feet in Buddhism. However, the master Sishan in front of him has inexplicably cultivated a golden body of 6 feet. Although he meditates all day long to understand Taoism and is like a mortal monk. One palm strike doesn't break mountains and rocks. It can shatter a whole world. Something big must happen if he comes here. Master, do you need me to stay? Suhi asked. Sishan shook his head. My little friend, please go back to Fengzhong. Fellow Taoist Yunli will be resurrected. Maybe you can be really useful there. My mother is resurrected, and she has blood around her, so she might be able to use it somewhere. After all, no Phoenix clan has ever truly been resurrected since Feng Zhu. Suhi nodded. I'll go through the 2 battle areas of Nanshan County, and go directly to the 2 battle areas of Shuiyuan Palace. Sishan shook his head and said, the Shuiyuan Palace and the 2 realms have been banned for a long time. You may as well go through the Zuanshanmen and Dongyan Mountains. It is not easy to break through the space at Fengzhong at the moment. Zuanshanmen flows into the river. It has been connected to Shuiyuan Palace, and can be reached directly. Suhi stopped and quickly turned around and walked towards the Taoran tribe. Master Sifang turned around and walked away, like a balloon floating above his head, without any stiffness. The clone of Anhua Gong Feng Nan is right behind. Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by her? Suhi asked. Sishan smiled and shook his head. At this time, no one can see me except my little friends. Suhi nodded, his eyes suddenly sparkling again. While Master Qianlu is teaching me 2 Buddhist magical powers, I, the Buddha, can only wave my fists. But I really can't exert my power. Sishan burst into laughter and looked at Suhi with a smile. My little friend, all dharmas in the world are Buddhist dharmas. This is not an idle statement by Buddhism, nor is it a thick-skinned Buddhist school that usurps the dharma of various sections. Rather, it means that all dharmas are interlinked. All dharma are integrated. The Buddha is originally the Tao, and the Tao is the Buddha. So how can they come to each other? The Buddhist magical powers are the dragon turtle magical powers, and the dragon turtle magical powers are the Buddhist magical powers. What is the difference? As he spoke, he suddenly waved his palm forward, and Suhi saw a mountain god seal come out of his hand, spinning towards the imperial city. A seal was printed on the city gate, and with a loud bang, the city wall collapsed. Suhi was stunned. He was surprised that Sishan had struck the mountain god seal, and was also shocked by the power of this attack. The force used in this blow was less than that of Suhi's casual punch, which consumed 1/10 of the Buddha's power. But it was more than 10 times more powerful. It's 100 times different inside and outside. Chang Wei. He also said you don't know martial arts. Master, aren't you afraid that Nguagong will find out? Sishan smiled and said, what does the seal of the mountain god have to do with me? The monk? Suhi looked at Sishan in surprise. After the shock, but a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. The Buddha is the turtle, And the turtle is the Buddha. An old turtle in Buddhism. It seems that he understood. Suhi wanted to grasp the inspiration. But he couldn't grasp it because he didn't have enough brain power. He turned around and turned into a peacock, with the ice crystal floating out from the center of his eyebrows. And then turned into a dragon turtle, with the crystal embedded in the dragon turtle's eyebrows. For a moment, my mind was clear. Suhi went to understand Sishan's words again. But it was like seeing the sun through the clouds. And I was immersed in it for a while. Unknowingly, we have reached our destination. This place is a group of huts made of sticks and skeletons on the edge of the swamp. There are 2 gates side by side in the depths, which are the 2 realms of war. 2 of the 3-level towering jumped up to block Suhi. But Suhi didn't even look at them and bumped into them. 2 masses of blood mist exploded. Suhi had already rushed into the battle zone between the 2 realms, smashed the city tower of the Emperor's realm to pieces with a wave of his hand, stepped across a sea of flowers, and arrived at the battle zone between the 2 realms in the Xianwang realm. There is a lonely city tower here, and the aura of Zuanshan and Sushin can be sensed in the city tower. There are also dozens of Kinji-wonmen who are in the mortal realm, and 2 who are in the demon transformation realm doing miscellaneous work here. Chuxing opened his eyes and looked this way. Suhi spoke before him. It's me, fellow Taoist, and I'm borrowing the Tao for my use. Suhi didn't need to say anything. When Chuxing saw the Buddha, Long Gui's name had already risen in his mind. And there was no way to pretend. Pretending to be a dragon turtle is the most difficult thing in this world. Suhi was not familiar with the 2 demon-transforming realms of the Qingyuan sect next to them. But he only knew that they were 2 elders from Evergreen Peak. The 2 of them only heard voices, but never saw Suhi at all. Suhi had already broken through and rushed into Dongyun Mountain. Dongyun Mountain God, on the other hand, reacted, in a valley, Zhong Sunya, who was trying to see if the mountain god could successfully create humans, suddenly raised his head. Before he could say the word master, he could no longer sense Suhi. The boss next to him bit his arm and gave a sound. The Liuguang River in Zuanshan is several times more rapid than before. But all the flying boats are parked outside the port, except for those rushing to help the South China Sea. Other ships are temporarily prohibited from traveling. However, the monks who rushed to the aid of the South China Sea could receive various compensations at the port: spiritual stones, talismans, elixirs. However, he has not reached the 6th level of demon transformation, so he is not allowed to rush to help, unless it's an organization like Jiansheng Mountain that can join forces to set up a sky-striking formation. At this moment, even the Heavenly Star Palace, which has always been a sworn enemy, can use this flow of light at will, and even the funding is the same. Suhi stepped forward, plunged into the Liuguang River, sat cross-legged and followed the river straight up to the sky, breaking through the starry sky and heading south. This time, the Liuguang River was extremely fast. I don't know when a lone boat came next to me, and a person on the boat tilted his head and looked at Suhi. Suhi turned around and realized it was actually Yin Yuan, the headmaster of Xietian's sect. Headmaster Yin, have you never been to the South China Sea before? Suhi asked. Yin Yuan chuckled and said, the 3 supreme elders of the sect have already rushed there. As the leader of the sect, I always have many options. I have to guard the sect and only dare to rush to the rescue after confirming that it is safe. Little friend Suhi, which clan's drum is this? How come the eldest prince of Fengwang Palace is imprisoned? Buddha Suhi held a big drum in his hand, and the inside of his palm was like a fly wrapped in jelly. The eldest prince, covered in blood, had passed out inside. Suhi turned around and asked, Master Yin, do you recognize this drum? This is the stone drum of the Yuanzun clan. The stone drum is the companion magic weapon of the Yuanzun clan. Suhi snatched it, but the dice did not fall. In other words, the owner of the big drum could summon the stone drum back at any time. I had not noticed it before, but now I look at the stone drum, which is densely covered with Buddhist scriptures. It should be Master Sishan. The monk was not going for the drum, but he intercepted him halfway. Right? Or would he have no choice but to show up and seal the stone drum after seeing the stone drum? It stands to reason that if someone has taken away the life magic weapon, the Yuanzun clan should have discovered it immediately and summoned the drum back immediately. Yin Yuan shook his head and nodded. I didn't recognize it at first. Although Zuanshan is one of the top 10 immortal sects, it was established for a short time, less than 100,000, and its foundation is too shallow. There are still many secrets in the world that have not been heard. I have never seen this family before. and I have never inquired about it. It was only when Fengiju showed up that I started asking around. But Patriarch Qingsong had to wait until the Xianwang cave heaven opened before he would tell me to wait inside. But I know a little bit about it. Will this drum not be destroyed? Suhi was silent. He wanted to destroy it, but didn't know how. When he hits it with his fist, there will only be a loud drum sound. Insufficient ability, and cannot be destroyed. The Star Sea is in chaos at this moment. 3 corpses dressed in jailer costumes were floating in the starry sky. The floating bodies are constantly expanding, and the largest one has exceeded the body of Long Guishan. The corpse was just floating. When the stars approached, it was crushed, collapsed and shattered by the huge power on the corpse. This huge corpse is a body of power formed outside the corpse when the power around the body begins to dissipate after the death of the great power. Also known as the coffin of the strong. The real power is in the center of the body. If you encounter a star-like corpse in the starry sky, it will be the coffin of such a strong man. This kind of coffin can only be formed in the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars is dead, and the power it emits will not be absorbed by the world, and will naturally condense around the body. If there are 3,000 big worlds, and 100,000 small worlds, after a strong man dies, his power is immediately absorbed and digested by the heaven and earth, forming at most a forbidden land. If someone were present in Fengwang Palace, they would immediately recognize that these 3 people were the 3 ancestors of Fengwang Palace from the ancient times. The 3 corpses were spinning around, seemingly floating at random. But looking at the floating direction, it is towards the same place, where there is a vaguely boundless continent. Not only the 3 corpses, but also the stars in the sky were faintly floating that way. Only the thick clouds and red mist that are everywhere in the starry sky are fixed and not attracted by the mainland. Deep in the starry sky, suddenly a mountain god seal magnified infinitely, spanning the entire starry sky, falls suddenly. There was a buzz in the starry sky. I saw a figure rolling out from under the mountain god seal. As it rolled, it lay motionless in the starry sky. It also began to gather its powerful coffin and float towards the mainland. A Buddha's name came out from the seal of the mountain god. Amitabha. The Taoist monks were so domineering that they killed 4 Taoist monks from Fengwang Palace, plus the important Taoist friends who had disappeared earlier. In just 10 years, 5 Taoist friends from Fengwang Palace had died at the hands of fellow Taoists, more than in millions of years combined. I saw the Bodhisattva sitting cross-legged on a lotus, in the shape of a Buddha, with the Buddha's light illuminating the Sea of Stars. There was a dragon turtle lying quietly in the galaxy. Its eyes were dim, and it seemed that it had never woken up, but just lying there as the master of this world, surrounded by a sea of stars, extremely submissive. Stars as big as Goryeo were hovering mischievously on his chest, surrounding him tens of thousands of miles away. There are still 5 people from the imperial family wearing jailer costumes standing in the galaxy. The stars and rivers around them are rolling and making huge waves, but they are like tame lackeys, only daring to set off the strength of the 5 people. This galaxy is rolling, and every wave has the power of a full blow from Suha Buddha's coat. It's just a splash here. Hearing the Bodhisattva of freedom speak, Dragon Turtle glanced in this direction with his dim old eyes. Alas! He sighed and said slowly, "Are you coming to kill me too?" Bodhisattva Great Freedom shook his head. "I am afraid there is no one in the world who can kill Taizu. It is the resurrection of Shanghai, returning to the legendary place. When those immortals return, I am afraid that no one can kill Taizu. But at this moment, all Taoist friends are together. I'm afraid Taizu will have a hard time, as long as Taizu stays quietly for a while. How about letting the poor monk do something?" Taizu sighed. Come on! Come on! I spanked you when you were a child, but I didn't know that such a time would come. Come on! Come on! The old turtle will also exercise his hands and feet today. Move your hands and feet? A voice came. I want you to have no hands and no feet. The stars rolled, setting off huge waves. No, there is no sky here. This is the sky of all heavens and worlds. Amidst the big waves, the Yuanzun tribesman stepped out of the air and looked at Taizu, with a crystal between his eyebrows twinkling. Behind him, countless walking corpses roared. And among the walking corpses, there were actually people at the 7th level of data. As soon as he appeared, he raised his head and roared at Taizu. Taizu shook his head. Sure enough, it's a time of great conflict again, and all the demons and monsters have come out. He shook his head and saw the Yuanzun tribesman coldly snorted and moved forward. Every corpse behind him turned into a beam of light and flew in all directions. igniting the stars in all directions, and turning into a big drum covering the surrounding areas. Even Xinghe suppressed it. If a star escapes and hits the drum, the whole world will make a roaring sound. Like a divine thunder. It resounds across the sea of stars. At this moment, in all the heavens and all the realms, the existences of the seventh level of the sky raised their heads at the same time. And there was the sound of beating drums, which came from unknown sources, and resounded throughout all the heavens and all the realms. There was an ancient being whose expression changed instantly. That clan is back. Someone is at war with that tribe. In the sea of stars, Taizu glanced at the big drum and said coldly, "Miming!" In an instant, the entire galaxy spun, coiled and rose up, spinning and rushing the drum out of the battlefield. There was a sound of drums, and the drum was dismembered and scattered all over the ground. This blow was the beginning of the war. Surrounded by the 5 ancestors of the Imperial Palace, the iron ropes were swung, and a prison appeared, imprisoning the sky and locking the earth. The ancestor of the first Imperial Palace gave a low voice, and the prison turned into the word, prison, and suddenly enveloped Taizu. The bombing that Taizu played came to a standstill for a moment. At this moment, the Bodhisattva Mahavatar took off a lotus petal and moved forward a little. The lotus flower turned into a world, and inside it was the Mahavira Palace. In the palace, the Buddha sat quietly. Monks from all directions chanted sutras, and the sound of Sanskrit resounded. The sky fell on Taizu. It looks extremely beautiful, but every petal fell, as if a world exploded, and when it fell on Taizu's turtle SHL, it was a world suppressed. One flower, one world. One realm and one suppression. Taizu snorted. Did all the ancestors join forces to bully him like a turtle, and humiliate him for not having the SHL like a grandson? At worst, I'll get one. He shook his head, opened his mouth and spit out a token. The token instantly turned into a translucent palace, holding up the sky and holding down the earth, holding the prison word and the world of Lingshan outside. Taizu said, "Luo! It's not Xuanwu law. It's just a variant of divine power." This sound rang out from the palace, and the prison word and Lingshan world outside could no longer remain the same, and exploded with a bang. "Xianwang order," Yuan Zun's family said. The Bodhisattva Dazizi sighed. "When did my Taoist friend become the master of the Xianwang Cave Heaven Palace without saying a word?" Xianwang Cave Heaven is composed of countless cave mansions, which were jointly built by all the great powers in ancient times. Being the master of one of the caves, doesn't it mean that this dragon turtle has the same power as those great powers? A bad feeling suddenly arose. Taizu shook his head and actually showed a bit of a smile. "When I was a child, the shameless dragon turtle borrowed the spiritual stones from 2 worlds from me, but refused to return them to me. Later, I chased him and beat him up, and robbed him of one. With just one token, I accidentally became the master of the palace." Dot! The Bodhisattva Great Freedom was silent, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Good luck to the Tao. But it's completely unbelievable. The dragon turtle when Taizu was a child was at least in existence in the ancestor realm at this moment. So why didn't he show up? I wonder what this old turtle did behind their backs." The two of them were talking, but their hands did not stop for a moment. The Bodhisattva turned his palm and struck a big Buddha seal towards Taizu. A mountain god seal in front of Taizu went up in the wind and collided with the Buddha seal. Pressing the Buddha seal, he blasted towards the great Bodhisattva. The figure of the Bodhisattva flashed and disappeared. When he sat down, the golden lotus suddenly exploded, rolling up a galaxy, pushing the waves towards the Star Sea continent. Mahavatar Bodhisattva appeared in midair and looked down. "If you don't take action yet, when will we wait?" The 5 ancestors of Fengwang Palace stabbed themselves at the same time. The blade immediately pierced his body. Taizu's body made 5 crisp sounds, and the 5 transparent weapons broke into pieces. Perished together? Bodhisattva absolutely glanced at the ancestor of the Imperial Palace in confusion, and harmed himself by 5,000 and hurt the enemy by 5 sparks? Comparing defense with the ancestor of the Dragon Turtle clan? Are you afraid of some serious illness? Before he could speak, he waved a golden knife forward in his hand. A blade of light slashed past and struck down in the air. This golden sword is the treasure of his enlightenment. Thousands of years ago, there was an immortal Buddha in the world. He was a demon and was subdued and enlightened by the Buddha. He then became a monk and gradually became a bodhisattva. This sword has been with him for nearly tens of millions of years, and is no longer an ordinary sword. It embodies his lifelong Buddhist intention. Slay demons. With one slash of the sword, Taizu's dim old eyes gathered light and became a little brighter. The turtle foot stepped down, and the meaning of water and fire rose at the same time, condensed and exploded in front of him, rushed out of the palace, and blocked the sword light. He raised his eyes and glanced at Mahavatar Bodhisattva appreciatively. Not bad. But at this moment, the fifth patriarch of Feng Huang Palace stabbed himself hundreds of times at the same time. Taizu's body was suddenly ablaze with sword light, and the sword light passed by, leaving scratches on Taizu's turtle SHL, which turned into talismans. The iron ropes protruded from the talisman and tied Taizu like a rice dumpling in an instant. Taizu stepped down, and the iron rope instantly shattered. But only for this moment. Bodhisattva Dazizi and the Yuanzun tribesmen in the distance took action at the same time. The seven treasures shattered in the hands of the Bodhisattva Great Freedom, turning into a torrent that temporarily dispersed the shadow of the palace outside Taizu's body. The Yuanzun clan members had gathered their energy to make a drum and punched the drum. The slag that had just been scattered into pieces now condensed. It turned into a big drum and sealed Taizu inside. Taizu snorted and roared. The drum buzzed and trembled, and was about to break into pieces. However, several dead bodies appeared on the drum, fell onto the drum surface, melted, and turned into a strange energy, which repaired the drum. Chapter 328 Don't Beat the Drum. On! A dragon roared. On the Star Sea continent, mountains and rivers stretch, and the mist in the mountains is misty. Anywhere in the mountains and rivers, the spiritual energy has condensed into liquid, and a light rain of spiritual energy will fall from time to time. No wonder it is rumored that Shanghai was once a fairyland. The person who opens the fairy gate lives here. It's a pity that this area has turned into AHL, and the spiritual energy here is poisonous. If you have not reached their level, you should not step on it at will. In this mist, a dragon's roar shook the galaxy, and a mountain range let out a dragon's roar, heading outside the continent to the land of the galaxy. Opposite him, an old man from the imperial palace stopped him here. The old man was wearing an official robe, and instead of words such as jail, guard, and prison, he was embroidered with stars and strings. This is the oldest of the 12 ancestors of Feng Huang Palace. The rise of Feng Huang Palace started from his grandfather's generation, and he truly unified the world of Feng Huang Palace in his hands. The war with the Xian Huang world started in his hands. He smiled towards the mountains and said, "Why should you be anxious, fellow Taoist? Taoist Tai is surrounded by juniors, and only the Yuanzun clan members are of the same generation as the Great Freedom Bodhisattva. Are you still afraid that something might happen to Taoist Tai? The mountains are like dragons. Looking at him with open eyes is like looking at a dead man. Among the 12 ancestors of Feng Huang Palace, only the top 3 can truly be compared with the 4 spirit ancestors. Of course, old Qilin cannot be lumped into the same category as not being good at fighting. Moreover, fellow Taoist Master Lao Qilin went deep into the interior of the mainland, and even if he rushed back immediately, he would not be able to come back within 30 to 50 years. Grand Ancestor Feng Huanggong looked at the endless mountains in front of him with a smile. Here he is blocking the old dragon, and Mingya is his son there. That old phoenix can't get out of the passage at the moment. That old dragon and turtle should be sealed for tens of millions of years. Once Tai is sealed, the other 3 spirits can be broken one by one. The mountain range looked at the shaking galaxy, and then at the ancestor in front of him, and let out a deep laugh. Since my fellow Taoist has come to block me, I am anxious, but there is nothing I can do. Why don't we try our best? Otherwise, we will wait. When the old turtle comes out, he thinks that I am passive and sabotaging my work, and I am afraid that I will not give up. Okay. The Grand Ancestor of Feng Huang Palace chuckled. It has been millions of years since I have discussed Taoism with my Taoist friends, and we just happen to be able to join hands. However, if I am lucky enough to win 1 or 2, my Taoist friends may tell me that in these millions of years, where did the other 4 spirits go? The ancestors of the 4 spirits all existed tens of millions of years ago, while the 4 spirits further down are basically within this million years. Even the oldest ones, Huang and Feng Er, are only over 1 million years old, or 120,000 to 300,000 years old. In the past, the population of the 4 spirits was indeed smaller, and it was extremely normal for one to be born every 2 to 3 million years. There are also people who die accidentally. But if they all die accidentally, who can believe it? Where are they? Old Long chuckled. Fellow Taoist, why don't you beat me first? As he was talking here, He saw a golden light rising into the sky from the distant galaxy, and a bodhisattva image in the galaxy suddenly shattered. The grand ancestor of Fenghuang Palace chuckled. "Look! That old dragon turtle is very good at fighting." "Right. I can feel the death of several descendants." The Yuanzun family's big drum roared. The big drum was cracked like porcelain, but it was tied with 5 iron ropes. On top of it, the bodhisattva of freedom sat cross-legged, holding flowers in one hand and holding the ground with the other. His face was pale. This old turtle was so powerful that he could kill someone with just 3 drum beats. He beat the 5 ancestors of Fenghuang Palace to the brink of death. His dharma was also shattered, and it would be impossible to recover within 30 to 50,000 years. Looking outside, Yuan Xian of the Yuanzun clan sank in Biming, his body dissolving bit by bit. But it was his ancestor after all. Yuan Su's face was cold. Although he was frightened, he didn't panic. He punched Biming apart temporarily. He jumped up and took Bei Ming into the big drum. He said in a low voice, "Remember your promise and free my people." The corpses wailed on the drums. Yuan Su hit the big drum with his head, and his whole body was shattered. Half of it was swallowed by Biming in an instant, and the other half turned into a ray of light and melted into the big drum. This light is like silk thread. The cracks on the big drum were stitched together little by little with silk threads. The densely packed stitches were horrifying. The main hall of the Dongfu and Daig gathered together again, and the Taizu inside was as stable as Mount Tai. It wasn't until he saw this thread that he frowned and said, "Sacrifice your body to your spirit?" The accompanying magic weapons of the Yuanzun clan do not have the spirit of the weapon. But during the long practice, there are always talented magic weapons that can condense the spirit of the weapon. This Yuanchu has condensed. He shattered the weapon's spirit and turned it into the big drum outside to seal him. Each branch of the Yuanzun clan has different talents. Awakening the 3 drums is a person who beats drums to cheer on the battlefield. He is not good at fighting. The stone drum is also extremely fragile. If a stone drum is used to seal it, he can smash it to pieces with 1 claw. If the stone drum is broken, the spirit of the instrument will naturally disappear. But in fact, the weapon spirit itself is of a very high level. Just like some monks who have a weak body but a strong soul. As long as the stone drum is not broken, the spirit of the weapon will always exist. It's just that they didn't expect Taizu to be so powerful. The integration of the Yuanzun clan, the Buddhist world, and the Fenghuang Palace could not seal him. Yuanchu sacrificed his body to feed his soul, so he was certainly not seeking death. The characteristics of the Yuanzun clan have their own chance of return. It's just that the return must be after Taizu breaks the seal. After a long time, the silk thread sewed the drum spirit together and condensed the afterimage of Yuan Xian inside the big drum. As soon as the afterimage appeared, the eyes changed instantly. Wrong. Where is my drum? He has no spiritual intelligence and relies solely on the ice between his brows and his heart. His connection with the accompanying magic weapon is intermittent, and the spirit of the magic weapon has been shattered and refined by him. He is afraid that this old turtle will find any clues and refuses to touch the drum. There seemed to be many arrangements on the drum, so he didn't notice the changes in the drum for a while. At this moment, feeding the spirit with the body becomes one with the 3 drums, and one instantly senses the location of the 3 drums. The drum was moved. His eyes changed sharply, and he was about to speak out. The old turtle underneath him roared, extremely angry. Angry that he was plotted by a group of villains and sealed here. The divine power swayed in all directions, instantly sweeping across the afterimage of Yuan Su. The afterimage was instantly confused. Outside the drum, everyone retreated. The Bodhisattva Great Freedom chopped off his own hand with a sword, and turned it into a mountain to suppress the drum. The 2 ancestors of Fenghuang Palace stood up, cut off one of their ears at the same time, smashed it into pieces, and turned it into a law that fell on the big drum. No more sound came from the bass drum. Today's Liuguang River is so fast that it is unimaginable. In just an hour, Su He and Yin Yuan had already rushed out of the Liuguang River. This Liuguang River not only led to Shuiyuan Palace, but actually led directly to the South China Sea. As soon as I came out, I was stunned by the sight in front of me. The sky is torn and shattered, and there are all kinds of images in the sky, such as iron ropes, giant palms, dragons, unicorns. There is a real phoenix fire igniting on the bottom of the sea, boiling an ocean. There are giant snakes and mythical beasts, and there are huge trees supporting the sky and splitting the earth. The entire South China Sea was shattered. I don't know where the great power was exerting its magical power. Giant palms in the sky slapped down, and each palm fell like a piece of corpse. Su He saw a Sword City mountain sword formation being smashed into pieces. Don't think about it. It's the enemy. While Su He was thinking, Yin Yuan beside him had already taken action. He stepped forward, grabbed the sky, and tore off a piece of blue sky. The existence hidden behind the sky suddenly appeared. There was a young man standing in the full moon, and the entire sky was torn away. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and left. However, Yin Yuan's brush unrolled a scroll in the air, instantly sucking him into the scroll and turning him into the moon in the well. The man is in the middle of the moon, and the moon is in the water. The young man shouted in the middle of the moon, "Forgive me, fellow Taoist. I just owe Feng Wang Palace a favor. I came here upon invitation, and I have never made trouble for fellow Taoists above the 5th level of the Xianwang realm. Shioka will leave now, and I will repay the favor later." Yin Yuan smashed the young man into pieces together with the moon and the water with one stroke, and said coldly, "Now, I don't owe you any favors." Su He jumped up and punched a 3-foot-tall giant, smashing his head into his chest. He turned around and shouted to Yin Yuan, "Cut the root cause. Su He's heavenly punishment cannot cut off the root cause of such a 6th-level existence." Su He looked around and saw that there were all kinds of strange things. Not only the great world of Emperor Feng and the Buddha realm, but also all the heavens and realms under Emperor Feng's jurisdiction. There were people coming there. The same is true here in the Xianwang realm. But it's just the top level. "You are not needed here. Enter the Phoenix Tomb." A cold voice came. Su He looked up and saw a human head falling from the sky with Feng Yi's claws. Looking at Su He, Buddha's coat, feeling the surging Buddha power on it, he nodded. Not bad. At this moment, the Phoenix clan should be the clan with the strongest murderous intention. Extremely bloody. Su He stopped talking, nodded, and rushed towards Fengzhong. Before entering, he turned back to a figure in Joshua and said, "Mr. N, we'll see you in the Imperial City when we have the chance." Feng Nan was dragged by a woman and threw a star into the sea. He jumped up and looked at Su He. "Okay, if you still dare to come to the Imperial City, I'll treat you to a drink. Next time I go, I'll kill you," Su He said. Duke Ngwa chuckled and was speechless. The hatred between the Emperor's Great World and the Xianwang world has long been unclear. Strictly speaking, he actually had no enmity with Xianwang realm in this dynasty. But the only ones who have no worries are the Emperor Luan, the 3 kings and the 3 princes, and their direct descendants. Most of the local governors and guards are still old ministers of the previous dynasty. It's amazing, the change of dynasties. After many fights, even the emperors, princes and nobles were changed. But the same people were still in charge. By the time Emperor Luan tried his best to replace the blood of the great world of the emperor, 40,000 to 50,000 years had passed. Suddenly looking back, I discovered that this dynasty and the Xianwang realm once again had a blood feud. Can't explain. Can't figure it out. Just like the protagonist of Phoenix Tomb, Yunli. Before Emperor Luan ascended the throne, and before she became Duke of An, we had traveled together and been good friends with her. Logically speaking, this little peacock should be called Ant. But they have never met. But they are mortal enemies when they meet. After Su He said Lo, he used a stone drum in his hand to smash the Emperor's great world treading 6th layer in front of the entrance flat, and jumped into the Phoenix Tomb. There are Sword City mountain sword formation and many beings fighting in the Phoenix Tomb. Su He ran straight towards the volcano and jumped down. The battle below became increasingly fierce. Ghosts are lingering in all directions, but they can't even get close to the battlefield. Even the Yin ghosts on the 7th level of the sky instantly turned into Yin energy and dissipated. There were corpses all around the curtain. Su He took a cursory glance and found that they were basically arhats from the Buddhist world. None of Golyua's Phoenix priests are here, and I don't know where they went. Opposite Su Zhu was a Hudou, 2 members of the Yuan Zun clan, and King Feng Huangdong Zhenan. After the king of Zhenan suffered a loss last time, he lost the Jiangua, but his equipment was also upgraded. At this moment, he is holding a bronze bell and standing at the front to resist the attack of the virtual candle. Others attacked from behind. Su He stepped down and jumped up. The stone drum in his hand made a roar and hit the bronze bell. The sound of bells and drums joined together. King Zhenan fell down and was slapped on the bell by Su Zhu, who tore it off. This trick again. Back then, Qing Lei used a similar move to seize the Happy Death Tree. Dragon Turtle seems to have the ability to steal other people's magic weapons. But Su He didn't find it in the inheritance. The resurrection has failed. Go to the big curtain. Snatch Yunli's body. Suju said urgently. Suhi looked stunned. What is a semi-failure? He jumped away and heard the cry of Feng Chaofei above the tomb. At this moment, the statue of Feng Zhu carrying the big tomb has gone somewhere unknown. In the golden light, Feng Chao flies across the invisible place, carrying the resurrected body of Yunli on its back. The resurrected body is almost solid, but it is still somewhat transparent. Through the body, one can vaguely see the scene on the other side, but the eyes of the resurrected body moved, and it was obvious that it had merged with Yunli's conscious body. Can this moment be regarded as a general existence of the spirit race? Without Fengzu carrying her, the invisible place was sucking her in like a black hole. Feng Chaofei flew under her body, trying his best to lift her up, trying his best to resist the pull of the invisible place. Outside, a great monk spirit kept attacking Feng Chaofei in midair. But Feng Chaofei didn't care about the blood at the corner of his mouth. That's Liao Heng. His novice body was shattered. Above, Xiao Luan, the Phoenix Lord of Fengwang Palace, stabbed Yunli's corpse with his spear. The spear was like a dragon sucking water, constantly devouring the power of Yunli's corpse. Roar! Sui roared and jumped up. A palm was slapped on Heng Shenhun. He was smashed to pieces with one palm. He roared and punched Xiao Luan in the sky. Xiao Luan's expression remained unchanged. He pulled out his spear from Yunli's body and fired at Suhi. But he saw Suhina Buddha roaring from his mouth. A rosary spit out from the Buddha's mouth and hit the spear with a bang. And the spear suddenly exploded. Xiao Luan was blown away and flew backwards. He looked at Suhi in shock. Seal of the Mountain God! The Buddha's coat can use dragon turtle skills. Is this dragon turtle so savvy? Just by being in the imperial palace, did he realize the principle that all laws are the same? Suhi hangs in the sky. All dharma in the world are Buddhist dharma, but they are completely different. For example, the mountain god seal in Sishan looks like a mountain god seal, but it is definitely far from the real mountain god seal. If a dragon turtle with the same Taoism as Sishan produced the mountain god seal, it would be many times more powerful than Sishan's mountain god seal. Moreover, the Sishan mountain god seal cannot imitate the suppression and banning effects of the mountain god seal. He just imitated the mountain god seal and borrowed the principles of the mountain god seal to create a Buddhist magical power. It's like physical chemistry does the same thing. Nothing more. In fact, they are completely different in nature. The avenues are similar but different. Suhi was just like everyone else. He used Buddha's clothes to create a mountain god seal. But this mountain god seal was only 7 or 8 times more powerful than his fist. And the dragon turtle mountain divine seal is more than 7 or 8 times more powerful than the dragon turtle's claw. Kill him and seize his body! Feng Chaofei shouted urgently from below. Suhi jumped up, roaring and blasting Xiao Luan with his fists like cannons. Xiao Luan froze his body in the sky. His expression slightly changed. This is the Buddha's power that has been condensed in the Buddhist world for thousands of years. When the dragon turtle cannot use it, he can suppress the dragon turtle. But the dragon turtle can obviously use the Buddha's robes to use magical powers at this moment. And it will be difficult to defeat him within 1 foot. He grabbed it in the air. And the phoenix shadow behind him spit out a spear again, and stabbed Suhi with 1 shot. However, the Buddha's figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. He reappeared next to Yunli Peacock. But half of the Buddha's coat had disappeared. Thief! How dare you steal my body? Xiao Luan shouted violently. This thief actually feinted a shot and went to steal the corpse. Nie Zhan was lucky. At this moment, Feng Zhong used his space magic power, and only half of his body was cut off. Sui glanced at him and ignored him. The foreign minister's space flashed, and he put Yun Li's body away. The body shape transformed into the true body of a peacock, and a complete Buddha's coat was formed. It used its wings as a fist and punched him. While beating him, he asked, Auntie, what happened if I left for a while? Did the Bodhisattva act recklessly? Where are the 7th uncle and the others? Where is Grandma's sacrifice? Why are there so many people missing all of a sudden? How come the great situation has become like this? Feng Chefei flapped his wings desperately to resist the attraction of the invisible place. There was a long cry from Yunli on his back. Sister, there is no need to work in vain. Let me down. Shut up. Feng Chefei gritted his teeth and yelled. He glanced at Su He and said bitterly, Emperor Luan personally led people to attack your Huangzu and Hongzu turtle eggs. They are in seclusion and are the weakest. Feng see if they go later. Those two stupid turtles will be the only dragon turtles to be killed in millions of years. Damn it. Suhi was filled with hatred. No wonder the imperial palace and city are deserted. Suhi punched Shaolin one after another. The Dharma of Buddhism is simple to say, but difficult to practice. With Bing Xion's help, Suhi understood the mountain god seal to a certain extent. But it can only imitate the mountain god seal. None of the magical powers of the peacock body can be used for the time being. However, the peacock body Buddha's coat is almost useless. It is when he is most powerful that he can temporarily resist Shaolin with his physical body alone. But if you don't understand the magical power, defeat will be a matter of time. What happened to Mother? Where is Feng Zhu in the invisible land? Suhi asked through gritted teeth. How could the resurrection of raw jade with 3 auras fail? The resurrected body clearly has consciousness. The phoenix fluttered its wings, flying up a little, and then being sucked down a little. Who knows what they are doing in the sea of stars? The old guy scattered the bald donkey and disappeared. Isn't it natural that the resurrection failed? The resurrection body was not completely condensed in form, and it was contaminated by the Buddha Mother Peacock. It does not match the breadth of the physical body and cannot be integrated. But? She gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect that this invisible place would suck the resurrection body away. The consciousness of that stupid peacock has been integrated into the resurrection body. Who knows what will happen if it is sucked down? Hey! Feng Chufei let out a long cry and tried his best to lift up Yunli. Suhi's heart sank. Feng Chufei was just a stupid phoenix. How could he resist the pull from an invisible place? Even Feng Zhu had to sink into the invisible place before he lifted up the big tomb. Suhi and Shaolin punched each other and stepped away at the same time. Throw that stupid peacock body down and see if it can stop sucking, Feng Chufei said urgently. She had almost reached her limit. Suhi's heart sank. He revealed the true form of the dragon turtle and was about to take out the body. A soft sigh came from his ears. This little phoenix is not bad at heart. The prodigal son turns back? The turtle boy throws down the drum. Taizu? Suhi was startled. He glanced past the stone drum and saw a shadow appearing in the stone drum. It was a cave. In the cave, Taizu was lying on his face in boredom. Ancestor, why are you here? Suhi asked anxiously. Hush, Taizu said. Don't scream. What if someone finds out? I accidentally got hit. And someone sealed me. Suhi was startled and opened his mouth to hit Shirgu with a mountain god seal. Taizu's voice came from the stone drum. Don't knock. Don't knock. It was sealed with great difficulty. Suhi, Taizu sighed softly. You little guys have condensed the Xuanwu true body. But I, the old turtle, haven't yet. My consciousness has changed to Xuanwu consciousness. If my body remains unchanged, I won't be able to catch up. He laughed loudly. But if I turn into a turtle egg, old turtle, then the Fengwang Palace and the Yuanzun clan won't be able to beat me 8 times a day? Is there any safer place than their seal? Okay. Old Turtle Zhu shut himself up and threw me into the entrance to the netherworld. And I brought him along to suppress me. Suhi hesitated for a moment. Netherworld? Taizu's laughter came. Don't worry. The consciousness of the old phoenix is suppressed by his father's statue. The ancestor is almost real here. What's so scary? Suhi didn't think too much and threw the stone drum in his hand towards the invisible place with his backhand. By the way, take your mother back to find Luo. He knows how to survive in such a state. That turtle boy has been very lucky, and he has almost condensed a ghost, fairy, and snake. Chapter 329 Ji Feishua is never unreasonable. Ghost fairy. Is it the ghost fairy he thought? Uncle Luo. Isn't it possible that the spiritual snake has surpassed the main body without realizing it? So, to come forward and say that my spirit snake was injured due to premature birth. Is this a lie? After all, Monk Hung is not ridiculously strong. Will the 18 arhats he brought in first be so powerful? Uncle Luo needs to hurt the spirit snake to cut off half of it. No. It seems quite strong. Suhi glanced deep into the phoenix tomb. There was a phoenix there, and Master Safang was having an indistinguishable fight with a group of monks, both of whom were in a state of being beaten. There were too many monks. Nearly 100 monks. Initially, 9 of the 18 arhats were killed by Uncle Luo, but now 6 were still alive. Their muscles were like gold, and nearly 100 monks had set up a large array. However, these monks wanted to escape from the battle circle, but they couldn't. He was dragged deep into the Feng tomb by Ci Feng and Feng Feng, and tried his best to fail to get over. Su He estimated that the monks who came to Fengzhong had at least 1/3 of the strength of the Buddhist world. If they could all be killed, it would not be a huge blow to the Buddhist world. The Phoenix Su He who joined forces with Master Sifang has never been seen before. It should be Lao Ba, a phoenix that opened the fifth heaven. Feng Qiaofei screamed and waited for Su He to drop Yan Li's body, but saw the kid was stunned for a moment, and then dropped a round stone drum. Asshole! Feng Qiaofei was furious. He wanted to trick me into killing me and inherit the Suzaku sect outside me. Right? Corpse! She screamed. I saw the stone drum spinning and falling into the invisible place. Then suddenly opened up and turned into a big drum, rising and falling and settling in the invisible place. The suction below suddenly disappeared. Feng Qiaofei had used all his strength to resist the suction. Now the suction disappeared. The whole phoenix carried the clouds and gravel and rushed out of the tomb in an instant, smashing into the sky on the ground. The golden light on the tomb also disappeared instantly. Phoenix Master Shaolun, who was stabbing Su He with his gun. His expression suddenly changed. Turn around and leave. The previous passage to the Phoenix tomb was no longer usable. And after a series of battles, the ghosts knew what the passage would look like. Damn the dragon turtle. That little dragon turtle deserves to die even more. It's just a matter of opening the first level of heaven. Why not do what you should do if you open the first level of heaven? What are you doing to join in the battles of these mighty powers? They also reversed the situation one after another. The reappearance of Liao Heng's Buddha mother was ruined by him. And the great situation brought about by His Majesty's raid on Huang Han was also ruined by him. Feng Qiaofei started to attack. It was a bit difficult for him to defeat Feng Si. With the help of his subordinates, he was not afraid of the possibility of defeating Feng Qiaofei. Walk! Go now! Shaolun turned around and left, rushed out of the ground and shot towards the exit, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. However, a swipe of the sun suddenly came down from the sky, blocking the exit. Feng Qiaofei in the center of the sun said nothing. He scratched the air with his claws and picked out half of the broken sycamore tree. He swiped it forward and swept it forward. Shaolun, who caught up, swept back. This sweep seemed light, but it was Feng Qiaofei's full blow. Time and space twisted on the treetops, and the sycamore tree was burning with flames, sweeping Shaolun with the power of time and space. The shield condensed by Shaolun shattered at a touch. He was knocked away with a crash, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, Su He jumped out from the entrance of the tomb, and was faced with a black shadow that disgusted him. Suddenly, he became furious and started to strike with fists. His fists roared out like cannons, and smashed against the black shadow. With a bang, Su He's pair of Buddha's fists exploded. A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. The black shadow also made a muffled sound, and a cloud of blood mist dispersed. He was knocked back instantly after being hit, but he saw Feng Qiaofei facing him in front of him. When the sycamore tree was smashed, the black shadow flew back again. But this time, the black shadow had half its body stained red with blood. It spins like a red and black ball. Boom! Su He fought back again. But Feng Qiaofei didn't fight back. The peacock couldn't bear it, and couldn't play like this. Half of the sycamore tree was thrust downwards, and suddenly stuck into Shaolun's chest. The roots of the tree extended into his chest. Shaolun spat out a mouthful of blood and turned pale with fright. He struggled and hit Feng Qiaofei with his spear, but the tree was stuck on the tree. A few leaves fell. One piece shattered the spear, and two fell on him, one leaf at a time. Shaolun could no longer move and looked straight at Feng Qiaofei. His eyes suddenly opened, and the shadow of the phoenix behind him instantly condensed, and a phoenix roar flew toward Feng Qiao. Feng Qiaofei snorted and flapped his wings towards the phoenix silhouette. With a wave of her palm, the shadow staggered and was pierced through her chest by the sycamore tree. Feng Qiaofei spread his wings and landed on the sycamore tree, the sun blazing down his body. This is the form in which the true fire of the phoenix burns to the extreme. If the phoenix true fire falls on other people, it will definitely kill them. But if it falls on the phoenix, it is the best way to heal oneself. Hence the saying that the phoenix rises from the ashes. The translucent peacock shadow in the sky fell down. Sister, this is the Phoenix Master of the Imperial Palace, suppressed by the sycamore tree. I don't know how much energy it will take. Why not just suppress it? Wouldn't it be easier to join forces with Su He and kill him directly? It was this thief who brought it upon himself to take advantage of the opportunity to extract her corpse. The power of the peacock clashed within his body, and before it could be refined, Su He came back. Feng Qiaofei snorted. Seeing how disgusted he is, I have to suppress and torture him even though I have to work harder. As Feng Qiaofei spoke, one formation after another fell on Xiaoluan under the sycamore tree. Suppress him completely. This stupid peacock has been dead for tens of thousands of years, and his brain is no longer functioning properly. Can't you see her sycamore tree is broken? This phoenix master stole the phoenix body, and the pure power of a pair of phoenix eyes could be suppressed and absorbed to repair the phoenix tree. So he stepped forward and landed next to a phoenix and a peacock. For a moment, the atmosphere between the three birds was slightly subtle. In terms of blood origin, the three birds are the closest. But in terms of relationship, Feng Qiaofei and the two of them are considered enemies. Su He and Yunli were mother and son, but they had never met each other, let alone given birth and raised them, which was a bit embarrassing. Feng Qiaofei looked at Su He condescendingly, with a hint of arrogance in the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, peacocks are stupid. They only have such a powerful SHL, but they don't know how to use it. If this SHL is given to her, killing foreign enemies here will be like butchering a dog. Su He was silent for a moment. Shall I remove the blood curse from your body? Feng Qiaofei glanced at him, snorted, ignored him, and spread his wings, heading towards the phoenix tomb under the volcano. The roar of turtles and the cry of phoenixes can be heard from time to time. The battle continues and is far from over. Yunli walked up and looked at Su He with apologetic, remorseful and doting eyes. She has such a bad temper. She is extremely bad. But if you are not bad-hearted, you have to learn how to cheat. Go and help your tribe first. Uncle kills the enemy. It is rare today for a little guy to have a coat and be able to participate in such a battle. Su He nodded. Just being arrogant? The best way to deal with Tsundra is to stalk them and learn to act coquettishly. He jumped up and flew underground after Feng Qiao. The clouds behind him spread their wings and flew up, landing in the clouds. She was in a bad state at the moment. She said that the resurrection was indeed resurrected, but it also failed. But the uneasy feeling in my heart finally passed. Probably won't fall into the invisible place. But she can't participate in this battle for the time being. Su He jumped down and saw a bronze bell above Uncle Zhu's head, pressing down on a Doda. That Hudo had no power to resist. Next to him, Feng Qiaofei faced off against King Zhenan. Su He roared and knocked a monk away with one punch. His punches were like wind, killing people like numbness. Feng Qiaofei glanced at him and snorted. Idiot! I haven't eaten dragon meat and haven't seen a dragon running? Can't I turn the Buddha's coat into myself? And can't I use it as a sword? Such a punch. How powerful is the Buddha? It's all wasted. Su He was startled. A flash of light flashed through his mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. As a sword in your hand. As a sword in your hand. It's true. Auntie is mighty, he praised, spread his wings, and a huge formation of heavenly killing fell down. But this formation is different from ordinary formations. It has a strong Buddhist meaning. What fills the formation is not Su He's Phoenix Yuan, but the Buddha's power in the Buddha's coat. Feng Qiaofei snorted and glanced at him. Do you need a compliment? But this bird is not stupid, and she can wake her up with just one sentence, so she doesn't lose anyone. The rays of the sun on her body tilted towards Su He. After several battles, even though Su He had the Buddha's coat, his body was finally severely shaken. With the bright sun shining down, Su He's fatigue became a little lighter. The heavenly killing formation fell and instantly enveloped King Zhenan. King Zhenan looked extremely bad. He has already sensed Xiaoluan's fate. In terms of Taoism and conduct, he is on par with Xiaoluan. Fortunately, he didn't eat randomly, which didn't affect his fighting ability, and he wouldn't be beaten around like a kuju. However, he has always been the main force in fighting Su Zhu. Now it was Feng Qiaofei who was more powerful, but he didn't even have any helpers. Instead, Feng Qiaofei had Su He by his side. The disadvantages are even worse. He tried his best to force Feng Qiaofei to take a step back with one punch. Turn around and run. A bright golden moon rises above the head, spreading the light of Buddha all over the place. While escaping, King Zhenan bumped into the Buddha's light and bounced back. Feng Qiaofei caught up with him and pierced his abdomen with a claw. Next to him, a demented Yuanzun tribesman rushed up with a roar. Su Zhu glanced at him, and a North Ming swept the Yuanzun tribesmen into it. The Yuanzun clan has lost their minds, but they have not completely turned into walking zombies who only know their instincts. They are just a lot stupider. But all the Yuanzun clan members in Fengwang Palace have really lost their intelligence. The remaining intelligence seemed to have been gouged out along with the eyeballs. As long as you are of the same level and have the magical power to kill the Yuanzun clan, it will not be difficult to kill them. So he didn't look behind him and waved his wings. In the heavenly killing formation, swords rose like rain, and they all struck at King Jinan. The code has been in a state of dissipation, and now it will completely dissipate without knowing when. So he didn't make any savings at all. Everything was based on great power. It's a pity that this Buddha's power has no root. Once it is consumed, it can never be replenished. Otherwise, he would dare to expand to the point of penetrating the world. Boom! A slender hand penetrated the world in the sea of stars. Piercing the sea of stars, a red light broke through the boundary, fell into the sea of stars, and turned into a beautiful shadow. If it's not Ji-Fei-Xue, who will come? She looked far away, at a mountain that looked like 5 fingers, with 3 drums suppressing it, and there was a palace in the drum. Ji-Fei-Xue looked at the runes in her hand again. This talisman was given to her last time when she went to Baizhe Tower and forced Baizhe to delay and hide Gu Luo's information. When Baizhe turned to Taizu's screen, Taizu looked over and gave it to her. This talisman has the effect of breaking boundaries and formations. Ji-Fei-Xue laughed a few times. Didn't the old turtle plan at that time to seal himself in the big drum of the Yuanzun clan? Thinking about it this way, it is indeed possible. Even if he is not a member of the Yuanzun clan, he must have planned to let the enemy seal him. Isolated by the Xianwang Cave and Heavenly Cave Mansion, only Old Turtle can explore the outside world. The outside world cannot see what he is doing inside the drum, and can take the opportunity to retreat without restraint. The protector of the retreat is the enemy who sealed him away. It's amazing. Old Turtle's original plan was to use this rune to break out of the formation after the seclusion was over, and he cooperated with both inside and outside. But it doesn't seem to be needed at the moment. Ji-Fei-Xue stepped out, and the passage she had pierced behind her had been closed and repaired. Without this rune, she would not have been able to break through the star-sea barrier. It is easier to get here from all the worlds. It is said that if you knock on the immortal gate from ancient times, you will ascend here. But if you want to go down from here, it will be as difficult as going to heaven. In addition to the summons from Fengwang Palace and Guiwang Mountain, there are only 9 passages to go down. The backlash caused by doing it casually would be enough for even the ancestor to drink a pot of it. The Xianwang realm guards 3 of the 9 passages. Prevent the spiritual energy of this place from penetrating below. But she came here illegally, and no matter how big the rules were, they couldn't control her. Ji-Fei-Xue looked in all directions and headed west along the galaxy. The Buddha's light shines brightly there. The lotus platform of great freedom Bodhisattva disappeared, and an illusory lotus platform condensed under him. He said the Buddha's name and said to the 5 ancestors of the imperial palace, "Fellow Taoists, if you go to the lower realm and hope to take care of the Buddha realm, please inform Hung. However, the Buddhist world has been closed for thousands of years. I will open the mountain again when I return." The 5 people nodded and walked separately from the Bodhisattva Mahavatar. The battle in the Star Sea went smoothly, and the old turtle was successfully sealed. But the next battle may not go too smoothly. In terms of top power, the Xianwang realm is stronger than the imperial world. The Xianwang realm was once the place where Tao originated. The great world of Emperor Feng only attacked suddenly. If the Xianwang realm really had to react, there might still be a chance to turn defeat into victory. At this moment, the 5 of them are going down to the realm, and they are determined to take this opportunity to suppress the Xianwang realm, leaving them no chance to resist. At the expense of the old phoenix, we can borrow the Buddha realm passage, 1 per person, and leave quickly, an ancestor said, and the 5 people separated instantly and disappeared into 5 rays of light. It is difficult to break through space and move in the star sea. The 4 spirits are okay, but it is difficult for others to reach the sky. They arrived in a hurry and ran into the passage respectively. They heard a phoenix cry in the passage, and an old phoenix came to kill them. The weakest ancestor among the 5 didn't even have a chance to resist, and instantly turned into dust. In the distant continent, the Fengwang Palace group who were fighting Qilong, their expressions really changed at this moment. They looked at the mountains in front of them and asked in a deep voice, "Why is the phoenix in my passage?" Old Long smiled. "Didn't you try your best to keep him in the passage? Whose passage is not in the passage?" In order to catch Old Phoenix off guard, he had no time to prepare. These guys even advanced the big festival. If this battle does not defeat the Fengwang Palace and the Buddha realm until they can no longer stand up, the Xianwang realm will really not be able to lift its head. At this moment, The 9 passages connecting to the lower realm are all guarded by the old phoenix. If there is no way out, then the 9 bodies will be divided. As for which body is the main body, which body is strong and which body is weak, it is up to you. At this moment, unless this large group goes to the passage in person, they may be able to force all the strength of old phoenix into one place and open up other passages. But the offensive and defensive momentum is different. How could he allow this mere prison chief to leave his place? With a dragon roar, the mountain pulse rose into the sky. It shook its body and turned into an old ancient dragon. It swayed with dragon power and lowered its head to look at the great ancestor of Fengwang Palace. Just now you stopped me. Now I'm stopping you. Let's see what the means are. The great ancestor took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and abandoned all foreign objects. If he dared to be distracted while fighting the old dragon, he was seeking death. This battle didn't go as planned. Ji Feishui glanced at Dalu, smiled, and waved as if to say lo. The words in his mouth made the old dragon in the battle feel ashamed. If Qingsong dares to cause trouble again in the next Dragon God Festival, I will break his 4 legs. As she spoke, her figure flashed one after another. Mahavatar Bodhisattva, who was running away to find a place to heal his wounds, suddenly turned his head and looked back. Just for a moment, something seemed to be behind him, giving him a creepy feeling. For a moment, he thought that the old turtle had broken out of the seal. But there was nothing behind him. Wu Zishan also suppressed the situation as usual. His face was heavy, but it was not like the old turtle had finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a voice came. Not behind. In front. The Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and looked at the woman in red clothes in front of him, with relief in his eyes. You have indeed reached this step. Although Ji Feishui was smiling at this moment, her murderous intention and aura had become substantial. This power is not the lowest even among the 12 ancestors of Fengwang Palace. Don't come to kill me! The Bodhisattva of freedom is not worried. Unknown enemies are scary. Ji Feishui hidden in the lower realm may be able to cause huge waves. But there is no way to raise the wind wolf here. Ji Feishui nodded. Although it was impossible for her to ask Granny Xiao Yunli to ask for her face, because she couldn't open her mouth. But the relationship facts are here. He calculated that Yunli could not be resurrected, and even personally lowered his consciousness clone to attack Suhi. Accounts must be settled. Moreover, Emperor Luan personally attacked the turtle eggs at this moment, and the summoning array of the Imperial Palace was destroyed by the young husband by mistake. They could not go back at all. This monk can still be summoned to the lower realm. How can you let you go down and do whatever you want? The Bodhisattva of freedom laughed, with a gentle and compassionate look on his face. He shook his head and said, the donor has found the wrong person. He collided with a little dragon turtle, and it was the Buddha realm that suffered. Even the Buddha pond in my Buddha realm became his. It's a plaything. It's accumulated over tens of millions of years in the Buddhist world. Besides, how many monks in the Buddhist world have lost their lives at his hands? The donor came to beat me, but he was being unreasonable. Ji Feishui burst out laughing. Only these bald donkeys could talk so uprightly when they met the monk. As long as they are enemies, don't talk nonsense. Just fight. She laughed. You are right. But I am never unreasonable. Ji Feishui smiled, smacked her palm, and a dragon shadow hit the Bodhisattva of freedom. However, Sanskrit sound sounded loudly from all directions, and formations actually emerged. There is still a spiritual mountain, monks chanting sutras, and flowers falling randomly. But in the Mahavira Hall, there was no Buddha. The corner of Ji Feishui's lips raised slightly. The Buddhist world has not changed. The one who is talking here has secretly deployed the formation. But your Dharma body is broken, and the Buddha is gone in the main hall. But you don't know how to subjugate me? As Ji Feishui spoke, she pointed her halberd forward, and a formation unfolded, which was the Heavenly Slaughter formation. In the past few years, I spent all day with Suhi, and I had a thorough study of the Phoenix clan's divine feathers. It is not impossible to turn the formation into magical power. It's just that I can't do whatever I want like my young husband. Ji Feishui's killing was completely different from Suhi's. A wave was centered on her, and spread out in all directions instantly. There were thousands of arrows fired from the formation. Every arrow shot out turned into a blue dragon, roared straight into the sky, shot through the falling flowers, shot through the chanting bhikkhu, gathered into the Mahavira Hall, and exploded with a bang. Ji Feishui jumped up and rushed into the main hall. He smashed a dragon pillar with one palm and burst out of the palace. Already outside the formation. What a skill in formation. What a keen observation. The Bodhisattva of Freedom exclaimed, looking at Ji-Fei with uncontrollable joy. Donor, would you like to enter my Buddhist door? I should invite you with the status of Bodhisattva. The entire Buddhist world belongs to the benefactor. Chapter 330. Who wins and who loses? Ji-Fei actually thought about it seriously, then shook her head. Your Buddhist world is too bad. It doesn't matter if you die, but you didn't even fool your subordinates, and actually let them all die. It's too shameful to come. And you want Buddhism? I can create my own to play with. As she spoke, she kept moving her hands. She flipped her palm over and a dice fell into her palm. When she pushed it forward, the dice suddenly grew in size. It flashed with golden light and flew toward the Buddha. Amitabha. The Bodhisattva of Freedom chanted the Buddha's name, stepped on it, and the newly condensed lotus seed under his body flew up, turned into a lotus, and wrapped it towards the dice. At the same time, he smiled bitterly and said, the poor monk is really helpless. After all, he was holding a group of people. The cowardly people created the Buddhist world. How far can we expect them to reach? Everyone in the world suffers. Even bodhisattvas are no exception. The dice hit the lotus with a crash. And even the Bodhisattva Mahavatar took a few steps back before he stabilized his body. The lotus made a pocket to catch the dice. And the blade Buddha's seal fell on the lotus. I can barely hold the dice. Bodhisattva Daisai exclaimed. The donor is really good at teaching. It took at least 6 million years for this poor monk to reach this stage. The donor is only a few 100,000 years old. He took the lotus back with both hands and said, the donor has a destiny with this magical instrument. The poor monk would like to thank the donor for the donation. This thing actually has the aura of the Dragon Turtle Mountain Divine Seal. It must have been refined by the Dragon Girl after imitating the Mountain Divine Seal. This Dragon Girl has a great reputation in the art of weapon refining, so she should study it carefully. Ji-Fei smiled sweetly. Be careful. It will explode. This is not a magic weapon. It's just a boring thing. When I was little, my husband got a mountain god seal from somewhere, and used it as a magic weapon to practice and play. Who knows that after practicing and practicing the power, I can't control it. As soon as she finished speaking, the dice exploded in the lotus flower. He directly overturned the Bodhisattva Mahavatar, and all his cassocks were turned into tatters. The Bodhisattva was disgraced, and slashed at Ji-Fei with his right hand. Sneak attack and deception. Not the right way. Evil people. If he hadn't been seriously injured, his dharma was broken, and his left hand turned into a 5-finger mountain. How could he be in such a mess? Cut it with one knife, and use all your strength. This sword was second only to the one that struck Taizu. With one strike, the color of the world changed. Only this sword light was left in the sky and the earth. The stars poured in, and the world was turned upside down. It was rare for Ji-Fei to take form, and she took one step back to reach the end of the world. With this step, there seemed to be a gap between her and the Bodhisattva of Freedom. The Bodhisattva of Freedom could not reach it no matter what. As if she had taken this step to the other side. What a magical power! Bodhisattva praised. I have never seen such magical powers in the world. But the donor created it himself? This step is not only a magical power of space, but also has the charm of time. Although the law of time was not involved, it gave him the feeling that unless his sword fell, he could cut from one moment to the next, or even to tomorrow. Otherwise, you won't be able to meet this dragon girl. There was a smile on Ji-Fei's lips, but there was a bit of bitterness in the smile. It's not self-made. It comes from it. One step back is the end of endless separation. When you wait heartbreakingly enough, when you wait in the dark enough, magical powers will come naturally. What a magical power! Bodhisattva praised again. But if this world does not exist, if all things return to emptiness, how can we talk about time? Why bother today and yesterday? Kill! He suddenly shouted loudly, and the golden sword fell. Not only the past, not the future, but also the world. All things are annihilated and magical powers naturally dissipate. With one strike of the knife, a sea of stars turned into nothingness, seeming to form an invisible land. Ji-Fei was suddenly stopped, a strand of hair falling in the wind. After being beheaded, she is indeed a traitor to Buddhism. Being able to reach the realm of Bodhisattva cannot be underestimated. She seems to be no match now. The halo of light on the Bodhisattva's head disappeared, and he gasped. He stared at Ji-Fei with his eyes. as if he was seeing a delicious prey. The first knife can chop off the hair, and the second knife can chop off the head, killing him. This woman. But if he can be seriously injured and then transformed, he will be an innate bodhisattva, many times more powerful than the disciples and disciples of the lower world, who can conceive of the resurrected body of a peacock. He smiled and flipped the golden sword, then slashed it away in the air. But Ji-Fei-Shua waved towards the mainland and said, "Come! There is help!" Bodhisattva Great Freedom was shocked. With a knife to defend, he looked towards the mainland with his eyes of the sky. But there was no move from Ji-Fei-Shua. He saw that the old dragon and the grand ancestor of the imperial palace had fired the real fire. The heaven and earth collapsed, and the galaxy collapsed. He is no match for either of these two beings. Side up in the east and attack in the west? You have reached such a state and still use such petty tricks? The Bodhisattva of Freedom looked at Ji-Fei-Shua and laughed. But Ji-Fei-Shua sighed. He was distracted and went to the lower world again and beat my young husband. As soon as Ji-Fei-Shua said one word, the color of the world changed. There was a collapse deep in the continent, and a black cloud rolled in, suppressing the world. I saw a figure walking out of the black clouds, dressed in black. He had the same appearance as Ji-Fei-Shua. He looked at the Bodhisattva as if he were dead. He took one step forward and landed next to Ji-Fei-Shua, taking a step forward to merge with her. Ji-Fei-Shua was dressed in red with black stripes on a red background. She was charming and a bit domineering, but also a bit murderous. He raised his eyes and looked at the Bodhisattva Mahavatar. The Bodhisattva Mahavatar turned around and left. This is not a clone. This is a separate body. Cut yourself into two halves. Each half is the main body. Each half is a person with extraordinary talents, especially the black-clothed man, who should not care about foreign affairs and only focus on cultivation. She actually absorbed the poisonous spiritual energy of Shanghai. When had such a woman been practicing on that continent? Why had he never known about it? Was that old dragon covering for her? The two halves of the body merged, and the dragon girl's aura was no longer inferior to his when he was completely victorious. How old is Dragon Girl? Never 750,000 years old. More than 10 times his talent? That's all. It's just that the Taoism and deeds are similar. He has tens of millions of years of experience. Even the old dragon turtle dares to scheme. So how can he be afraid of the dragon girl? But at this moment, he had just been shattered by the old dragon turtle, and his left hand was also chopped off. There is no way to survive 3 of the divine passages. If you fight with the dragon girl at this moment, there is a full 3 points chance that you will be killed. Walk. Walk. The Bodhisattva Mahavatar said nothing, turned around and walked away. Behind her, Ji-Fei-Shua chuckled and then snorted suddenly. It's like 2 completely different personalities merged into the same body. A witch flower. A cold arrow. Poisoned. She took a step forward. Her body was extremely weird. Her murderous aura was a bit coquettish. This coquettishness was just right. But it was only shown in front of Su-He. In front of others, she was just a crazy person. At this moment, with the contrast of the evil aura, she had looks like a 3-point fox. One step is thousands of miles away, and Hugong shrinks to the ground. The Bodhisattva in front looked even worse, and he secretly hated himself. Why did this witch still have the ability of a mythical beast when she was already a demon? Why can you use space magical powers in the sea of stars? The Bodhisattva was furious, but the cold yet passionate laughter behind him was getting closer and closer, almost touching his body. He suddenly stopped and slashed behind him with a knife. When the knife went down, a galaxy collapsed, but there was no sign of the witch. I was startled when I felt a light palm on my back. The palm was so light that it seemed that I disliked him and refused to touch him. But Bodhisattva Mahavatar's expression changed drastically, and his body staggered as if a clay statue of Bodhisattva was about to be broken. When did this woman come in front of him? The moment he turned around and drew the sword, a palm print came out. This palm is fatal. The Bodhisattva Great Freedom turned to look at the big drum that sealed Taizu. Beckoned. Come! The 5-finger mountain on the big drum returned as a ray of light. But it was not connected to the wrist, but integrated into the entire body to repair the body. The dense cracks on the body were temporarily stabilized. The Bodhisattva of Freedom looked pale, and looked at Ji-Fei-Shua with a look of disbelief. It's you? He was very familiar with this palm technique. It was a legacy left by an immortal in the non-destructive world. He almost stole it from a couple 730,000 years ago. But he was deceived by the pair of cubs and escaped. A man and a woman. The woman is domineering. The man has a pair of wings. No. The memory is a bit fuzzy. It is impossible not to recognize Ji-Feishua's identity even 730,000 years ago. His memory has been distorted. Thinking about it like this, I felt frightened and worried for a moment. There may be people in this world who can kill him. But at his level, how could someone have his memory changed without even realizing it? Remember everything, but forget who the owner is? Ji-Feishua smiled. Remember? That palm 730,000 years ago will be returned to you today. As soon as he said the words, he struck out with a palm. The Bodhisattva of freedom hurriedly put down the fear in his heart, waved his sword to block, and his expression changed continuously. No! No! If it was you at that time, why didn't you call for help from Lao Long Hatai? At that time you already have a husband. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the three drums. Long Gui, your grandson was reincarnated as a human being. Boom! There was a crisp sound like porcelain breaking, and his voice was choked in his throat, and he could no longer come out. Lowering his head, he saw a dragon and turtle pattern exploding on the palm that had just integrated into his body. A voice sighed in his ears. How can I allow you to comment on what my grandson is like? Tai! The Bodhisattva was astonished. At this moment, Tai had eroded his 5 fingers mountain. He still had no way of discovering it. Taizu sighed softly. You said it's not good for you to seal the 3 drums properly? Don't cause trouble. The suppression is gone. If I don't break the seal, wouldn't it seem like we are maliciously plotting against you? Sure enough, everything is impermanent. I can't even do it safely. At the 3 drum beats, there was a roaring and shaking sound, and Taizu was about to break through the seal. At this moment, in a passage, an ancestor of the Fenghuang Palace stumbled out. The phoenix chasing him rushed forward, but was intercepted by the passage, as if he was sealed in the passage. At the slightest sign of breaking out, there was a pressure from the entire star sea. The old phoenix glanced at him, and slowly retreated. The pressure of the sea of stars then receded. All heavens and all realms collide with the laws of the sea of stars, and those who secretly descend to the realms of the sea of stars cannot return within 10,000 years. There are laws in all heavens and realms. Those who ascend to heaven cannot return unless they descend and are summoned. The old phoenix was tricked by the Bodhisattva of freedom, and appeared in the lower realm without any preparation. At this moment, he could not go up or down, so he could only stay in the passage. The sea of stars is broken, and the laws are incomplete. Maybe he can break the rules and return in the next moment. Or it may take longer. The ancestor of the imperial palace vomited blood, his face full of bitterness. Will today's battle be won or lost? In order to seal an old turtle, 5 people from the 12 emperor's ancestors have died. And 6 people have died, including the one from 10 years ago. Now I'm afraid he has to be added to the list. He was also injured by the old phoenix, and a colorful lotus condensed with the true fire of the phoenix was burning in his body. Every time the fire lotus changed color, it changed its attributes. It was so weird that it couldn't be removed even if you wanted to. This flame burns the source, and even the natal stars are ignited with the phoenix true fire. I am afraid that his natal star will be extinguished before him. Is this the Phoenix clan's method to deal with the Yuanzun clan? He smiled bitterly, and saw Tai, who was about to break through the seal. His expression changed. Jumping up, before anyone arrived, it turned into a fireball, and crashed into the big drum. He looked down and laughed. 1 pack and 1 drink. Taizu! If that old phoenix hadn't ruined my future, I might have made up my mind to suppress you. Taizu, can I retreat with peace of mind again? Sure enough, everything is impermanent. Taizu, who was about to break out of the seal, was sealed again, with the heart of the Bodhisattva broken. How could Ji-Feishua miss this opportunity? One palm after another hit him, and his Dharma aspect was shattered. The monk without the Dharma aspect had less than half of his usual fighting strength. He had already been seriously injured in a big battle with Taizu. Ji-Feishua struck one palm after another, and with each palm struck, a divine dragon with a different appearance jumped into the body of the Bodhisattva. The starry sky exploded and thunder and lightning roared. The Bodhisattva had a sad expression on his face, and his left hand gathered again. But he did not resist anymore. Instead, he clasped his hands together and looked at Ji-Feishua. Fairy is good at Taoism. The dragon clan is indeed uniquely endowed. Along with the fairy, there are already 3 divine dragons who have reached this level. If there is an afterlife, how about letting the poor monk support the dragon clan? He clasped his hands together and recited the mantra of rebirth. saying that he would not survive. From the moment the old turtle's sneak attack shattered his heart, he knew he would not survive. If it weren't for Ji-Fei, she could remain anonymous and find a place to recuperate for 1,000,000 years. Even after this difficulty, she might even be able to take a step forward and take a peek at the realms of the old turtle, the old dragon, and the emperor's great ancestor. But with Ji-Fei here, there is no chance of survival. After reciting the rebirth mantra, he looked at Ji-Fei and asked, "The fairy may tell you who was the man with wings who was your lover 730,000 years ago." Ji-Fei said nothing, raised her hand, and hit him with another palm. The Bodhisattva made a gesture of sorrow, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. The poor monk left the black and yellow world to become a Bodhisattva. How can he die easily after becoming a Bodhisattva? Let's go and rest for a while. The fairy will not wait for you. The poor monk will definitely return in 10,000 years. See you again then. Discuss with fairies. Boom! Ji-Fei's palm fell, and the Bodhisattva of freedom shattered into pieces, turning into fragments all over the sky. Ji-Fei turned over the hexagram rune with her hand and suppressed the fragments on the ground with her backhand. The fragment suddenly turned into a piece of starlight and flew in all directions. Ji-Fei snorted, reached out and grabbed a piece of dark cloud, and threw it towards the scattered starlight cover. A pair of big eyes were condensed on the dark clouds, shining with excitement. Hundreds of gourds were gathered in front of him. They excitedly knocked into the stars transformed by the Bodhisattva Mahavatar one by one. He kept murmuring, "Get rich. Get rich." Not to mention giving half of the galaxy brew to Ji-Fei. Even giving 70% would make him a fortune. A scream came from the great free-spirited Bodhisattva in the starlight, and the escaping stars suddenly burst into flames, and their speed suddenly became faster, even breaking through the space. Gone away in an instant. Ji-Fei was silent for a moment. The Bodhisattva carried half of the luck of Buddhism and could not completely kill him after all. But after refining half of the stars, he will no longer be the Bodhisattva of freedom when he comes back. All heavens and all realms. The realm of Buddha. This is an independent world like the spirit world of the spirit race. But it is not a big world. But it is much more complete than the ordinary small world. At a glance, there are many temples and pagodas. There are not just monks here. There are also ordinary mortals. And there is also a kingdom of mortals. However, Buddha is worshipped everywhere. There are no legendary immortals here. And there is no so-called sect. The Buddha world is the Buddha world. And Buddha is everything. The so-called sword immortals, mythical beasts, Taoists, are unheard of. At this moment, it was just after dinner and before going to bed. It was the right time to worship the Buddha. However, all the statues of the Supreme Bodhisattva worshipped by the entire Buddhist world, all of which were consecrated, shattered at the same time. For a time, the entire Buddhist world was silent. Lingshan Zen Temple is the first of all temples in the Buddhist world and a Bodhisattva dojo. But at this moment, the bronze bell in the temple chimes without ringing. 12 rings in a row. A team of monks is being formed to prepare for a surprise attack on the mysterious world. Knowing that Brother Heng's soul consciousness and the remaining Arhat had been restored, he was stunned, looking to the sky in disbelief. The fat-headed and big-eared figure was completely stunned. At this moment, stars came from the sky and scattered into various parts of the Buddhist world. Babies were born one after another at this time. Knowing immediately changed his color. The monks listened to the order and searched all the heavens and all realms, and brought all the Buddha stars into the Buddha realm. They will have a good life and will be nourished until the Bodhisattva returns from the calamity. Yes! A group of monks broke through the Buddha realm and dispersed to all heavens and realms. Sui gasped and gasped. Less than half of the Buddha's coat was shattered. At this moment, he was mobilizing the Buddha's power from other parts of his body to slowly recover. At his feet, King Zenon lay like a dead dog. Sui turned to look at Feng Qiaofei. "Auntie, do you want to suck him?" Feng Qiaofei. "Dot! She is not a pervert. How can she see one sucking another? King Zenon does not have the power of the phoenix, and cannot help her restore the sycamore tree." Feng Qiaofei didn't answer him. He only looked up at the sky, with a strange and surprised look on his face. "The Bodhisattva who beat you was beaten to death." Sure enough, this turtle can't be messed with. The cessation of such existence will be felt in all the heavens and all the worlds. The same ancestor, the ancestor of the four spirits, the three ancestors before the imperial palace, the Bodhisattva of freedom, They are different from the remaining 9 ancestors in Fengwang Palace. The remaining 9 ancestors were extinct, but did not cause any reaction in the heavens and the world. For some reason, Feng Qiaofei thought of Ji Feishuo and shook his head funnily. It is absolutely impossible. It must have been done by Fengzhu and Taizu. Ji Feishuo was so powerful that she even suspected that Ji Feishuo was hiding something. And she had already reached or even surpassed the level of Huang Zhu. It is possible that he has vaguely touched the realm of those old guys. But this is the limit. This kind of power may be able to fight with the Bodhisattva Mahavatar. But there is absolutely no possibility of victory. Besides, Ji Feishuo likes such a colorful world. So she won't go to a place like Shanghai where birds don't shit. At this moment, all the worlds were shocked. Even the war in Xianhuang realm was suspended for a moment. Many people turned to look at the Buddhist monks. The monks in the Buddhist world clasped their hands at the same time. Amitabha! Congratulations to the Bodhisattva for his tribulation. Buddhist practice has its own tribulations. After the tribulations, the Bodhisattva Mahavatar may have the opportunity to achieve enlightenment, and the rumored Buddha's attainment is unknown. There were voices from all directions. Some complimenting and approving. And some scorning. A voice rang out. I don't know whether he has attained Buddhahood or not. But I know that when he comes back, the Buddhist world will be gone. The one who spoke was Feng Yi. Feng Yi had great murderous intent today. He was flying in the sky, followed by a row of heads, like a strange phoenix. Amitabha! Monk Gu Jingjai folded his hands and recited the Buddha's name. But he was not as happy as he imagined. It seems that in today's battle, the ancestors of Shanghai are also fighting, and they have killed the Bodhisattva of freedom. No matter how this battle ends, Xianhuang realm will not lose. I wonder if the old monk in the house participated in the war. I don't know if the old monk killed the great Bodhisattva. Logically speaking, Mahavatar Bodhisattva is the old monk's personal master and uncle, and the old monk is guided by Mahavatar Bodhisattva. If Bodhisattva Mahavatar had not betrayed the Xianhuang world back then, he would be the Buddha of Gu Jingjai today. Right? Everyone just sighed and had no time to express too much emotion. The next moment a sneak attack started. The war is not over yet. As soon as the battle here started, I heard the cry of Phoenix in the Phoenix tomb. And a sycamore tree came through the sky and rushed out of the Phoenix tomb. This sycamore tree looks extremely miserable and has been beaten half to pieces. But under the sycamore tree hangs the even more miserable Fengwang Jinan King, and the Phoenix Lord who dominated the heavens 100,000 years ago, which shows that there are many achievements in the battle. Not to mention the eldest prince of Fengwang Palace, who screamed in the palm of his hand as the little dragon turtle ran. Behind him, Suzhu was half dead, but he was dragging a group of heads behind him like a phoenix. There were heads of little novice monks from the Buddhist world, heads of the Yuanzun clan, heads of misfortunes that were still burning with flames. A great victory was achieved in Fengzhong. The gate of Fengzhong, where the battle had just started, was as quiet as a chill for a while, and you could hear a needle drop. Chapter 331 Play a big game. The war in Fengzhong is over. Did Xianhuang realm win? Is the peacock resurrected? Everyone's minds were filled with two thoughts. As if to verify their thoughts, a peacock chirped, and Yunli flapped his wings out of the phoenix tomb. The leader of the Buddhist monks in the outside world was a scarred monk who was a peer of Liao Heng. The scarred monk looked at Feng Qiaofei and said, Feng Qi! The monk gritted his teeth. And there were two surprises. One was Feng Qiaofei, and the other was the little dragon turtle. Unexpectedly, Feng Qiaofei would come to Fengzhong to help and fight to the death. Nor did he expect that the dragon turtle would snatch the Buddha pond, making the purpose of the Buddhist world disappear in the first place. He gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Qiaofei. Do you think that by resurrecting that peacock, you can win the favor of the Phoenix clan? Once a traitor, always a traitor, he scoffed. A voice above his head sneered. Hey! Buddhist monks have a deep understanding of being a traitor. But who told my sister that she is a traitor? Yunli let out a peacock call, landed on Feng Qiaofei's back, and glanced at the monk provocatively. Feng Qiaofei's hair suddenly exploded, and he was about to push Yunli down. Yunli screamed, Don't make trouble. He just resurrected and is too weak to fly. Feng Qiaofei's action of blowing up his hair was replaced by tilting the sun towards the clouds by 3 points. He snorted, his eyes full of fierce eyes that would have thrown you down if he hadn't seen you just resurrected and seriously injured. Monk Scar suddenly stopped talking. The relationship between Yunli and Feng Qiaofei obviously did not form in one day. They had obviously been hooking up for a long time. Monk Scar turned his head to look at Suhi, looking at the Buddha's coat, and then thinking of the word, devil, between his eyebrows. His face suddenly twitched. The donor has cut off my Buddhist and Bodhisattva's return journey in vain, and I will be entangled in the fire of karma. If I don't know how to return, I will burn myself one day. Suhi glanced at him. Next. Kill you. Even the monks of Gu Jingjai are no match for the monks in the Buddhist world when it comes to verbal disputes. Therefore, it is always the barbarians from the North Campus who deal with the Buddhist world. If he can't argue, he will be beaten to death. Even if you beat him to death, your bones will be shattered and ashes will spread. Amitabha. Monk Scar recited the Buddha's name. The donor insists on killing people just because he keeps his mouth shut. Sure enough, the devil's roots are so deep that there is no cure. Suju took a step forward, threw the enemy, who had only one head left behind him, and threw it towards the Taoist priest at Guiwang Mountain. I have reversed the root cause. I will die immediately after releasing the ban. I will dissect his memory before I die. After today, there will be one count one. Settle the account slowly, and destroy the entire race. He looked around as he spoke. The expressions of everyone who was still on the battlefield suddenly changed. This is Suju, an adult dragon turtle. A word once spoken is hard to follow. And the mysterious realm is going to come true this time. Taoist Xinhuan picked up everyone with a big flag and chuckled. Fellow Taoist, don't worry about Gui Wanshan's methods. Even if they have memories of peeing in mud, I can dig them out clearly. Suhi chuckled. And this, with a flick of his hand, the eldest prince of Fengwang Palace was thrown out by him. No matter how stupid a prince is, he should be able to dig out a lot of secrets. The monks in the emperor's world roared in the sky and glared at Suhi. Suhi raised his head and waved. You're welcome. I'll help you with the title of emperor to calm the dispute between the princes. But this is a gift from the third prince to me. You should just admire the third prince. Believe it or not, I was talking nonsense anyway. If you talk too much, the yellow mud will drip down your crotch. Isn't it? Everyone immediately gritted their teeth. And Feng Nan smiled at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you all. Everyone in the Feng Imperial Palace has restrictions on their consciousness, but their memories cannot be read. There are countless people in the world who have sealed the memory of the Imperial Palace. And there are never a few people who are not afraid of death and don't care about the majesty of the Imperial Palace. The memory of the royal family cannot be read. Who doesn't know? Xinhuan waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Duke and Gui Wanshan has watched the Imperial family rise. Watched you dominate. Watched you change dynasties. And even this memory blockade has been unable to break through for so many years. Isn't it? Are you ashamed of what you said about the place where Tao started? Feng Nan immediately stopped talking and just looked down. His mind was spinning rapidly. Feng Zhong was defeated. Several top beings in the world suddenly came here. This battle is becoming more and more difficult to fight. But it will always be dragged to His Majesty's side. Finish. While the two sides were confronting each other, Suju suddenly opened a space passage and dived in. It's both a prisoner surrender and nonsense. In order to delay the time between the two sides, not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle, to straighten out the space here, to break through the space and leave. The war at Fengzhong is over. And Hongzhu and Huangzhu can't. The beating was brutal. Mean! Presumptuous! The expressions of everyone in the Emperor's great world changed. And they immediately hit the passage. It was a virtual candle. The existence of the top 100 people on the Baizé list is enough to influence the direction of a war, and asked him to provide support. Attacks came one after another. But due to the tacit understanding formed by hundreds of thousands of years of fighting, Xian Wang Realm's attacks had already fallen on everyone in the Emperor's world as early as the moment Suju opened the space channel. Suju took one step forward and jumped into the passage. Suhi jumped to follow at the same time. Uncle Zhu, take me. Today. He is not a burden. Okay, Suju said solemnly. He stretched out his claws to prop up the space channel. On Feng Chifei's back, Yunli chirped. But Feng Chifei pressed down with his wings. Want to be a drag? With such a stupid peacock look, he rushes over just to be a drag. Yunli had no intention of following him. He just screamed and shot a ray of light from his body, landing on Suhi. Mother is too weak at the moment. This is the new ability obtained by merging the resurrection body. Come back well. Suhi looked back and nodded. Two dragon turtles jumped into the passage. It's too late to say it. Everything happens in an instant. In the space passage, Suhi felt weird in his heart. He always felt that Yunli had planted a flag. Would he die if he went there? Be still. Guard and follow Huai's guidance. The battle there had already affected the space teleportation. Without the guidance, it would be impossible to teleport directly. As Su Zhu spoke, He felt a pull falling on him, followed the pull, and jumped up. When I jumped out, I was shocked by the sight in front of me. This is an uninhabited continent in the starry sky, with volcanoes and magma everywhere. This is Mr. Hong's territory. But at this moment, the sky is tearing apart and the earth is shattering, and magma is flying everywhere. There are phoenixes neighing in the sky, and dragon turtles floating in the earth. All I could see were sergeants. Divine beasts composed of military formations are spread throughout the world. Lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and mythical beasts roared on the earth. Above the 9 heavens, a planet of pure water suppressed the sky, blocking out the sun as if it would smash the magma earth below at any time. That is the dust-free sea. In the center of the Witchen Sea, there was the dull roar of the Ancient One. Amidst the huge waves on the sea, an 8-clawed black dragon roared and roared, with 2 hexagrams floating above its head. Between the blue dragon's horns, the emperor is dressed in imperial robes, with a majestic dragon and a swallow's jaw. A planet, a blue dragon across the universe, without any magical powers. A simple collision has shattered the starry sky in all directions. On the magma ground, Hong Ancestor huddled motionless in his turtle SH.L, with egg, LS scattered around him. Judging from his state, he was still gestating in an egg. The attack came suddenly, shattering the 4-sided formation and attacking him. A huge penetrating wound took up 1/3 of Hongzu's turtle SH.L and 1/3 of his entire body was lost. Already on the verge of death, Grandma's sacrifice hung above Hongzu's head, attacking one after another in all directions. Next to them, Gu Luo and Qin Lei were fighting in 2 battle formations that were inseparable. They were a wolf and a jackal, with a prince and a prince from the imperial palace above their heads. While the jackals were attacking, they were still cooperating. The real military power of the Emperor's great world is here. One after another, the battle formations attacked Hong Ancestor desperately, hoping to kill the old turtle on the spot. However, there were countless sharks from all sides of the Hong Ancestor, forming a large formation and heading toward the Great World Battle Formation in a suicidal manner. The Xian Huang realm is fighting. But here is the war. Countless sergeants formed a large formation, but their power was not inferior to the mighty one. As soon as Su He and Su Zhu came out, a giant python suddenly rushed over. The spirit snake on Su Zhu's back roared, wrapped around it, and strangled them alive. "Help Luo Zhen kill that wild wolf!" Su Zhu roared. It would be better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Among the wild wolves were King Minyu and Duke Fu, so it would be easier to kill them when Gu Luo took out his hand and joined forces to fight Qin Lei's jackal. The moment Su Zhu exited, Su He had already stepped forward, crushed a military crab with 1 foot, knocked open the space, and headed towards Gu Luo. At the same time, Su Zhu roared, and the divine power rushed towards the green wolf. But the green wolf was surrounded by drums, blocking the divine power. "Come to kill the dragon turtle. How can you not use means against Shen Wei?" The blue dragon above his head roared, and Su He ran back and said, "What's your name?" "Wu Na Emperor. I'm here on the chessboard today." "I can't be a chess player, but I can mess up your chessboard." "Your Jinan king was beaten to death by me, and your son was also beaten to death by me." "Not dead but not far away. Uncle Zhu's method of cutting back the source has fallen on them, and it's hard for the gods to save them. At this moment, their natal stars have been shattered, and there is no chance of resurrection." Su He laughed loudly, and a pure gold bright moon rose, trapping the 2 war beasts in it. His body turned and Su Zhu fell next to Gu Luo almost at the same time. "Yulin. Damn it! Su He's peacock body doesn't have many magical powers, but they are useful. Yulin improves his combat power and kills the enemy." The heavenly killer instantly rose up, and the sword formation slashed down from all directions, slashing towards the green wolf. Qin Lang roared, swung his claws to disrupt the sword formation, and slapped all the fairy swords aside, causing the fairy swords to scatter immediately. Qin Lang took the opportunity to jump away and hit Su Zhu, who had just settled, with 1 claw. The sword array scattered on the ground suddenly jumped up again and continued to attack it. Phoenix Clan's magical power, chasing the wind. Track the enemy until death, and make sure your arrows are fired. As long as Qin Lang delays the Su Zhu for a moment, the sword formation will fall instantly. Qin Lang's figure flashed and stopped attacking Su Zhu. With another roar, A ball of light came out of his mouth and hit the sword array, unable to avoid it. So he destroyed it. At the exit of the light ball, a group of fairy swords condensed with Buddha power were instantly crushed to pieces. But at this moment, Su Zhu slapped the green wolf on the face, and a ball of flame invaded the green wolf's body along the mouth, exploded with a bang. Xing Lang took a few steps back, roared, and was about to resist when a golden hammer with a drum and an urn fell from the sky and hit his head with a bang. A drumbeat sounded from Xing Lang, but he was unable to block the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was created by Ji Feishu after Shui. But it was not Shui. One is a magical attack, and the other is a physical attack. The sledgehammer was so strong that nothing happened to King Minyu and Duke Fu in the Green Wolf. But the sergeant inside was instantly dizzy. The figure of Qinglong's battle formation was a bit unreal for a while. Gu Luo took the opportunity to bite the Green Wolf. A gluttonous way of eating. With a snap, he tore off a thigh. The thigh turned into an imperial sergeant in his mouth, and was shattered into pieces by his roar. The Blue Wolf battle formation was unsustainable for a while and collapsed. Attack after attack fell on Duke Fu at the same time. Su He and his two clan uncles unanimously chose to kill Duke Fu first. Pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. The jackal-shaped military formation opposite Qing Lei in the distance roared, and was about to attack this way. Qing Lei roared, jumped up and slammed the huge turtle L on the military formation, turned around and bit the jackal, but was slapped by the jackal and his head was tilted. But Qing Lei beat him closely without any omissions. He dragged the jackal tightly, preventing him from getting closer to Gu Luo. Boom! With a muffled sound, Su He's fist exploded. Duke Fu's resistance, and Uncle Luo, and Uncle Zhu's attacks came at the same time. He, the fake god, couldn't bear it in an instant, and Buddha's fist exploded. But his inner auxiliary, the Duke, also collapsed. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and Su He stumbled to the ground. When they attacked Duke Fu in unison, King Minyu had already attacked him at the same time. No one can pick on the weak. Su He spat out a mouthful of blood. If the Buddha's coat had not stopped him, this punch would have killed him. With one punch falling, Gu Luo and Su Zhu had already hit King Minyu at the same time. But when he saw that King Minyu had made great achievements with one punch, he no longer wanted to fight. Split the space with a knife, and jumped in. Your Majesty! Nothing can be done. Retreat! King Minyu has already appeared next to Songlong, and together with Songlong, he fights towards the pure water planet. The water on the Wuchen Sea turned into a mountain-like water dragon and soared into the sky, attacking Songlong and King Minyu at the same time. From the angle of Huangzu, there was a Songlong suspended on the endless sea. The blue dragon entered the sea to attack, and the sea rose up to resist. Hongzu's magma world is floating above the head, and the two worlds are above each other's heads, blocking out the sky and the sun. A huge suction force came. It was not under their control. The two worlds had already collided together. If it weren't for the old red turtle, he couldn't move lightly at this moment, and was using the magma world to maintain his life. The ancestral ancestor directly crashed into the Wuchen Sea, and was sure to kill most of the soldiers in the Imperial Palace. Songlong's figure shifted and blocked the attack for King Minyu. There was no emotion or anger on Emperor Luan's face when the Shanha Cauldron took the initiative to break the connection with Phoenix Master Shaolun. He knew something had happened. The Canfeng generals were affiliated with the Mountain and River Cauldron. They benefited from the Mountain and River Cauldron, and were restricted in the Mountain and River Cauldron. The Mountain and River Cauldron took the initiative to disconnect, which meant that Shaolun was on the verge of death, and would be killed at any time. If he stayed, he might want to explore its secrets. Maybe take a peek at the Mountain and River Cauldron. Therefore, Shanha Cauldron will automatically break the connection. There was an accident in Fengzhong. Seeing the Buddha's coat on the peacock's head on the magma ground above his head, Long Zhao thought about it, and figured out what was going on. I didn't expect that one day this little dragon turtle would disturb the chess game. How many years had it passed since he called out to him to wait in Fenghuang Palace? Withdraw! Emperor Luan never drags his feet. Songlong's tail slapped, and he struck with Huangzu, knocking Wushihai back. Turn around and head towards the magma land. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Su He roared, Old turtles, be careful! In addition to the Kan and Jian hexagrams, there are also the 4 hexagrams of damage. I have never been so rich. And the 5 hexagrams in the inner world are active at the same time. Su He was trembling with fear. The Huangzu roared and emerged from the Wuchen Sea. An old turtle holding the sky and holding the ground followed the Songlong towards the magma earth. With a wave of its claws, the Wuchen Sea turned into a torrential rain and washed away. What a close call! But in every drop of heavy rain, there are flowers blooming and falling, and the sun and moon rotate. Every drop of rain is a world. When the rain falls, millions of worlds will fall down. Suhi seemed to see the old dragon turtle guarding the inheritance palace in the Jinxiatao Palace again. Invisibility. Divine machine. Afterimage. Illusion. Wangzu's voice resounded throughout the world. Needless to say, other dragon turtles immediately knew the reason. Before Fenghuang Palace retreats, there will be a big wave that will destroy everything. Wangzu jumped down and landed next to Hongzu. A turtle claw imprinted on Hongzu's body, dug out a piece of continent under him, and disappeared in an instant. Feng Si, who was originally guarding Hong Ancestor, fluttered his wings and evaded instantly. At the same time that Wangzu shouted, Suhi had already changed into the true form of the dragon turtle, and half of his body was transformed into a small Buddhist robe and draped around his body. Zubikure used his invisible form to confuse the enemy with his domain clone. And at the same time, he walked away with a magical plan. After hiding his figure, he realized that the magical power that Yunli had landed on him did not follow the peacock's true body to the backstage, but landed on the dragon turtle's true body. Touching Xuan seemed to activate a switch, and the magical power turned into a curtain of water flowing around Suhi's body. Suhi, who was originally invisible, completely lost his figure. Even he himself couldn't sense his own existence. Is this the resurrection of Yunli into a translucent existence? And has there been a new development in the path of invisibility? Suhi's eyes lit up, and a bold idea rose in his heart. Boom! Songlong landed on the ground, and with a twitch of his tail, a passage had been torn open. Countless battle formation beasts rushed towards the passage in an instant. In a hurry, but in an orderly manner. His attack not only opened a passage, but also attacked the ground. The entire magma land erupted in an instant, and magma rose into the sky with endless killing intent. After the blow, Songlong roared and breathed out towards the place where Gu Luo and the others had fought. With a turtle roar, a mountain god seal came up to meet the breath. Gu Luo appeared and roared, shattering the breath. He jumped up and disappeared again. But at the place where he was just now, a starlight flashed, and there was a starlight cast by the natal star. Duke Fu came to life and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. The three-headed dragon turtles struck together. Although the reverse root slashing effect of the normal attack was average, they were unable to completely destroy the natal star by reverse slashing the root. But he was really on the verge of death at the moment. Injuries caused by the reverse cut root will not be recovered with resurrection. Just now, Gu Luo was waiting here for his resurrection, wanting to kill him completely. But Emperor Luan's dragon breath spurt disrupted the rhythm. Emperor Luan didn't care whether there were dragon turtles guarding the place or not. If Duke Fu wanted to be resurrected here, he would naturally have to clear out all directions. Gu Luo became invisible, and Suhi felt a spiritual snake wrapping around his body. It was Gu Luo's spiritual snake. Let's go! Gu Luo's message came. The war on this battlefield has been lost. Not one of the senior officials of the Imperial Palace were killed. But Hong Ancestor was attacked by a sneak attack and lost a third of his body. It was still unclear whether he could survive. Suhi was startled. Uncle Luo, hurry up! This is my domain clone! The real body is with Wangzu! The spiritual snake on his body was stunned and disappeared in an instant. The little guy borrowed Buddha's coat to explode. And in such a hurry, he didn't even feel it clearly. Suhi's clone was holding the Buddha's coat and staring at Emperor Luan below. This coat is not like the peacock's Buddha coat. It is still basically complete. This coat damaged the Bodhisattva's arms, and the corpse of Yunli was cut off by the rift in time and space, losing half of his Buddha's power. Very weak now. I wonder if the self-destruction of the domain clone can cause the Buddha's coat to self-destruct. Gu Luo disappeared here, but appeared again from the side, and suddenly struck Luan Emperor with a mountain god seal. At the same time, he slapped the retreating Imperial Great World Sergeant. He protected the shark family members, who were hurriedly retreating behind him. Blow after blow. The blue dragon roared and tore it out with one claw. Gu Luo turned around, rolled up a piece of shark, and disappeared instantly. Emperor Luan is not right today. It was completely different from the time when they attacked the great world of Emperor Feng. The side effects of cutting off one's own emperor conferring magical power have disappeared. The unrivaled Emperor Luan is back. With the help of the battle formation, Emperor Luan was able to fight against the ancient ancestor. If Huangzu hadn't broken his SHL, Huangzu might not be able to retain even half of his body today. Back off! Emperor Luan said in a deep voice as he backed away from Gu Luo. Duke Fu turned around and left. As he was retreating, his figure suddenly turned around, grabbed Suhi out of the void, and jumped into the transmission channel. This Buddha's coat was shattered on him, and he was extremely sensitive to the coat at this moment. You didn't kill the old turtle, but it was enough to catch a little turtle. Duke Fu jumped into the passage. In an instant, dragons and turtles appeared in the sky at the same time, and Fengxi rushed down with a phoenix chirp. But the Songlong slapped its tail on the ground. The earth tore apart, and magma rose into the sky with its Songlong's murderous intent. Emperor Luan stopped the dragon turtle and phoenix with one strike, rolled up several military beasts, and jumped into the space passage. Back off! Huangzu roared. The dust-free sea was raised to cover the magma earth. The entire land exploded, blasting through the Wuchen Sea and flying everyone away. Fengxi let out a long cry and was about to break through the space and attack the Emperor's world directly, but was held down by Huangzu. Old turtle! Get out of the way! Fengxi roared. Huangzu turned back to look at Gu Luo. Behind Gu Luo, Suhi ran out in a hurry. This explosion is too terrifying. If you don't hide behind the big turtle, you will die. Even the feathers on Grandma's belly were licked. Flesh and blood flew. And Uncle Lei's foreign minister was shattered. Fengxi blinked. Wasn't the little boy's true form the one who was taken away just now? Grandma, don't worry. I'm fine. Suhi raised his head and looked at Gu Luo. Uncle Luo, are you the auxiliary duke? Gu Luo shook his head. How could it be me? Suhi looked at him suspiciously. If it weren't for you, how could you accurately pull him out of the void? Do you really think that he, the dragon turtle's true form, has practiced the world-refining technique of the barbarian king in vain? Moreover, Gu Luo only discovered the location of Su He's domain clone one moment, and was captured by Fu Guogong the next moment. Gu Luo chuckled. It's really not me, but our spirit snake does have some spirit clan skills. Resurrecting a dead body? Sui's eyes lit up. You can tell what little turtle boy is thinking just by looking at his eyes. Gu Luo shook his head. No, I can't borrow it. The Sea of Consciousness in the Fenghuang Palace is too strong for the spirit snake to enter. It's just a slight curse that affects the spiritual intelligence. Within the space channel, Songlong disintegrated and turned into Emperor Luan and the soldiers from all sides. The ball of blood burning with flames in Emperor Luan's hand was the flesh and blood of Hong ancestor. He put away the flesh and blood with his backhand, glanced at Fu Guogong. His face darkened and he struck with a palm. The battle formation has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages. The battle formation increases the combat power, but also requires him to control a large number of soldiers, and his consciousness and awareness will be lowered. I didn't realize just now that the Duke of Fu was wrong. Killed and reborn again. As soon as he hit him with his palm, he saw the dragon turtle captured by Fu Guogong's magical palm and smiled at him. Emperor Luan's expression changed, and he struck Fu Guogong's palm, and then followed the trend and struck Suhi. Then, boom, the dragon turtle exploded with a bang, exploding with the Buddha's coat outside his body. Feng Nan said that the Buddha's coat was too stable, and Suhi had to self-destruct to detonate it. However, the Buddha's coat of the dragon turtle's real body was cut in half by the space-time rift in Fengzhong because of the magic machine. A domain clone self-destructs, and it can indeed detonate. Originally, he wanted to wait for the generals of Fenghuang Palace to retreat, rush to the passage and blow himself up to destroy the passage. Emperor Luan was left to accept the hospitality of the dragons, turtles and phoenixes, but he couldn't resist the warm invitation of Duke Fu. The Buddha's coat is transformed from the Buddha's power accumulated in the Buddhist world for thousands of years. Even if Dragon Turtle only has half of it here, half of it was cut off by the cracks in time and space, and a lot of it was consumed. He also has enough Buddha power to reach 2% of the Buddha realm. 2 million years of Buddha power exploded, and the space passage was suddenly filled with golden light. Nothing but gold. Chapter 332 The End of the Battle. In the great world of Emperor Feng, countless people looked up in an instant and saw a golden light rising straight into the sky in the direction of Nanyang, followed by a wave of air that swayed in all directions. Reclamation of mountains and seas. The passage that originally led directly to the imperial city was blown up halfway and fell in the direction of Nanyang. Emperor Luan took one step forward, his dragon robe shining brightly. He turned back to look at the riding space passage, and saw King Minyu coming out of the air. With a flick of his sleeves, 2 teams landed on the ground. Although these soldiers had fear in their eyes, they were not confused and formed a queue in a moment. Immediately afterwards, Qin Guodong burst out of the sky. His sleeves were empty, and his arms were blown away. When he flung his sleeves out, most of the soldiers fell to the ground. With a gloomy look on his face, he bowed to Emperor Luan and said, "Your Majesty, Duke Fugua has just been resurrected and died in an explosion. I'm afraid it's a disaster." Slashing the origin is a means. But when the power is strong enough, there is no need for fancy magical powers. Power is everything. Just like the Buddha's coat caused by the dragon turtle to explode. If His Majesty had not blocked most of the power, no one in the passage would have survived except a few of them. "Your Majesty, I don't know where King Y is, and I can't contact you at the moment." Qin Guodong's voice was low, and his eyes glanced at the sleeves of the Emperor Luan. Emperor Luan's right hand is gone. With such Buddha power exploding and almost being stopped by Luan Di alone, how could he not be injured? Emperor Luan was silent for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. "See, you see? No one can be underestimated or neglected. Can you imagine that a dragon turtle that opens the sky and weighs as much as one can bring us such a big obstacle?" As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing. Duke Guo was stunned and turned to look in the direction of Xianwang realm. Unite the Buddhist world. Recruit powerful men from all over the world, and launch a surprise attack on Fengzhong and Xianwang. Everything was fine originally, but where did the failure begin? His consciousness sank into the mysterious world and checked all the information. His face darkened slightly. From the moment that little dragon turtle cut off the torrent of Buddha power in the Buddhist world, the direction of the war went deviating from the plan. A Buddha who has never appeared before. The dragon turtle itself can turn into a cannon. This kind of thing cannot be anticipated in advance. A crime other than war. Fortunately, Your Majesty got 1/3 of the dragon turtle flesh and blood. I hope it will be useful. Otherwise the gain will not be worth the loss. Even if the auxiliary duke can be resurrected, he will not be able to do anything for 10,000 years. If King Huai is seriously injured or even trapped somewhere, the battle in the Emperor's great world will be a complete failure. Sure enough, to attack the Xianwang realm, the 3 armies should be mobilized. A large formation should be deployed, and the attack should be pushed forward flatly. There should be no cunning tactics. The conspiracy will fail. The 3rd prince cannot ascend the throne. Emperor Luan stopped laughing and waved his hand gently. "Go back to the palace. Open the World Protection Formation. Order the 2 realms commanders to seal all the 2 realms battle areas, and order the 12 guards to prepare for the battle." The Duke of Qin bowed and saluted. "My lord, take your orders." This sneak attack could not be revealed silently in the Xianwang realm. Their battles ended without success on the battlefield. When those people go back, it will be even less likely that Xianwang realm will fail. While the war in the mysterious realm is not over yet, activate the World Protecting Formation and prepare for war. Duke Qin raised his head and saw that the former emperor had already walked away with a smile, ascending to the sky step by step, his sleeves swinging empty, without any cover-up. Duke Guo bowed again, stepped out, and was already at the military aircraft. Orders were passed down one after another, and golden lights as thick as towns rose into the sky in the Emperor's world. It condenses outside the big world and turns into chains to block the entire big world. This kind of blockade was unprecedented even when the dynasties changed 100,000 years ago. The most recent time was the war between the 2 realms caused by the Xianwang realm 300,000 years ago. The great world of Emperor Feng dominates all the worlds and collects countless treasures, but half of them are reserved under this formation. The golden light in Fengwang Palace was like steel, far exceeding the golden light in other places. Zhu, the great temple in the ancestral temple, was frightened. A corpse in front of him replaced the heavenly materials, earthly treasures and spiritual stones to activate the formation. It was the corpse of Patriarch Zhong. The corpse of the ancestor is more useful than the treasures of heaven and earth. But His Majesty has absorbed all the true energy. If it is complete. He shuddered and pushed the thought out of his mind. How could the ancestor be used for hunting? Chongzhu was the youngest and was calculated by His Majesty, which resulted in such an effect. How could something happen to other ancestors? At this moment, in a place far away from the imperial palace, Annan Prefecture, Jingchenyuan, a ray of golden light rose into the sky, forming a world-protecting formation together with other golden lights. But at this moment, in the golden light, There was a monk sitting cross-legged. The monk had a 6-foot-long golden body, holding flowers and crossing his legs, like a Buddha, with a smile on his lips. He glanced in the direction of Fengwang Palace. Little friend Su he gave people a surprise. It actually blew up a Buddha's coat. So impressive. The juniors are so powerful. But Sison can't hold him back. He has never participated in a big battle. But this body of flesh and skin is of some use. This world-protecting formation is destined to Xianwang. He smiled, and bits and pieces of his 6-foot-long golden body turned into gold powder, rising up to the sky with the golden light. The location of the Hongzhou magma land. Wangzhou looked at the completely shattered earth, smiled, and said, I will send Yin to Dishan, and you guys will go back to Xianwang first. The ground he cut behind him had turned into a lava dome, containing Hong ancestors' broken body inside. Dishan is the ancestral land of Dragon Turtle. But Su he has never been there. That place is sealed and only Taizu can reach it. At this moment, Wangzhou was also going to leave. Before Su he could react, the other Dragon Turtles had already raised their heads. Uncle Huang, do you want the breakthrough? Gu Lu asked. Only those who have reached the level of Taizu can enter the ancestral land. A weak ancestor is also an ancestor. Maybe one slap would kill Taizu, but he would still be in that realm. The ancestral ancestor shook his head. Not yet. But Yen was injured too seriously, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover if he doesn't go to the ancestral land. The ancestor is not here, so I have to forcefully break the mirror and try. The expressions of the turtles darkened. The ancestral ancestor has not reached the realm, but must break through. The 7th level of Dragon Turtle Kaikion is the limit. Reaching the final stage of the realm does not mean that the path has reached its final state. The improvement is still improving. It's just that there is no obvious big breakthrough. Wangzhou waved his paw and a passage opened up. But he couldn't see the scene on the other side clearly. As Wangzhou stepped in, Su he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Wangzhou, wait a moment. Wangzhou turned around, and Su he said to Gu Luo, Uncle Luo, help me cover it up. Don't let others spy on this place. Gu Luo waved his claws gently, and a cloud of dust covered one side. Su he closed his eyes. The Honghua floated between his eyebrows, and walked towards the Huangzhou. This time at the Phoenix Tomb, I realized a hint of the meaning of the Honghua. With this hexagram in my body, as long as I am not killed by one blow, I can survive and hang for a while. Tone, don't fall into death. The Eternal One lasts forever and remains unchanged forever. Wangzhou's eyes lit up, and with a slight wave of his paw, Honghua landed on Hongzhou's dome, nodded to everyone, and led Hongzhou across space to leave. Fengxi landed next to Suhi. The real phoenix fire on her body was burning. The flesh and blood on her belly had recovered, and some down had just grown. Suhi was still in a translucent state at this moment. His own Xuan had been lifted, but the magical power Yunli had left on him was still there. Go back, Fengxi said in a deep voice. This is not the time to be lazy. This battle was caused by Yunli's resurrection. In the end, no one from the Feng clan was injured. On the contrary, the ancestor of the Dragon Turtle clan was seriously injured and dying. Fengqi was also beaten to half-death. He finally died, followed behind alive. But this is because he himself is not good at learning and cannot blame others. In the next war, the Phoenix clan will fight tooth and nail. After the war, it's time to give the various factions huge compensation. Fengxi and Gu Luo used their methods at the same time, and a passage opened directly to the South China Sea. Suhi turned around and transformed into his true body as a peacock, with the Buddha's coat covering his body. He followed Fengxi and Gu Luo into the passage. When he jumped out, he saw that Nanhai's appearance had completely changed. At this moment, rays of light fled towards the outside of Xianwang realm. Seeing the appearance of the space passage, everyone's eyes lit up, thinking that the Emperor's world was coming for help. When they saw the dragon turtles, phoenixes, and a large number of sharks coming out, their escape speed accelerated instantly. Some even risked serious injuries and break open the space to escape quickly. Feng Chefei was chasing a group of monks to kill him, and almost followed them into the Buddhist world. Taoist Xuanzhen stood in the sky, shooting rays of light at the fleeing people. But instead of killing the enemy, they marked them. Don't chase the enemy. The enemy has been defeated. If you attack them now, you will have to fight tooth and nail. You may even self-destruct if you don't know. However, none of the Buddhist monks have self-destructed until now, and they just escaped in a hurry with the help of magic weapons. It's quite a spectacle. Feng Si jumped out and chased the deserters. Divine beasts are never big-hearted. If you scold me, I will destroy your whole family. The long life has not allowed the mythical beast to cultivate its mind and character. But instead it has become more and more erratic. He smashed a giant taller than his Buddha's coat with one blow. The giant's blood spilled into the South China Sea, boiling a sea of blood-red water. The sea water here has already turned completely red. Blood, violence, and various energies collide in the sea water. If the sea water is cleaned up after the war, the South China Sea will inevitably usher in an explosive growth of strange beasts. And it is even possible that new mythical beasts may evolve by chance. A woman with 2 wings on her back shouted for mercy and ran into Xin Wang. Master, I surrender, and I am willing to be a slave in Xin Wang for 10,000 years. Boom! The light of Taoist Xuanzhen's mark suddenly turned into a sword light, instantly cutting the woman into pieces. Fellow Taoists, anyone who dares to escape into the Xin Wang realm will be killed immediately regardless of the reason. Those who beg for mercy will have their self-proclaimed cultivation level sunk in the sea. Anyone who dares to act rashly will be killed without mercy. There were so many people at the moment. So how could they be allowed to escape inward? There are people from the 10 major immortal sects here, forming a network in the sky and underground to block the world. Yunli flapped his wings and floated in midair, looking at the blood-stained South China Sea, at the fleeing enemies, and at the Taoist fellows from the Xin Wang realm who were being treated. Floating quietly without saying a word. Her incomplete resurrection was achieved through an unknown number of lives. This is a huge favor. Too big to count. Although resurrection is just the introduction to the war. It starts with her after all. Without him, a battle would take a long time. Can it even disappear into the invisible? Yunli looked at the Feng Wang people who were still fighting in the air. Unlike the Buddhist world who only focused on their own escape, the Feng Wang Great World monks were still fighting in an orderly manner and protecting their allies to escape. As if sensing something, Feng Nan also looked at her. One person and one peacock looked at each other without saying a word. 100,000 years ago, the two of them fought fiercely. From fighting to the death to becoming friends, they were not affected by the two worlds. But at this moment, it has returned to its original state. When we meet again, we are enemies who will never stop fighting. There is no longer any possibility of slow rotation. The two looked at each other and hurriedly separated. Feng Nan looked in the direction of Feng Huang's world again. There was a wheel of light there, like 2 great suns in the sky. The Emperor's World Protection Formation was opened. Looking from the outside, it was terrifyingly bright. It was also at the moment when the light rose that the allies who were still fighting no longer had the intention to fight. They were instantly defeated, and their escape became irreversible. Especially the group of monks from Gujingjai, who got the news from nowhere, laughed and announced that the people who attacked Dragon Turtle were defeated and returned. Even Emperor Luan had one of his hands cut off, and Qin Guogong lost both arms. As for Duke Fu and King Huai, one died, and the other disappeared. The Dragon Turtle clan is about to return, and the supporting Phoenix will also return. Who dares to fight? Su He's translucent magical power to fly towards Yunli was not broken even when he turned into a peacock again, and became invisible again. Extremely domineering. Yunli chuckled and made a sweet peacock sound. This world is very unfair. They are both peacocks. Su He's cry is not unpleasant at all, but Yunli's cry is like a fairy sound. As soon as the fairy sound came out, Su He's translucent state dissipated instantly. He stood under Yunli, letting Yunli fall on his shoulders. It can be seen that Yunli's resurrection state is not right, and he looks tired just while flying. As for the SH.L being Buddha, would it be disrespectful to have a peacock on the Buddha? It does not mean that there is no peacock mother. The chase didn't last long. They were all top monks and not mortals. They didn't need to rely on their legs to escape. They escaped as soon as they could. Those who couldn't escape were either killed on the spot or professed their own cultivation, sinking into the sea. The monks in the imperial palace congealed into a bronze mirror until the end. Everyone jumped into the bronze mirror, and the bronze mirror broke through the air and walked away. Feng Chufei and Feng Zi tried to intercept but failed. After reaching Feng Nan's level, no one can stop him from leaving, unless his ancestors take action. The scene fell silent for a while. Only the doctors from Jixia Academy are rushing to treat fellow Taoists, while others are patrolling the South China Sea, picking up enemies who claim to be cultivators and imprisoning them. The Dragon Turtle and the Phoenix have joined forces to seal off the South China Sea. If anyone thinks about hiding in the South China Sea now, and then quietly escaping after the wind blows, or even lurking in the mysterious world, Then, they are deceived. Taoist Xuanzhen fell from the sky. An island spread out in the South China Sea. And the monks landed on the island one after another. But there was no loud noise. Some people who knew medicine helped to treat the fellow Taoists. Half of the others meditated to recover. And the other half were on guard. A colorful phoenix flew over. And all kinds of healing treasures were scattered around casually. He bowed his head slightly and saluted. And said loudly, "I will never thank you for your kindness. If you have any difficulties in the future, please go to Xuanzhen. Fo Fong. The whole clan is here to help." Anyone who recognized this phoenix immediately bowed and returned the salute. Second ancestor is serious. The thieves are attacking my Xian Wang. How can I stand idly by and watch? That's right. Although I don't like the arrogance of the Phoenix clan. Outsiders can't attack them. The speaker was a 7th level Taihanin. He looked at Kai Fong in front of him and asked with a smile. We don't need the Fong clan's gratitude. But we are making a phoenix feather sword. Can second ancestor find a way to give us one of the fallen feathers of the Phoenix clan? That Kai Fong is the second ancestor of the Fong clan. The strongest member of the Phoenix clan in the lower realm is the third ancestor. But the 100,000 mountains must be guarded by someone. If something happens there, it will be a real irreparable natural disaster. The second ancestor is the most distinguished person in the Phoenix clan here. The second ancestor laughed, and a phoenix feather flew out from his body. If fellow Taoist Tianhe doesn't mind the decay of the old phoenix feather, I will give you one as a gift. I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. Taoist Tianhe laughed and took the phoenix feather. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he couldn't help himself. The second ancestor's phoenix feather is even more effective. Coupled with the gains from this battle, not only can I refine swords, but I can also refine good magic weapons. The second ancestor looked around and said loudly, if you are short of something, you can ask for it. Even if the Fong clan doesn't have it. The old guy is thick-skinned and can still ask for it from others. Everyone burst into laughter. And the depression of the successive battles was relieved. Everyone present was a person who had been practicing cultivation for who knows how long. It was already clear that one's mind could see one's nature. So there was no need to be polite. If there was a real need, he would naturally take the opportunity to raise it. The second ancestor is not stingy at all and basically gets everything he asks for. Su He smiled and saw that Uncle Luo and the others in the south had sealed off the South China Sea and were returning. He moved his feet and carried Yuli on his back to greet them. Returned to the island together. On the island, the monks gathered in 2s and 3s. Dragons, turtles and phoenixes gathered together. Su He looked around and asked curiously, where is Shui Jun? Didn't you go to help Hongzu with Fingxi and the others? Why are they missing from both sides? Dead. Feng Chifei's voice came out. And he landed next to Su He, looking him up and down. She simply let go. The blood curse aura on her body was not concealed at all. And the bloody light shone on Su He. Dot! Is this a slap in the face? A voice above the head came. I won't die even if you die. They saw Shui Jun descending on the clouds, kicking his hoofs. And a figure turned somersaults and flew towards Taoist Xianquan. If it's not to confer the imperial palace and conceive the king, then who will do it? Shui Jun landed on the ground, glanced at Su He, and said, sorry, there are too many battlefields. I didn't go to rescue fellow Taoist Yen. I went to the Emperor's world and met this thief on the way back. So I caught him easily. Chapter 333, Shocked. Old man. The island fell silent for a while. Not only the people in the Xianwang realm were quiet, but also the prisoners who were suppressed under the banner were quiet. They all looked at King Huai on the ground with incredible eyes. Is the loss of Fengwang Palace so great? The 3 kings and 3 princes in the Fengwang Palace have a bit of a mysterious fighting power. If they have a battle formation, they can fight against Fengxi. On the Magma Land, Goluo can only fight against the Green Wolf of King Minyu and Fu Guigong. Qing Lei is in a state of being beaten. It took all the effort to stop the jackal. Emperor Luan could even rival Huang Zu in presiding over battle formations. This was when Su He and the others arrived. A large number of sergeants had already been suppressed and killed by Feng Xi and the others. The power of the battle formation had seriously declined. Even so, Feng Qi was seriously injured. Si Lao Lao, Feng Qi, Huang Enzu, Gu Luo, Gu Huai, and Qing Lei, 6 truly powerful talents, fought against the 2 kings and 2 princes led by Emperor Luan. Of course, with Hong ancestor needing protection, our own side was extremely limited. and Gu Huai was also half disabled by a sneak attack at the beginning of the war. The only ones from the Dragon Turtle clan who supported Fengzhong were Gu Luo and Su Zhu, while Gu Huai and Qing Lei were guarding an ancestor. Unexpectedly, Feng Wang World would suddenly attack. If Gu Huai hadn't fought hard to seriously injure Emperor Luan and bear half of the damage, Hong Ancestor probably wouldn't have been able to wait for others to assist Hong Ancestor in the egg when he was at his weakest. Even Gu Huai's defense was inferior. Even when Feng Si came to kill him, he was beaten back steadily. It wasn't until the ancestral ancestor broke his SHL, shattered the forbidden laws surrounding the Wuchen Sea, and came with Qing Lei that the war really turned around. Su He and Su Zhu were the straw that broke the camel's back. Suokun stared at Feng Qiaofei, and Feng Qiaofei despised Suokun. Cut! Picking up a half-damaged item that was blown up by my eldest son. My eldest nephew. Is it considered a meritorious service? Su He hummed, looked at Feng Qiaofei and said, "Kiss my aunt. I'm here to help." This is the matter of the Phoenix clan. Feng Qiaofei glanced at him with disdain. If you destroy a building, you will go to a doctor. What are you talking about? Chong Lu is the Taoist name for the trachea and throat. When a beast turns into a demon, it first refines the 12-layered tower, and then it turns into a human throat before it can speak human words. Su He, Dot! You were just beaten to the ground. Su He glared at Feng Qiaofei, who snorted and glanced at Qing Lei in the distance. These two were old enemies. Qing Lei destroyed her Chong Lu, and she destroyed the Qing Lei boundary pearl. The turtle and the phoenix looked at each other. Qing Lei snorted twice. Wait a minute! He could feel that after a hearty battle and a real beating, if he went back to find Su He to learn the Taoyuan a few times, his figure would shrink again. When it reaches half its current size, you can talk to Feng Qiaofei again. If he could reach Su He's size, he could press Feng Qiaofei to the ground and rub him. Speaking of which, that little guy Su He is already at the first level of heaven. Moreover, Tao Xing is progressing rapidly, but recently he has stopped growing, even shrunk a bit. The turtle SH.L begins to shrink at 3 feet. Could it be like Bai Ling, who fixed his body shape after 1 or 2 feet and stopped getting bigger? The girl is okay. She's a macho turtle. She looks so weak. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Feng Qiaofei's staff is a bit bad. Su He coughed to lighten the atmosphere. Speaking of which, I shouldn't be called aunt. I should be called eldest. Before the word aunt came out of her mouth, Feng Qiaofei was already furious and glared at her. If you dare to say these 2 words, I will kill you today. My aunt sounds young and beautiful, and my aunt sounds like a middle-aged woman. I dare you to say I'll beat you to death. Feng Qiaofei glared over. Next to her, Yunli burst out laughing. Ever since she left Fengzhong and saw fellow Taoists dying one after another, she had been looking downcast. It wasn't until she saw Feng Qiaofei and Su He quarreling in their eyes that she burst into laughter. At this moment, a ray of starlight shot into the sky where the Tianqing Palace gathered. Everyone was shocked and looked at him in astonishment. This is not a kung fu technique. This is Tianqing soul dispersion. There is a powerful person whose natal star in the Heavenly Star Palace is damaged, and he himself is seriously injured and cannot recover or be resurrected. Forced to disperse this body, he used his body to merge with his natal stars in an attempt to repair his natal stars. This is a means of risking death and living again. If the natal star cannot be repaired, it will truly become extinct. Everyone looked and saw a fairy in the direction of the Tianqing Palace. She was dressed in a Star Palace costume, with a star above her head scattering starlight. Her figure was illusory bit by bit. The Lord of Tianqing Palace, Luo Xian. Everyone looked and saw several figures falling into the gathering place of Tianqing Palace. There was a sound of swords, and the immortal swords of the elders of Tianqing Palace were unsheathed and pointed at Yin Yuan. Tianqing Palace and Zuanshanmen are mortal enemies. From the very beginning of Xiantian sect's founding, when they were still demon sect, they had been unrelenting enemies. Later, some demons, Taoists, and the Xiantian sect gradually reached the top 10 immortal sects, and Qingsan became the ancestor, and the two sides gradually relaxed. But the hostility is still there, except against the Emperor's world. Other times they want to bite each other to death. Luo Xian and Yin Yuanai were monks at the same time, fighting all the way from the demon transformation realm to the present. The two looked at each other, and Luo Xian grinned and snorted. That painter! Don't expect me to die! I use the Tianqing regeneration technique. I will return in 10,000 years. If you dare to hurt one of my Tianqing Palace members, when I return, I will destroy you Xiantian. Yin Yuan looked at her and said nothing. He was silent for a moment before raising his head and saying, "Disciple Xiantian, listen to the order." He didn't know what means he used to make this sound. He was not speaking to the elders of the Xiantian clan on the island, but a voice that spread throughout the Xianwang realm. Any disciple of Xiantian who withdraws from the heavenly star immortal realm will not be allowed to set foot on the heavenly star for 10,000 years. Yin Yuan looked into Luo Xian's eyes and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. "Since you are in ruins for Xianwang, I will not take advantage of others' danger." "Thank you." Luo Xian cupped his hands, looked at everyone present, and saluted. "Everyone, please be careful. Fengwang Palace is losing its original magical power, and Fengnan's iron rope is no longer a magical power, but looks like a magic weapon. Don't treat it as if you encounter it again. Treat me with supernatural powers. If there is a chance, I will wait to see you again in 10,000 years. If there is any offense in the Tianqing Palace in the future, I hope that you will leave 3 points of the Taoist tradition for the sake of my face." She spoke and bowed. Everyone present returned the gift one after another. "Don't worry, Fairy. What happens to the Tianqing Palace from now on for 10,000 years is our business, and we will never cause any harm to the Tianqing Palace." Feng Si opened his eyes. "The fairy will be reborn with peace of mind. Within 10,000 years, I will personally control the heavenly star fairy realm." Luo Xian was overjoyed, bowed deeply, and slowly disappeared. It turned into a starlight scattered in the starry sky. Everyone looked at the stars and said nothing. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly darkened, and the excitement of winning half of the 3 kings and 3 princes from the imperial palace suddenly dissipated without a trace. One of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianhuang realm lost a sect leader. This kind of battle damage was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. Everyone looked at the sky, came back to their senses for a long time, and bowed their hands towards the Tianqing Palace. An elder of Tianqing Palace made a sword salute to Taoist Xuanzhen and the 4 spirits. "Everyone, the palace master has dispersed his soul, and Tianqing is troubled. I don't dare to stay for a long time, so I retreated. If there is another battle, all the seniors will call us together." Order. Tianqing Palace raises its palace to join the battle. Everyone returned the greeting, and Taoist Xuanzhen nodded and said, "Elder, you can go back. If a fight breaks out, we won't be polite." Everyone said goodbye, and a few starlights escaped and went straight up the Liuguang River. The war is over, and the port Luguang left has been opened. At this moment, there are still corpses floating outside the Liuguang River. Since the beginning of the war, the newly added port of Liuguang River has been the focus of competition. One family left, and the others also took their leave. After the war is over, the profits will be distributed, not to mention the gains from the war. They are powerful corpses in the sky, and they are also treasures of heaven and earth that are rare to see in thousands of years. But these things are obviously not suitable to talk about now. In the future, various schools and factions will go to Jixia Academy to discuss Guowang Mountain, Gujingzai and Xiling. They have never participated in these, and Jixia Academy will do its part. When the morning star rises, the only ones left on the island are the real core of this war: the Dragon Turtle Clan, the Phoenix Clan, Guowang Mountain, Gujingzai, Jixia Academy, and a few powerful casual cultivators. Everyone stayed behind but had to discuss how to restore the South China Sea and how to repay the title of emperor. The air became quiet, and all eyes fell on Qilin Sui Jun. Suikun opened his mouth but said nothing. I knew that matters like purifying the South China Sea would be left to her. Qilin is the best at doing this. Suikun sighed. Wait a minute. I'll do a little coolie. She kicked the space open with her hoof, and a sleepy little unicorn rolled out. Auntie, you kicked me again. A familiar voice sounded. Sui raised his eyes and saw the unicorn. Before he finished speaking, he saw people in all directions. The rest of the words were immediately stuck in his throat and could not be said. He retreated step by step until he got behind Suikun and hid quietly. Even the soul beast above her head was hidden. Qilin Muju. The autistic Qilin. Shuijuan's figure flashed and landed behind Musu, kicking her towards Su He and Feng Yi. They were all comrades who had fought against White Tiger together as young men. What were they doing hiding behind her? Long time no see. Su He greeted with a smile. Su, long time no see. Mu Wei timidly replied. She looked at Feng Yi as if asking for help. Feng Yi sighed and flew down on her back, with his wings hanging down on both sides of Qilin. Mu Ju's expression immediately relaxed, and he felt safe again. Taoist Xuanzhen chuckled. I will trouble my fellow Taoists from the Qiling tribe to clean up the matter. When the Taoists finish cleaning up, he then looked at the dragon turtle, phoenix and dragon present. Please refine the chaos, collect the origin of the world, nourish the South China Sea, and restore this place as soon as possible, so that time will not pass and there will be no day of recovery. Feng Chafei snorted, turned around and left. She only cares about fighting and repairing things, and leaves it to others. Su He, who was leaning behind her and quietly lifting the blood curse for her, was taken flying by her. Feng Chafei glanced at him and slapped him down. Su He looked embarrassed. This ant seemed to like the state of being under the blood curse. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a beautiful figure protruding from the void in the sky, floating down, pressing down on Feng Chafei and landing on the small island. If it's not Ji Feishue, who will come? Let me go! Feng Chafei gritted his teeth. Ji Feishue giggled. Jing Jing! If you make trouble again, I'll kill you! Feng Chafei suddenly became furious and stared at Ji Feishue. Kill me! The eldest princess is so murderous. She just doesn't know where you were when she was fighting with the emperor. Where were you when your little husband was beaten? Kill him! The intention will only rush inwards? Feng Chafei snorted with contempt. He didn't dare to show up to fight with the emperor. He only dared to act wild here and call her mother-in-law. Su He stepped forward, stood between Ji Feishue and Feng Chafei, and whispered, Auntie! He could tell that something was not right with Ji Feishue. They had been living together for nearly 10 years. And Su He could clearly sense the slight changes in Ji Feishue. It's not a matter of perception, but it's based on feeling. Something must have happened to Ji Feishue. Feng Chafei gritted his teeth and looked at him with anger in his eyes. Asshole. Sex makes the mind faint. Looking at Ji Feishue, who was hiding behind Su He, she became even more angry. If this woman hadn't hidden, how could so many people have died in Xianwang? She gritted her teeth and saw the monk who was being held prisoner by the side looked at Ji Feishue as if he had seen a ghost. But a resentment. It was you who killed the Bodhisattva of freedom, one person shouted, and a group of monks stared at Ji Feishue and shouted. One looked resentful, the other horrified. Feng Chafei was stunned for a moment, and a flash of ridicule flashed in his heart. He sneered at this statement. The Bodhisattva existed tens of millions of years ago, not to mention the same time as Taizu. But it should not be millions of years later. Or at most tens of millions of years too late. In any case, it is the existence of the enlightened Bodhisattva and the true ancestor. Why should Ji Feishue be killed? She always felt that Ji Feishue was not much stronger than her. At most, she was stronger than Huang Ancestor and the others. Even if she reached the level of ancestor, she would still be at the lowest level. She chuckled twice and saw Monk Safang clasping his hands together and staring at Ji Feishue in shock. Ji Feishue's resentment towards Buddha was almost solidified. This cannot be gathered by killing 1 or 2 or thousands of monks. Even if all the arhats in the Buddhist world are killed, they still won't be able to unite. Little friend Su He also killed many monks without even a trace of Buddhist resentment. It was really she who killed the Bodhisattva. Feng Chafei's breathing quickened, and he suddenly turned to look at Ji Feishue, only to notice that Ji Feishue, who used to be as charming as a fox in red clothes, now had black lines on her red clothes, and her aura was not right. In her eyes that were half smiling but not smiling, murderous intent could flow out at any time. It was only when he looked at Su He that his murderous intent was restrained, but instead turned into resentment and hatred, as if he wished he could bite that scumbag turtle. Everyone looked at Ji Feishue quietly, and Ji Feishue looked at Su He quietly. After a long while, he took out a star fragment and threw it towards Ci Feng, saying, half of that monk's existence was transformed into stars and reincarnated, and the other half was refined by me. But this star cannot be refined, so you take it and study it. Everyone looked at the star that Ji Feishue had shot, and only took a glance at the huge message that was uploaded from the fragment of the star. Although I don't know what it is, I also know that it is the most fundamental existence of the Bodhisattva Mahavatar. Amitabha! Master Ci Feng recited the Buddha's name and burst into laughter. He turned to look at the captured Buddhist monk. Do you know the land of Gerald Lao Tzu? That old bald donkey reincarnated. But he couldn't even take his own existence with him. Even if he comes back from reincarnation, will he still be the same person? Ci Feng smiled happily. Not only half of them existed, but there was also half of the Bodhisattva status. Even if the old bald donkey returned from reincarnation, it would be difficult for him to achieve the Bodhisattva status. Still thinking about escaping from tribulations and becoming a Buddha? What are you daydreaming about? The faces of the Buddhist monks were as white as paper, and their eyes were ashen. But Ji Feishue said again, Bong Huanggongtong died after the battle 10 years ago. The cause of death is unknown. In the past few days, and Sui, pirates, Xian, and Raccoon were killed by Taizu and Fengzu one after another. Yang 6 people. 7 of the 12 ancestors who have been granted the title of emperor have been eliminated. Everyone who was still in shock fell into a complete downtime. Just now, I felt that the battle in the lower realm was fruitful. But the battle in the Star Sea turned out to be even more terrifying. Has it actually reached this point? Everyone was speechless for a long time. They really didn't know what else to say. The ancestor is mighty? Feng Chifei's eyes lit up. Did you kill that bald donkey after picking up Taizu and Fengzu's leak? Ji Feishue chuckled. Yes. Feng Chifei laughed and got stuck again. Even if he picked it up. He also said that Ji Feishue had reached such a high level. The great freedom Bodhisattva just passed through and beat her and Shui Jun. Caught off guard. Her consciousness was distracted. But if Fengzu showed up, she and Sui Jun would probably have to pay a lot of money to kill him. That's just a clone. Realizing the gap, her eyes instantly collapsed when she looked at Ji Feishue. Then he thought of something and his eyes suddenly shone. Call mother-in-law. I told you before that one day I want you to call me mother-in-law. Ji Feishue looked at her with a half-smile. Then turned to look at the semi-illusory Yunli. And nodded slightly. Yunli was a little embarrassed. She has been called Aunt Ji Feishue since she was a child. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at Suhi. Suhi looked at Ji Feishue and asked softly, Are you injured? I don't know. Ji Feishue jumped lightly and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL. Suhi had transformed into the dragon turtle's true form. The Buddha's coat was too conspicuous here. But Suhi was still used to the dragon turtle. Ji Feishue settled. Suhi said, Have you merged with the clone again? Ji Feishue's clothes didn't seem to be a magic weapon, but probably related to her state. Suhi had seen a clone in white that was as gentle as her sister. Yeah, Ji Feishue said softly. When the black clothes entered his body, his mind was filled with murderous intent, and it took some time to recover. The news brought by Ji Feishue took everyone for half an hour to recover. Arranged everything and prepared to separate again. As for revenge and becoming emperor, at least we have to wait for everyone to recover from their injuries. And you can't act at will. The battle between Emperor Feng and Xian Wang realm escalated every time. And the decisive battle did not really break out at any time. Ji Feishue sat on the turtle SHL of Suhi, half lazily and half murderous. A message fell to everyone present. Next time, the Xian Wang cave heaven will open in advance. Be prepared. Any grudges will be settled there. That's it. Everyone looked up and couldn't figure it out for a moment. In advance? The Xianwang cave opens every 60 years. Opens for 12 years at a time. And then reopens 60 years after it closes. Strictly speaking, the interval between the two openings is 72 years. This is an eternal theorem. How could it be advanced? Ji Feishue smiled sweetly. I accidentally made it too early. Is this your fault? Everyone was in a state of shock. Even more shocked than when they heard that the Bodhisattva Ji was killed by Ji Feishue. Does the fairy know how many years in advance? According to the normal process, it was originally 28 years. Ji Feishue shrugged. Who knows? Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe next month. Everyone fell silent. Is it already so tight? But no one feels it. Xian Wang Ling didn't respond either. Taoist Xuanzhen gave a wry smile. Everyone is in good health. So don't be careful with your budget anymore. Use all the treasures from heaven and earth. If other colleagues are lacking, I hope you here can help. Chapter 334 The plugin is gone. Guiwang Mountain is the ancestral palace of Taoist sects in the world. It involves the 10 major immortal sects and the 4 spiritual beasts. All matters are naturally arranged by Guiwang Mountain. Xuanzhen was happy to hand over the matter. But neither the dragon turtle nor the phoenix, or even the power-loving dragon, were interested in these chores. But there is no need to arrange it. The only ones who can handle these things are the mythical beasts. The mythical beasts don't need to worry about it. They can do it well without worrying about it. They can also mess it up if they worry about it. With the sound of the Buddha's name, a shadow fell from the sky. It was Master Sishan, who was heading to the Emperor's world. He landed on the island, and a lotus platform under his seat had just risen when a murderous intention struck him. Sishan disappeared in a flash, and the lotus platform under his seat had been smashed into pieces, turning into petals and dispersing. Sishan reappeared and was already hiding behind Taoist Xuanzhen. He raised his eyes and looked in shock. Your Royal Highness, did the poor monk do something wrong? Ji Feishua waved her hand. Sorry, I'm sensitive to monks now. But you suddenly appeared and I didn't stop. As she spoke, she simply lay down on her side, as if she was weak. Like a candle. This has been stopped. Otherwise Sishan would be gone. Siai Sha now shouted the Buddha's name, suppressing the fear in his heart, and sat down behind Taoist Xuanzhen. Where is your golden body? Siai Fong touched his head and asked curiously. The monk's golden body is gone? No, it's not that the golden body is gone. It's that the entire physical body is gone, and even the soul is damaged. Otherwise, this broken-mouthed monk would not be so illusory when his spirit was as solid as his physical body. Amitabha. Sishan chuckled. He died for his country. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Suhi. Little friend, can you lend me some of the Buddha's power? If you don't replenish it, I will disappear. Suhi blinked. What did this old monk do in the Emperor's world? The physical body has been destroyed? He carefully put Ji Feishua down, turned around, and revealed his true body as a peacock, with the Buddha's coat in a lotus position. Looking up towards Sishan, Sishan looked at him. Suhi. Take it yourself? No milk. Thank you. Pa. Feng Chifei slapped his wing. Sishan smiled and said, My dear friend, you can create a Buddha's power with me. Mountain God's seal. Suhi shook his head after asking. That is the skill of the dragon turtle's true form. Even if he uses Buddha's clothes as a sword, he can't hit it with the peacock's body. Suhi was not yet able to achieve the Mountain God's seal with a peacock body. One of his heavenly killing formations landed around Sishan. Sishan's face was filled with astonishment, and his face twitched. He wanted to say, If you don't want to do it, just do it. There is no need to kill and silence him. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is no need for such a battle. If you cut off your hand, I will let the poor monk take it for himself. Suhi slashed with his wings, causing Buddha's left hand to fall. Sishan bowed and clasped his hands together. Thank you, little friend. This Buddhist robe has only the power of Buddha but no merit. I have used it for too long and owe Buddhism karma. Later, you might as well ask Safang to perform the ritual of refuge for the little friend and accept him as a disciple of Buddha. It's just a name, to prevent my little friend from being plotted by the Buddhist world in the future. Besides, there is no precepts in the North Courtyard, so it's okay to marry, have children, eat meat, and drink alcohol. He secretly glanced at Ji Feishua before daring to continue. Ji Feishua was lying on a lotus leaf and had closed her eyes. This time the fusion of the two bodies is different from the previous ones and seems to be more complicated. It's like falling into a deep sleep at this moment. Suhi looked around and saw that none of the phoenixes and dragon turtles had any objections. This should be a practical insurance. He nodded. Siai Fong smiled. There is also the benefactor of Yunli, who looks extremely weak at the moment, and has been contaminated by the aura of the Buddha Mother and Bodhisattva in the Buddhist world. If possible, if he can fill himself with Buddha power, the donor's body will not reject the Buddha power at this moment. This is the case in the Buddhist world. It takes a lot of energy to wash away the aura of the Mother of Buddha on Yunli's body with other powers. It would be better to simply use the power of Buddha. Suhi turned to look at Gu Luo. Taizu once said that he could ask Gu Luo about Yunli's condition. Gu Luo smiled. There is no right or wrong in the path. No matter what you do, your mother's current weakness must be replenished. Your Buddha's robe will eventually dissipate, so it is better to let her absorb it. Fill up the emptiness first, and then talk about the path. Yunli was stunned for a moment, then watched Suhi shake his head slightly. How could any mother snatch something from her child? Even if the Buddha's code dissipates, Suhi's safety is always guaranteed until it dissipates. It's better for me to cultivate my own strength. What I want is not only the power of Buddha, but also the ability to adapt to my peacock body. How can external forces supplement it? Suhi's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. To snatch Buddha's power. The dice rolled 2 quality points. All the treasures with quality points were the most suitable for Suhi. Just like the blood essence left by Yunli, Suhi threw 4 points. And then, he got the true form of the peacock. It is most suitable for Suhi. So it is natural that this layer of Buddhist robes outside the peacock is relatively suitable for the peacock. Right? Sui jumped up, spread his wings and flew out from the Buddha's coat. Taking off his coat, Sui raised his eyebrows towards Feng Chao and shook the crest on his head. Feng Chaofei had a clear understanding, flapped his wings, and threw the cloud gravel into his coat. Sison chuckled, waved his hand and carved a Buddha formation, which turned into a big swastika and fell on the Buddha's coat. Sui felt the request coming from the Buddha's coat. Sui didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was just like a request, asking Sui to let go of the Buddha's power restriction on the Buddha's coat. This swastika is just a pulling formation, similar to the golden body condensed by Liao Heng. But it is not so exaggerated and can pull the entire Buddha pond. The Buddha's robe is the condensation of Suhawa's canons. He disagrees, and there is no way to rob the Buddha's power from the Buddha's robe. Suhi's mind moved and he let go of the restrictions. The Buddha's power poured into Yunli's body like a trickle. Without the coat, a feeling of emptiness and weakness arose spontaneously. Sui looked up at the sky, blinked, and sighed. Feng Chaofei snorted and came over mockingly. Why? You can't bear to leave? Sui looked at her pitifully. Auntie! The plug-in is gone! One moment, you can fight with the top power in the world. And the next moment, you are beaten back to your original shape. Who knows this feeling? Although he didn't know what the plug-in meant, Feng Zhao could guess it after a quick guess. Feng Chaofei snorted and said, You want to rely on external force to suppress the world? Are you afraid that this is not a fantasy? If you have such an idea, don't say it to others as soon as possible. My nephew, I can't afford to disgrace this man. External force is, after all, external force. No one knows when the external force will dissipate. The moment we crave external force, our own path will be cut off, indulging in power that does not belong to oneself. How much can the force spirits achieve? Sui shook his head. Of course he understood the truth, but he was bound to be disappointed. He shook his body. Practice well, run forward, and strive to master that kind of power by yourself within 10,000 years. Feng Chaofei sneered and poured cold water on him. Are you afraid you want to eat a dragon? After 10,000 years to reach that level, do you want to defy heaven? Sui blinked. Bai Ling had opened the 7th heaven in 5,000 years. Why couldn't he? Even if he has hexagrams, he doesn't need to be enlightened. After 5,000 years of creation, the remaining 5,000 years will be taken a step further. It makes sense. Next to her, Chi Feishu opened her eyes, looked at Feng Chaofei and said quietly, He can eat dragons. Feng Chaofei. Dot! In the Buddha's coat, Yunli opened his eyes. He was also a peacock who had lived hundreds of thousands of years. He had already entered the Buddha's coat, so naturally he would no longer be pretentious. There was a slight flash in her eyes. Speaking of eating, my body is still there with Suhi. Let's roast it and eat it. That is the peacock mythical beast. The 7th level of heaven. Suhi, Feng Si, everyone. Dot! Only Feng Chaofei spread his wings and said with great interest, Okay. Yunli immediately became interested and turned to look at Suhi. Give me your body. Suhi looked confused, but he still took out Yunli's body. This peacock should have found the body where it was used when absorbing the Buddha's power. Want to use the Buddha's power to temper the corpse and then merge with the only one? Suhi immediately controlled the peacock's body and headed towards Yunli. Yunli smiled softly, flicked her wings, and floated the body towards Feng Chaofei. Get away! Feng Chaofei jumped up with a chirp. Although she screamed happily, she did not dare to look at the corpse, especially the wound on the chest of the corpse that she had caused back then, as if a sharp knife had stabbed it. Feng Chaofei's body began to tremble slightly. Putong tree, Yunli said softly, because Feng Chaofei was carrying her, resisting the pull of the invisible place, and the sycamore tree guarding his side. He was shattered by life. It was the companion magic weapon of the Phoenix clan, and it had a great impact on the body. But restoring the sycamore tree requires the power of the Phoenix. Unless the Phoenix clan collectively uses up its source to help her restore it, I'm afraid it won't be restored for 30,000 to 50,000 years. But Feng Chaofei's relationship with the Feng clan allowed her to tolerate her, and it would be the limit not to cause trouble for her in the future. There is no use for this peacock body, and it may even become a means of restricting her once it falls into the hands of the enemy. It is better to use waste. Feng Chaofei took a step back. His face instantly darkened. He could accept anything, but this was the only thing he couldn't accept. Not grand at all. Yunli snorted and grabbed it with one claw. A flash of light flashed across Feng Chaofei's body. The sycamore tree had fallen beside Yunli. When Yunli nudged it, the roots of the sycamore tree followed the wound on the peacock's chest. I probed in, and suddenly there were dense clouds and gravel all over the body. Yunli raised his eyebrows and glanced at Feng Qiufei. Don't you think that I can't borrow your power after leaving your body? Wouldn't it be useless to live together for thousands of years? Yunli has also controlled this body for thousands of years. Feng Qiufei's pupils flashed, and he looked at the roots of the sycamore tree with a horrified expression. He once again penetrated Yunli's body through the wound, and his breathing became uncontrollably heavy. But Yunli looked nonchalant and looked at Feng Qiufei with a smile. I asked you to slap me into the Buddha's robe. Do you feel the same now? It stands to reason that Yunli became a mother, but she never really grew up until her death. She lived happily and carefree for 200,000 to 300,000 years under Feng Xi's pampering. Who would have thought that when someone dies and suddenly becomes a mother, that out-of-the-box personality cannot be reversed all at once? Letting the sycamore tree absorb the corpse, she flew her claws again, grabbed out a series of laws from the corpse, formed a ball, and threw it towards Suhi. You have to understand the rules yourself. Even if there are rules condensed by predecessors, they can only be used as a reference and cannot be used immediately. But let your wife help you practice the magic weapon someday. It should be quite powerful. Suhi was silent for a moment, smiled, and brought the ball condensed by laws into the inner world. The inner world is like two suns hanging in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Under the light of the law, the inner world is naturally nourished by the law. After reading the book 100 times, its meaning will become apparent, and certain changes will occur over time. At this moment, in the inner world, most of the thick clouds and black fog composed of yin energy have been dispersed by the Buddha's light. At this moment, the heavy rain is pouring, and the yin energy is flowing continuously towards the underground cave. The entire inner world has been consolidated to the limit, and the power of the world is full. As long as the heaven-opening artifact is condensed, Suhi can open the second heaven at any time. The second artifact of opening the sky, the gun frame, has been completely condensed, and the condensed shadow of Gugua can now be seen clearly. It is a box, and the cannonball in the box is slowly taking shape. On the second day of the war, chaos will be attacked with artillery fire. Confess the Great World and the Imperial Palace. Emperor Luan stood quietly under the old locust tree in the Imperial Garden. There were no maids around him, only an old eunuch standing beside him without any presents. Your Majesty, the prince wants to see you, the old eunuch said softly. Let him come in. Emperor Luan chuckled. Since the death of Qiangyang, the prince has been more diligent in coming. All the ministers praised the prince for his filial piety, fearing that he might think too much and hurt his soul. Emperor Luan only took it as true. The prince also lost 2 points of the emperor's majesty and gained 3 points of his father's encouragement. The prince came in, knelt down and said, Father, my son is guilty. Emperor Luan turned around and asked, Where is the crime? The prince paused slightly and said, The third brother got the summoning rune, but I didn't find it. The third brother summoned the dragon turtle, but I didn't find it. The dragon turtle put the rune on the third brother, but I didn't find it either. The dragon turtle was destroyed in front of my eyes. Summoned the altar and stole the altar protection formation. Emperor Luan was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, Your fault is not here. When you can understand where you went wrong, you can lead 1 guard. If you can correct it, you can lead 2 guards. The prince raised his head solemnly, forgetting even the sacred etiquette, and looked at Emperor Luan in disbelief. Emperor Luan's face was expressionless, but there was no joke in his expression. He pointed his halberd and hung 2 tiger charms on the big locust tree. If you feel that you have done it, you can come here to pick up the tiger talisman, and I will give you the Tianhe and Tianbin armies. The prince slowly lowered his head, feeling a turmoil in his heart. How could an emperor give military power to a prince? This is not the East Palace Guards. This is a tiger talisman that can mobilize the guards, and even do whatever they want. This is true military power. He was silent for a long time, but he didn't know what his father was thinking, let alone where he thought he was wrong. In other words, it doesn't matter what the mistake is. What the father thinks is the most important. He took a few deep breaths and bowed slightly. If I feel that I can do it, I will come to receive the gift from my father. After saluting, he stood up halfway, took out a lotus flower, and slowly bowed forward. Father, I don't know what means the dragon turtle used. The black bear transformed by the third brother. I can't break the curse. Several bachelors from the bachelor's palace, it can't be solved either. Emperor Luan looked at the black bear in the lotus, took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron came through the air. A ray of light emitted from the mouth of the cauldron downwards and fell on the black bear. The black bear roared, squirmed, and transformed into a human form. But there is a talisman between the eyebrows that cannot be pulled out no matter what. Emperor Luan pointed his finger at the center of the third prince's eyebrows. Place the talisman half an inch away from the center of your eyebrows and let it float in the air. Emperor Luan yelled, "You still haven't woken up yet." The third prince suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Bone tea is harming me." After shouting, he seemed to wake up, looked at his surroundings, and knelt down with a bang. "Father! Father! I..." Emperor Luan ignored what he said before, lowered his head and asked, "Lao San, is there anything strange when you transform into a bear?" Fengzhen didn't know why he asked this question, and shook his head. "I don't feel anything. I just feel great fear." Emperor Luan smiled. "I have a great fear. That talisman is constantly stealing the secrets in your mind. Our family's ban will wipe you out time and time again. If it were not for the talisman to protect you, you would have died long ago. We are being obliterated every moment. Isn't it natural to have great fear?" Fengzhen looked at Emperor Luan in astonishment. Emperor Luan looked down at him. "The mountain and river cauldron can't be used again. I can only save you once. In just 3 years. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron that I have placed between your brows, I will be exhausted, and you will turn into a black bear again. And then our family's ban and the talisman will kill each other. If you are lucky, the talisman wins, and you can rest assured that you will be a bear for the rest of your life. Otherwise you will definitely die. The restriction on the consciousness of the Feng Huang clan comes from the first generation of ancestors, and it is impossible for future generations to lift it, or kneeling in front of the dragon turtle or phoenix ancestor. How can such existence be solved?" The third prince's face turned pale, and he looked at the former emperor in astonishment. "Father, father, my child, what should I do?" Emperor Luan glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "To untie the bell. You must tie the bell." The third prince was silent. Dragon turtle, thinking of the Buddha who looked like a god. The third prince's face became even paler. "Father, that turtle." Emperor Luan interrupted him. "His Buddha robe is gone." The third prince and the prince looked over at the same time. This kind of thing cannot be hidden from the real power. Just now, the coat changed hands and began to disappear rapidly. It must have been absorbed by someone. After taking into account the information reported by various sources, it should be no accident that it was given to his peacock mother. It's quite sentimental. Gone? The third prince was startled. That coat of holding up the sky and holding down the earth is gone? There was a cold light in his eyes, and a murderous intent. What was the dragon turtle without his coat? Suhi pointed out a stroke, and a large area of chaos broke open, seeming to be refined into mountains and rivers, but failed. One sacred beast can be suppressed in one place, and there cannot be too many. But Suhi didn't want to open up a place of suppression. He just wanted to refine some chaos. The chaos he opened did not turn into a piece of heaven and earth before returning to chaos. But during this transition, a large area of the world was originally formed. Such an origin cannot be absorbed by Suhi. It is generally poisonous and cannot be refined at all. If it is absorbed into the inner world, it will cause indigestion. But it is just right for repairing the world. The Xinhuang world has a profound foundation, and absorbing these origins is not a problem. With a big flag above his head, all the origins had been rolled up. So he rushed out of the chaos and walked in a flash, heading straight for the South China Sea. On the way, he met Feng Yi, who had just returned from refining the chaos. He said H, low, and landed on the ground at the same time, above the South China Sea. Feng Yi looked at Ji Feishu as sleeping on Suhi's turtle sh. L, it's been several days, but I still can't get used to such a legendary existence. Actually following this ugly turtle. After the discussion that day, Ji Feishu woke up for a moment. Lu Gu. Feng Xiaofei once sarcastically provoked the generals, saying that he wanted to compete with Ji Feishu to open up chaos. Then Ji Feishu gave her a blank look and said, "I am a demon clan. Why should I open up chaos?" Then he stretched out and slept on the Suhi turtle sh. L. He has not woken up to this day. But she didn't know if it was an illusion. But she always felt that Ji Feishu's clothes had changed. Unlike the awkwardness a few days ago, The red and black colors are much more coordinated now, and they seem to really blend together. Chapter 335 Ya Huang preaches. Su He and Feng Yi were in the sky and in the water. The same formation flags unfolded. The cracks in the sky and the ocean simultaneously swallowed the origin of the world, and the cracks slowly healed. In the distance, a unicorn tree jumps on the water, like a playful puppy. As long as there are no outsiders, she can play happily. Every time Qilin takes a step, a lotus blooms. The roots of the lotus are inserted into the sea, absorbing the impurities in the sea blood, killing intent, death intent. A piece of blood-red and smelling sea water was purified. At this moment, the sea was full of lotus flowers, but the lotus flowers became blood-red, dark, and lifeless. Extremely strange. When the lotus is full of pollution, the wooden sticks will be picked and put into the storage bag. When Su He and Feng Yi enter the chaos, they can be brought into the chaos. Chaos is the best garbage disposal plant. It accepts all comers, no matter what kind of power it is. It can be swallowed up and re-evolved into chaos. The place Su He repaired was the sea area that Mu Ju had purified. Su He was not very fast. The shattered South China Sea was not a landslide, but many places had turned into nothingness. There is even a need to repair the space. Su He's barbarian king realm refining technique has been steadily improving in the past few days. Su He felt that after another 30 or 50 years of tinkering here, the barbarian king's world refining technique would be able to reach its peak level, condense the seeds of magical powers, and turn them into magical powers. Unsurprisingly, the barbarian king's realm refining technique will be Su He's first magical power that was advanced from the magic technique. The origin of the world unfolds, allowing heaven and earth to absorb it on their own. Su He was repairing the space loopholes. While repairing, he suddenly raised his head and shouted to Jiuxiao, "Auntie! I'm working!" A phoenix lowered its head from the sky and looked at Su He with the eyes of a dead person. Su He was undaunted and said with a smile, "He who can do it has a lot of work. There are more than a dozen mythical beasts in the South China Sea, and you are the only one who can mend this space-time rift. You are so domineering." Feng Chaofei restrained his murderous intent, snorted and fell down. Sinking beside Su He, he waved his wings and flew toward the space-time rift in front of Su He with a strange force. After a great battle, the power of time leaked out of the Phoenix tomb, and even space-time cracks occasionally appeared in the South China Sea. No other divine beast can repair the cracks in time and space. Only Feng Chaofei has this ability. This arrogant phoenix walked in front of Su He on the path of the Four Saints. She could stably use a hint of Suzaku power, while Su He could only feel a hint of Xuanwu power when the magic card in his mind was stimulated to manifest. Su He carefully watched Feng Chaofei's operations and realized the source of her Suzaku power. Feng Chaofei glanced at him. "Want to learn?" Su He nodded as if pounding garlic. Feng Chaofei looked him up and down with contempt. Su He saw the meaning in her eyes. The scream sounded good. This arrogant phoenix wants to hear something nice, but refuses to speak out. Su He understood. "Auntie! Beautiful aunt!" Feng Chaofei was startled and suddenly lost interest. This idiot gave in too easily, and had no sense of accomplishment at all. She snorted. "I won't teach you. You are a dragon turtle, a member of the dragon turtle clan, not to mention the dead Bai Ling. Qing Lei is the enemy, and..." She glanced at Su He and snorted. "A dragon turtle that dares to mark me with a blood curse still expects to learn something from me? Dream?" Su He was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice. "Auntie, what's going on between you and Uncle Lei? How about I deal with it?" Su He muttered in a low voice. "How can the four spirit beasts have real enemies? You two are about the same age and are childhood sweethearts? Is there any misunderstanding? How about I help you match up?" There was really a misunderstanding. As the person closest to Gui Feng, Su He felt that he had this obligation. But before he could finish speaking, Feng Chaofei's eyes suddenly surged with murderous intent, and he slapped him on the head. Watching Su He's head tilt and sink to the bottom of the sea, Feng Chaofei gritted his teeth and wished he could fish out the turtle and beat it up. "If you talk without hesitation, why don't I slap you to death just for the sake of that stupid peacock?" The slap was received at noon, and Su He woke up in the middle of the night. "Thanks to my aunt for not killing her. I just shot her half dead." Su He shook his head and emerged from the bottom of the water. The sky above his head had been repaired, and he could see the perfect starry sky. Feng Yi was not interested enough and did not wait for him. Su He flew towards chaos with one stroke of his four claws. The South China Sea is not too far away from chaos. Su He is not like a peacock who flies with rapid feathers. The space in the South China Sea is unstable at the moment, and space cracks may appear at any time. If you fly too fast, something may happen easily. Moreover, the peacock could not carry Ji Feishue on its back. Ji Feishue fell asleep on him, sleeping deeply, jumping into the chaos. The Kaikian pin hangs in the air to break through the chaos, and the flag automatically rolls up to collect the origin of the world. Su He's mind moved, and a formation floated out from the foreign minister's space. It was snatched from the altar of the emperor's palace in the emperor's world. But the dice did not fall. In other words, the formation disc did not belong to Su He yet, and they could summon it back at any time. However, there has been no action in sealing the imperial palace. This is Shen Yuan. A cold voice came from behind. The voice and consciousness were fused in a special way, which could be heard even in the chaos. Su He and Ji Feishue had learned this after living together for more than 10 years. Ji Feishue woke up. Su He was overjoyed when he saw a beautiful figure falling in front of him. Ji Feishue glanced at the array, and then her eyes fell on Su He. Something's wrong. Clone? Su He asked softly. Ji Feishue's temperament was wrong at this time. She was not his witch. She looked like a murderous god. It's time to do the final fusion. Let me come and see you. Ji Feishue's voice was cold. Su He was silent for a moment and asked, will the clone disappear after fusion? If each clone has its own personality and memory, wouldn't the fusion be devouring? Ji Feishue shook her head. How can it disappear if it never existed? It's just the same person, with different expressions in different moods and states. She looked at Su He. People won't always be in the same mood or state, and the clone can't always be out there. There will always be a time to return. Su He was thoughtful. So how did Ji Feishue's clones with different personalities come about? Cut off part of your emotions, psychology, and mood? The one in white is the gentle elder sister, and the one in black is the murderous female killer? Ji Feishue didn't seem to like to talk too much about this issue. She looked at the formation disc in front of Su He and reluctantly raised the corner of her mouth. She reached out to take it and touched it bit by bit. And then a scream came from the formation disc. Who touched my lower realm array? As soon as a voice shouted out from the array, Ji Feishue waved her hand to disperse it, and disappeared with a cry of reluctance. Then a dice fell happily and spun twice on the formation plate, turning 1 into 2 and 2 into 3. It turned into 3 identical arrays. Ji Feishue's eyes lit up. My dear husband, is this your talent? You are really unreasonable. Her body seemed to be boneless, and she was completely limp on Su He. She twisted a piece of hair and whispered in his ear. Draw? Huh? Su He exclaimed. Is the fusion complete? The fusion is complete. So the lady I criticized so much is back? Yes. Yes. Ji Feishue chuckled and patted away the traces left by the master of the formation disc. The clone's power was exhausted, and the fusion was completed. She looked at the 3 formation discs in front of her with interest. This was the first time Su He had truly demonstrated his talent for copying in pairs in front of him. When robbing the inner treasury of the Fengwang Palace, Su He put the harvest into a silk scarf before the dice landed, fearing that no one would find out. After returning home, the copy was completed. Ji Feishue knocked on the array plates one by one, and thoughts flashed through her. They are exactly the same. Even the flaws are the same. She smiled brightly and glanced at Su He. My dear husband, could you give me one? This formation plate was personally arranged by an ancestor of Fengwang Palace, and he could research a lot of things. Su He laughed and said, you two will have one each, and my peacock body will absorb another one. One for Ji Feishue and one for Su Huanyan. A bowl of water should be held level. Ji Feishue curled her lips, flicked her sleeves, and took away the 2 array discs. Young husband, you are really wet with rain and dew. That's just the right time. I want to go to my sister's place, so I will help you take it there. Su He's eyes lit up. Sister, want to go to Luofeng Valley. Take me with you. As Ji Feishue spoke, she had already walked out of the chaos. Listening to Su He's words, she turned back and smiled sweetly. I don't want to. Young husband, if a real man keeps his word, how can he leave so easily when the South China Sea has not been repaired? As she spoke, she laughed like a silver bell and ran out. Su He was silent for a moment. Would Tang Tang Ji Feishue also be jealous? Was this deliberately preventing him from seeing Su Huanyan? Something happened to Su Huanyan? Su He shook his head. There shouldn't be. Just like when Su Huanyan killed his Dao Xing and Qi Ji. Su He could sense it even through the chaos. Sui took a long breath and quickly drove Chaos Shio Nanhai. And then he could go back. It's been too long to be away from home this time. Ji Feishua stepped out of the chaos. And in a flash, she was already outside the South China Sea. She nodded in the direction of Jiansheng Mountain, where the divine beasts now gather. She walked through the air, and the scenery around her changed. And she was already outside Luofeng Valley. Several corpses at the mouth of the valley. I don't know where the people came from. They wanted to break through Ji Feishua's formation at the entrance of the valley and force their way in. They were beheaded here, and there was no one to collect the body. Ji Feishua waved her hand casually, and the body turned into dust and blew in all directions as the wind and snow dissipated. After rearranging and strengthening the formation, Ji Feishua stepped in. Su Huanyan's ice sculpture still stands quietly in Luofeng Valley. Ji Feishua looked at her and chuckled. My husband wanted to come see you, but I sent him away. If you don't come out of seclusion, he will be mine alone. As Ji Feishua spoke, formations fell towards the Su Huanyan ice sculpture one after another. Even Xin Yuan, who had just got it, used it. With a slight tap, the formation disc started to flash with light. The formation disc originally looked like an abyss model, spread out in an instant, covering Su Huanyan, and then disappeared, leaving him in a state of invisibility. Ji Feishua smiled. Let me tell you, this Xin Yuan is the treasure that the young husband personally went to the Fengwang world and snatched from the Fengwang palace. This time, the young husband was so brave that he even beat him at the 7th level. Half dead, the former emperor had one of his hands blown off by him. I can't bear to share such a powerful guy with you. What should I do? She spoke without stopping, and pieces of spiritual stones and source stones fell into the abyss, filling the extremely empty Shen abyss. Ji Feishua looked at the interlocking formations and nodded with satisfaction. That's enough. Even if you are summoned into the Xianwang cave in this state, I can keep you safe. You owe me another favor. I'll treat you after breaking the barrier. I want to go out to play with my husband alone, and you are not allowed to follow me. The Xianwang cave heaven is about to open in advance, but Su Huanyan hasn't cleared it yet. That's all. Su Huanyan had been given a Xianwang token before. At this moment, this guy turned into an ice sculpture. His clothes, magic weapon, and fairy sword were all frozen inside and couldn't be taken out. Once the Xianwang cave heaven was opened, Su Huanyan, who was in the ice sculpture state, was summoned in, without even the slightest ability to protect himself. It will kill people. Setting up a formation can ensure that Su Huanyan will be safe even if he is summoned into the Xianwang cave. Even she didn't know when the Xianwang cave heaven would open. Chongmaple City. Taoist Xuanzhen came through the air. After finishing all matters in the South China Sea in the past few days, he couldn't wait to return. It has been almost 20 years, and he has actually adapted to this place. Compared to the tranquility and mistiness of Guiwang Mountain, he feels that he prefers the atmosphere of life in Chongmaple City. Every day, people come to Taoist temples to offer incense, make wishes, fulfill vows, ask for a child, seek marriage, seek fame, and fortune. There are even many thieves praying to gods and praying for their blessings, so that they can do all their bad things without being punished. Discover. I was discovered and asked to be able to survive the difficulty. Xuanzhen smiled. I have not practiced Taoism in these 20 years, but my Taoist heart has become stronger, and the Taoism has become much clearer. There is murderous intent below, and half of the city wall has collapsed. Looking at the aura, there is a 7th level sky trading person appearing here, but he fell here. The battle has just ended, and natural disasters caused by the aftermath of the war are everywhere, with mountain torrents tilting and the earth cracking. Taoist Xuanzhen glanced at it and saw that in the city lord's palace, the city lord's big seal was suppressing it. There was also a broken knife hanging on the big seal, and he suppressed the 4 corpses below with murderous intent, so that their energy could not be leaked. That was 1 that reached the 7th level of the sky, and 3 that reached the 6th level. If it weren't for Zhang Xiu's treasured sword to suppress the corpses, and the city lord's seal to isolate the energy, just the power of these 4 corpses would have killed the entire city. At the door of the city lord's palace, Zhang Xiu lost an arm. Little Yaya looked at the 4 corpses with a somewhat deep look in her eyes. 20 or 30 years have passed, and the little girl can only look like she is in her early 3 years, and her intelligence only matches her body. But after all, it is not the state where the original source was missing. After so many years of being a city lord, he has seen more and dealt with more things, so he has naturally matured a lot. The aura of the Mountain King on his body actually became more restrained. But inadvertently. He is still a little bastard and a skinny monkey. Seeing Xuanzhen's return, his calm eyes instantly faded, and tears welled up in his eyes. Old man, didn't you say that Guowang Mountain will protect you and won't allow monks who are above the sky to cause trouble? Now there are all of them, reaching the 7th level of the sky. Taoist Xuanzhen smiled, looked at Yaya, and bowed. It's Guwangshan's fault this time. But you are the city lord. Paying taxes is the responsibility of the people, and protecting the people is the responsibility of the city lord. Accidents will always come. Monks, natural disasters, man-made disasters. And no one can stop them. No one can predict them. The other side will not let Chong Maple City go just because your city is small and weak. It will only get worse because you are weak. Whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. Yaya was stunned for a moment. And she was stunned for a long time. Taoist Xuanzhen's words, "You are the lord of the city," were like a thunderbolt hitting the bottom of her heart. It exploded in my mind and heart. She stared blankly at the collapsed city wall, and heard that there were only a few injured people being treated in the hospital. It was the aftermath of the master's fight with that person, or the group of people who had been punched into a special space by the master. And what was revealed through the space, ordinary people would die if they saw the aftermath. If it weren't for Xuanzhen Tao's temple, a ray of light blocked the aftermath of the battle. Changfeng City would have been gone. However, Master is so awesome. He could kill 3 beings of the same realm in a row at the 6th level of treading heaven. And he could also kill a 7th level person as treading heaven. No wonder he can perform many moves under Mr. Turtle's hands. Yaya's breathing stopped. Looking at the medical center. Listening to the cries in Yizhuang. Looking at Taoist Xuanzhen bowing in front of him. Looking at Zhang Xiao, who was missing an arm, but wearing blood-stained armor. Sitting upright like a mountain. Suddenly I seemed to understand something. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. In the sky above Chong Maple City, a dragon appeared to be hidden invisible. Yaya now has 6 cities and 73 counties under his command. In a mortal country, it is already a medium-sized country, and the national destiny has already been gathered. It's just that Yaya is the lord of the city, and has never prayed to heaven or earth, nor ascended the throne as emperor. The fate of the country is just a 2-clawed dragon, which is still looming. But she had never seen this dragon appear before. Now, the dragon seemed to sense her psychology and actually appeared. Yaya reached out her little hand and grabbed it in the air, seemingly catching something. There was the sound of a dragon roaring in his ears. As soon as his feet sank, the earth cracked, with Yaya as the center, and circles of broken lines spread out like spider webs. Yaya's eyes were focused, and she felt something falling on her shoulder. She listened carefully, and could vaguely hear the voices of people from all directions. Those who sell cloth, those who farm, those who patrol the streets, those who make soy sauce. This is the destiny of the country, the crown of the emperor, and the responsibility of carrying a country. Little Yaya reached out and touched it. She felt that she could put this responsibility on her shoulders at any time. But there was a feeling in the dark that once she took up this responsibility, she would never let it go. Once it is carried, it is no longer a game of horseback slashing. It is no longer a preferential treatment that the city lord can choose a big bowl for dinner, and no one dares to cheat. Carrying it down. The people's food, clothing, and lifelong reproduction are closely related to her. I felt a little flustered for a moment. She stayed silently, while Taoist Xuanzhen bowed down without getting up. After an unknown amount of time, Yaya spoke up and asked softly, "Taoist priest, where is Daddy? He hasn't come to see me for a long time." Taoist Xuanzhen had not stood up. "Fellow Taoist Suhi, in the South China Sea, he killed the emperor, beheaded Yuan Zun, suppressed the Buddhist world, and saved Xianwang. Where are Mr. Turtle and the others?" Yaya asked. Xuanzhen replied, "We all fight." Yaya was silent. "Are those enemies who came to Changfeng City this time?" Taoist Xuanzhen said, "It's just a fish that slipped through the net." Yaya was silent for a long time, then nodded slowly. She understood. Being the city lord for more than 20 years has made her already extremely keen perception even sharper, and able to perceive more things. "Father, Mother, Turtle Master, Master, you all have your own affairs and responsibilities. As the city lord, this city is her responsibility." The dragon hovering above her head felt extremely close to her for some reason. Her whole body was cheering and wanting to carry it. Is this probably the Tao that Aunt Qing is talking about? Aunt Qing's way lies in marriage. But her way lies in this little dragon? She could feel that this little dragon was closely related to Chong Maple City, Tan City, Danyu City, and the 6 cities and 73 counties under her control. Yaya suddenly smiled. Very nice. My way and my hobbies do not conflict with each other. Marvelous. Her outstretched hand suddenly pulled down. A long roar of a dragon resounded throughout the earth, reaching 6 cities and 73 counties. The dragon figure condensed instantly, turning into a Dharma form and gathering behind Yaya. Yaya sensed the dragon, stepped into the sky, and the bright moon appeared above her head. She lowered her head and looked down. Through the dragon behind her, she could indeed hear the wishes of the people within her jurisdiction. But I can't hear a specific one. I can only roughly perceive whether the people are living a happy or miserable life. She climbed up to the heights of the city lord's palace step by step in her small form, with her hands behind her back. An endless majesty rippled out. The aura of the mountain king transformed into that of a true superior at this moment. However, there is nothing incongruous about such majesty falling on a tiny little girl. Below, in Changfeng City and the surrounding cities and counties, all the monks with enlightenment or above were looking towards this side in unison. After everyone was stunned, they became happy. A little girl who was providing disaster relief looked at the old man next to her in confusion. Grandpa! Grandpa! What's wrong? The old man laughed loudly. I don't know. I suddenly feel like we are kings. The destiny of the country is united. The king carries it, and the people are united. This is a country. Scenes like this can be seen everywhere in 6 cities and 73 counties. There are 2 sects under Yaya, and there are demon ancient guards in charge. So monks are not a rare thing. There are many people who can feel the changes. The monk was happy. The monk shouted, and even the mortals became happy. Even John Chio stood up in disbelief, looked at Yaya and said in astonishment, This is a Taoist? This is the time to step on your own path. If you are an ordinary monk, your future is bright. After reaching the 6th level, you will definitely see the immortal sect, and you will definitely enter the 7th level. Taoist Xuanzhen looked at the national destiny dragon behind Yaya and laughed. It's very early. Very early. In the big world of Xinhuang, it is difficult to take the path of the emperor. This has not even taken the first step. When will I ascend the throne and become the empress? When will I truly embark on the path of the emperor? But, happy. Yaya just caught it. But he saw this little dragon turtle's determination to survive until death. This little dragon turtle is very stubborn and will never back down if he makes a choice. For a little girl who dares to choose her own biological father, what else can she dare to do? Yaya stood in the sky, looking at the mountains and rivers below, the full moon sinking above her head, and the red sun rising. Look at the natural disasters caused by foreign enemy attacks. The corner of his mouth sank slightly. The ancient demon guards obey orders, suppress natural disasters, and save the people. There was a discordant voice in the city. I have the order. Yaya lowered her head again and looked at the city lord's office. Aunt Ching. The green snake swam out with its tail. Yaya said in a deep voice. Open a warehouse. Collect spiritual stones, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. And go to the Sifang Immortal Sect to hire monks to help with disaster relief. Green Snake had a smile on her face. She was very close. And she was basically the first to sense that Yaya was carrying the dragon. She cupped her hands and said, Here! Yaya looked towards the military camp again. General Frog. The toad was stunned for a moment, stood upright, and tapped the armor on his chest with his claws. The general is here. Order the 4 guards to guard the border. The toad's eyes sparkled, and he stood up with a click. It's your order! Ha ha. Wow ha ha. I, the Emperor, have given the order. It is not that guy from Green Snake, but the Emperor himself has taken charge. It couldn't help but joyfully dance with its hands and feet. Then I heard Yaya in the air say again, Natural disasters are coming, and the people are suffering. This year and next 2 years, taxes will be exempted and corvée will be reduced. The people who were still in shock and had not spoken a word suddenly burst into applause upon hearing this sound. And the cheers almost overturned the city wall. This is the advantage of practicing in the world of cultivation without ever being on the throne, and without a bloated bureaucracy. You can make a speech. Once a word is spoken, the decree is clear. As the city lord for more than 20 years, it was the first time that Yaya directly issued a decree without Green Snake, walking in the air, listening to the cheers below, slowly fell down. The majestic aura instantly dissipated. The little girl patted her heart and became extremely nervous. She blinked her eyes and looked pitifully at Green Snake. Aunt Ching. Aunt Ching. Tell me, am I wrong in my decision? The first time she gave the order. The little girl panicked. Taoist Xuanzhen and Zhang Xiu laughed at the same time. And Green Snake covered his mouth and chuckled. How can a government decree be right or wrong? As long as the government decrees do not drain the river and fish. They do not weigh like a mountain on the heads of the people. If you can still do practical things, that is a good government order. Especially since Yaya was the first to deal with the current disaster. And considering the border guards on all sides, this was already extremely rare. Green Snake chuckled lightly. The decree is correct. But you gave the order to invite monks from all over. Our warehouse will be emptied. Yaya was stunned for a moment. Then waved her hand. It's okay. It's okay. I'll go cry to Dad and Mr. Turtle. I built such a large site. But they didn't even support me. Chapter 336, The Third Prince. Okay, again. The Green Snake stroked its palms and smiled. It doesn't seem like a big deal for a daughter to go all over the world to ask her parents for something. She looked at Yaya, took off a small seal from her waist, and handed it over with both hands. The big seal that really works in Chanfeng City is not the big seal of the city lord that suppresses the corpse, but the small seal in her hand. All kinds of government orders must come out of this seal to govern the place. In the past, Yaya's words didn't work. It's not that Green Snake is grabbing power. It's that Yaya doesn't care at all and won't care if she does. Even now, Xiao Yaya may occasionally issue 2 government orders, which will be unexpected. But if she was really asked to deal with those trivial matters, regardless of whether the little guy could handle them clearly, she would smash the National Destiny Dragon with 1 punch at most in half a day. Turn around and run away. It's okay to fight, but don't talk about trivial matters. But she can ignore it. She can delegate power again. But at this moment, this seal should belong to the real owner of Chong Maple City. Yaya blinked, looked at the small seal, took a deep breath and slowly took it. In fact, the military power has always been in Yaya's hands. She hangs out in the military camp every day, and all the soldiers know who is the lord of the city. At this moment, the political power is truly restored to its original owner. The dragon behind him let out a long roar, and it suddenly became much more solid, and even his eyes became agile. But at this moment, dark clouds were rolling overhead, as if the whole world was about to come over. The Xinhuan heaven and earth do not allow the birth of the emperor, and do not allow monks to become emperors in this world. The pressure of heaven and earth seems like a disaster is about to come. This coercion was not only directed at Yaya, but also fell on Taoist Xuanzhen. It seemed like a question. Behind Yaya, the dragon looked at Xuanzhen rebelliously, as if asking something. As long as he disagreed, he would immediately fall down and not hesitate to die with him. Taoist Xuanzhen laughed, pointed his halberd, and a green light rose to the sky. Return to Wangshan Mountain. Yes. Heaven and earth do not allow Yaya to follow the path of the emperor. But Guangshan agrees. Guangshan is the Xinhuang orthodoxy. The dark clouds hovering over the sky suddenly condensed. South China Sea. Jiansheng Mountain. Jiansheng Mountain has never been so bright. And the 4 spiritual beasts gathered here. Dragons hover in the sky. And dragons and turtles sleep on the earth. Repairing the South China Sea is not a matter of time. To stabilize the foundation of the South China Sea and prevent it from deteriorating further. The rest is just a matter of time and water. Such time-consuming and laborious things must naturally be done by the Feng clan themselves. After all, this is a war caused by the Phoenix clan, and the aftermath should be dealt with as it should. A group of mythical beasts have just returned from repairing the South China Sea and are about to separate, each busy with their own business. At this moment, he suddenly looked to the northwest and saw a pressure from heaven and earth coming down from the Xietian immortal domain, and a dragon roared into the sky below. There is also a little girl in red on the dragon, looking at the sky with a domineering look. The little girl is like an empress. Imperial Wei? Feng Si murmured. She naturally recognized this little girl, although she was not related by blood. She was her grandson. The little guy really rose up against the will of heaven and embarked on the imperial path. Heaven and earth forbid it. A green dragon hovered and said in a deep voice, along the way of the imperial road, dragons have long passed by, but Xianhuan heaven and earth is the place where the road originated and the source of divine beasts. The avenue is invisible and the mythical beasts are free. If the imperial way is suppressed, how can the way exist? Where do the mythical beasts live? Therefore, the senior dragon clan escaped from the Xianwang world and opened up the current dragon god world. The emperor there is still a descendant of the dragon clan. But at this moment, I heard a voice rising from the sky. Return to Wanshan Mountain. Yun! With this sound, the pressure in the sky was reduced a lot. The Qilong frowned slightly. Little Taoist Xuanzhen. What do you want to do? Probably. Xianwang needs an emperor. Xianwang is not Xianwang. Gu Luo's voice sounded faintly. And at the same time a light flashed in his eyes. And a dragon turtle roared straight into the sky, breaking through the dark clouds. Dragon Turtle Clan. Yes, he said with a voice. And the pressure of heaven and earth entrenched on Chafeng City dissipated in an instant. Taizu is in the Sea of Stars. Huangzu is in Wukanhai. And Hongzu is playful. Gu Luo has always been like the leader of the Dragon Turtle Clan. Everything about Dragon Turtle can be decided with one word. The Qinglong looked back at him and smiled. It is difficult for the Xianwang Emperor to ascend. Only the four spirits, the immortal sect, and the consent of all living beings in the world can truly get through. No one knows what Guiwang Mountain is doing. The Dragon Turtle Clan we are kin, and heaven and earth recognize your consent. But if other beings allow it, your little granddaughter must conquer with the power of a true emperor. Otherwise our consent will be useless. Brother Luo, do you know how difficult this road is? The way to be royal is not to be conciliatory. Not to just nod in agreement for the sake of the Dragon Turtle Clan. We must move forward courageously, and cannot do anything fake. Otherwise, the little turtle will die on his own. Gu Luo burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming. Which of your roads is not forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? My turtle boy can't do that. The Qinglong was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. If one day she conquers the Dragon Clan, I will ride on horseback and conquer all the worlds for her. He laughed loudly, jumped up, and circled up to the sky. Let's go! See you all in the Xianwang Cave Heaven. Let's go! Let's go! Another blue dragon rose up into the sky. Old turtle, when one day your little turtle conquers me, remember to say a few kind words for me and leave me a position as a general. He laughed. The imperial way is hard to prove. But what else? Which road is easier to take? The long road is meant to be a constant search. As long as you are a dragon turtle, you will at least be in the top 100 of the Baizhe ranking in the future. Monks especially cannot underestimate the greatness of others. Even thieves can find their way to the sky. A little turtle kid, who is not even 100 years old, but dares to take up the great road without hesitation. He is our fellow Taoist. One by one, the dragons left, and even Sui Jun nodded to leave. She had basically reached the limit of what she could do, and the rest of the purification was left to Musu. That little Qilin was too introverted and timid. You should communicate more with your peers. She smiled and said, if your little turtle can really prove to be the emperor in the future, I will be the Academy's sacrificial wine. Gu Luhaha agreed, and Suikun walked away with clouds under his hooves. Yaya looked at the sky, and just then she heard the long roar of a dragon turtle that she had never heard before. And with a Dragon Turtle Clan. Yes! The pressure in the sky dissipated. Did any turtle lord speak? Lord Turtle is mighty. But she vaguely sensed that such a good thing would never happen again. Next, she would have to conquer the world one by one. The 10 major immortal sects and all the forces were conquered like the sects within their jurisdiction and incorporated into the court system. Yaya flicked the small seal in her hand and threw it back into Green Snake's hand. Green Snake was stunned. She really didn't expect that this unreliable city lord didn't even pretend for a long time before throwing the seal back. Green Snake stared at Yaya. Yaya spread her hands and said in an old-fashioned way, Aunt Qing, you see? My target is the Xianwang sects. How can I get entangled in such trivial matters? My battlefield is not here. Green Snake. Dot. Does laziness make sense? Although she is very cute, I really want to hit her. But I can't beat him. This little girl has been a dragon turtle for so long, and her realm has long been consolidated. Now she is just playing in the demon transformation realm. Here, with emotion, they saw the monks of the Yaogu Guard in the distance, riding on the wind on green wolves, rushing to various places to eliminate disasters and provide relief. Yaya tilted her head and looked at Taoist Xuanzhen. Master Dao, I heard that there is also an ancient demon guard in Fengwang Palace. Why do the monks in Cha Maple City also have the name of Ancient Demon Guard? She liked the name very much, but she didn't like having the same name as others. Taoist Xuanzhen smiled. This name was suggested by him. He smiled and said, City Lord, monks are different from ordinary people. Monks care about luck and destiny, and they are even more eager to be favored by the great road in the world. This is the case with the Yogu Guard, recognized by heaven and earth, and protected by heaven and earth. If the City Lord can seal the Emperor, if all the ancient demon guards in the world are eliminated and only ours is left, then we will be the only ones favored by the world. Yao blinked. Why? Taoist Xuanzhen looked at the departing Yao Guwei, and after being quiet for a long time, he said, Because the world owes the Yao clan. The ancient demon guards were once the demon emperor's bodyguards. The entire world, including you, me, and this world all owe the demon clan. The name Yao Guwei is not just something anyone can call. There are only 2 Yao Guwei Yamen signs in the world. One is in Fengwang Palace, and the other is right here. I don't know where the toad came from. Yaya didn't understand. She tilted her head and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, her eyes lit up, and she smashed her right hand on the palm of her left hand. TSK! Is it right to destroy the Imperial Demon Ancient Guard in the future? Taoist Xuanzhen burst out laughing. Yes! Our Xian Wang is the orthodox one. He laughed, took out a token, tossed it lightly, and the token flew towards Zhang Xiao. Xian Wang order! Zhang Xiao was surprised. This is a good thing. When the Xian Wang cave is opened, you don't need to go through the main entrance. You can break in step by step. You can be directly teleported to the opening area by the Xian Wang order. You could also be directly teleported to different locations in the inner and outer courtyards according to Taoism. The Xian Wang cave is only open for 12 years at a time. If you enter it one day earlier, you will make money. But there are too few Xian Wang tokens. Except for the Xian Wang realm and the Imperial world. It would be good to have 1 or 2 at a time in other worlds. Most of them don't even have one. And this thing doesn't exist all the time. It will break after 3 or 5 uses. A Xian Wang order can only participate in Xian Wang cave heaven 3 or 5 times. Zhang Xiao once got one by chance, but it disappeared long ago. Last time, the eldest princess and the others came from Fengwang Palace and gave one to fellow Taoist. The war cultivator has unparalleled combat power. This Xian Wang cave heaven meeting is very lively, so it's a good time to come together. What is it? Master Tao, can you give me one? Yaya came over, held her master's hand, and looked at the golden token with shining eyes. Xian. She didn't recognize the characters behind it. They were not characters from this era. Taoist Xuanzhen chuckled and said, This is Taikuan. If the City Lord wants to go further, Taikuan must also master it. As an emperor, you can only pray to heaven and earth in ancient Chinese. Yaya stuck out her tongue. She hated studying the most. He grabbed the Xian Wang Ling and looked around, then put it in his mouth and bit it without opening it. Contempt suddenly rose in his eyes. It's not even pure gold. It's worthless. Master Tao, give me one. I think this thing is destined for me. Taoist Xuanzhen laughed. It was indeed better here. He had laughed so many times just one day after coming back. It was much better than the stagnant environment at Guiwang Mountain. He smiled and shook his head. This is not possible. In previous years, it would be okay for the City Lord to go in and play in this realm. But this time, there will be a war inside. If the City Lord goes in, I am afraid that even the old man will not be able to take care of it. In Jiansheng Mountain, Yunli, who was absorbing the Buddha's power, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The Black Phoenix, who was resting next to her, turned to look at her. What? Yunli snorted twice. Those ignorant guys in the Buddhist world seem to be using the Buddha's clothes to locate me. Fengqi laughed and said, It seems that Master Zishan's concerns were right. You and Suhi performed the ceremony of refuge and entered the ancient Jingzhai. You don't need to pay attention to them. If a Buddhist monk dares to show up here, just finished it in one pot. The Bodhisattva Great Self has passed away, and even the monk Liaheng is gone. The only thing that the Buddhist world can use at this moment is the fat monk Jingruan. What kind of trouble can it cause? That makes sense. Yunli's peacock feathers trembled, and she closed her eyes again. A wisp of flame flashed across his body. It's strange that when I entered the phoenix nest for the first time to receive the inheritance, I didn't even ignite the phoenix true fire and raise my own phoenix mountain. Resurrection from the dead is still an incomplete resurrection. But there is a tendency to control one's own flame. But it is not the true fire of the phoenix. This is a kind of Buddhist fire, which Yunli has never seen before. Haven't even seen anyone else. Even Su-hee, who transformed himself into a cannon, didn't know anything about it. Don't recognize it at all. The flames haven't condensed yet. And Yunli doesn't know what effect the flames will have. We can only slowly absorb the Buddha's coat and repair ourselves bit by bit. The major mythical beasts outside have left one after another. It seems that the repair of Nanhai is almost completed. The second ancestor and the fifth have also left. 100,000 mountains also need to be guarded. A phoenix is not omnipotent. Recuperate, Yunli said softly. In this resurrection, seventh brother also contributed a lot. At first, he was guarding it alone outside the door. Then at Fengzhong. And then moved to the magma land. There were beatings everywhere. Feng Qi. Yunmei has just come back to life. And she can't hide any expressions. It's easy to guess her thoughts. This is saying that he is weak. Just like the way that unreliable little dragon turtle looks at Qin Lei. In the secret space outside the Xinhuang world. The third prince Fengzhen covered the bronze mirror in his hand. He took a long breath and felt lingering fear. Surprisingly, something like this still happened. He asked the bachelors from the bachelor's palace to collect the aura of the dragon turtle Buddha's coat in the emperor's world and refine it into this bronze mirror. He originally wanted to use the bronze mirror to find the location of the dragon turtle. I didn't expect to see a peacock. This peacock should be the chief mother of the dragon turtle. A group of people wearing fur and horns can actually become mother and son like this. Neither fish nor fowl. He sneered, but did not dare to look at the bronze mirror for the time being. According to the Fenghuang Palace information, although the peacock is not a forest spirit, it is different from other low-level beasts. It is a direct descendant of the phoenix. Kai Tian is not affected by his identity, and he was a 7th level Kai Tian existence when he was alive. When a divine beast opens the 7th level of heaven, it is an existence far beyond the ordinary 7th level of heaven. The 4 spirited beasts at the 5th level are equivalent to the monks at the 7th level. At least, they are also the ministers of various ministries of the emperor. The realm of the masters of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xinhuang realm. You can't afford to offend such a being. He put away the bronze mirror and placed it on the talisman between his eyebrows. The talisman glowed brightly. With the aura of the talisman, he easily avoided the detection magic weapon outside the Xinhuang world and quietly landed in the direction of the South China Sea. However, he did not enter the South China Sea, but plunged headlong into it. In chaos. The turtle probably never imagined that the talisman left on him would become his helper. The aura of the Xinhuang realm on this talisman is so strong that it is immeasurable. This talisman must have come from the hands of someone powerful in the Xinhuang realm. Either the dragon turtle or the female dragon. With the talisman as a cover. No one can notice that even the talisman itself is isolated from the father. Even the person who condenses the talisman cannot detect it. At this moment, the 12 guards of the Emperor's great world are gathering and preparing for war. All the powerful men of the mysterious desolate realm are looking there. Who would have thought that he, a 4th level Skywalker, would dare to sneak into the mysterious desolate realm? It doesn't matter even if he is discovered. Unit Gui will summon him away as soon as possible. The call of the Fenghuang Palace is unique in all the worlds. And no means can stop it. He sank into the chaos, took out the bronze mirror, and pointed his halberd on the mirror. According to the news from the inner guards, the dragon turtle should be refining chaos and repairing the South China Sea. He can't be found in the bronze mirror outside. He must be in chaos. Find him, defeat him, force him to take away the talisman, and then kill him. The third prince touched the jade pendant in his hand. This was stolen from the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and is the masterpiece of a certain ancestor. With the jade pendant here, the mysterious world and perception are forbidden. And other dragons, turtles and phoenixes will not be discovered. No one will bother you. So you can fight the dragon turtle. Chapter 337 Xinhuang Cave Sky. The Kaitian pen floats in the air, and the formation flag rolls to collect the origin of the world. Su-hee studied Xinyuan. Xinyuan looked at something that looked like a ball of backward smoke. When his eyes fell on it, it seemed as if he was seeing an abyss. It was so deep that the whole person would be sucked in. It is a bit difficult to absorb Xinyuan into the peacock divine feather at this moment. Su-hee's current state could not bear such a complicated killing array. And the formation disk was in an empty state at the moment. And it was impossible to deploy the formation. If he wanted to replenish the energy of the formation disk, Su-hee would probably have to go home and dig out the warehouse. After putting away the formation disk, Su-hee suddenly flashed to the side with a divine plan. A mountain god seal hit where he was just now. A spear gleamed out from there. The third prince appeared with resentment in his eyes, gritting his teeth and wishing he could stab Suhi to death. But as soon as the spear with the pleasure of revenge was thrust out, the dragon turtle had disappeared. A mountain god seal came and grazed the gun barrel, and the seal hit his chest. Boom! There was no sound in the chaos. But the chaos suddenly dispersed in all directions as the mountain god seals collided. Just looking at the picture alone makes you feel the sound. There was a crisp sound of broken ribs. And the third prince spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale. The body turned and dived into the chaos. His eyes were filled with wonder. But he didn't have time to think too much. He grabbed it on the chest and broke it outwards, snapping back the broken ribs. A pill entered his abdomen, and he felt his restored ribs. Then fear arose, and his eyes were filled with fear. Stealing the chicken is losing the rice. Dragon Turtle didn't cheat or make any breakthroughs. But this mountain god seal was much stronger than it was 10 years ago. Not power. 10 years ago, Suhi had made a mountain god seal that was more powerful than this. But the solidity of this mountain god seal far exceeded that of 10 years ago. Not too late. Not too early. Just the right blow. When he stabbed out his spear and his true energy surged out unchangeable. He suddenly disappeared and struck back suddenly. A terrible thought arose in the mind of the third prince. The dragon turtle sensed his presence before he showed up. He couldn't figure out how the dragon turtle could detect him under the cover of chaos. The third prince took out another pill and swallowed it. There was a little color on his face, but his eyes darkened. It was a difficult battle today. Suhi advanced too quickly, and the third prince was puzzled. The last time he sealed the palace, the dragon turtle already exuded the aura of the second heaven opening artifact. In other words, he has reached the limit of opening the first level of heaven and is seeking to open the second level of heaven. Before the second heaven is opened, it is impossible to improve to such a great extent. I originally wanted to use chaos to succeed with one blow and capture the dragon turtle instantly. At this moment, it seemed that unless he advanced to the 5th level of sky-stepping, he would not be able to win easily. After taking a short rest, the third prince held the spear, took out the bronze mirror, and confirmed Suhi's position again. If the sneak attack failed, he would then fight openly. Why should you be afraid of being granted the title of direct heir to the imperial palace? The light on the bronze mirror flashed, showing that Suhi coincided with his location. Not good. The third prince's complexion suddenly changed. He jumped up and stabbed upwards with a spear in all directions. The spear shot out, but they all hit a light curtain. In the chaos, he didn't know when a bright moon appeared, and the moonlight was obscured by the chaos, so that he never discovered it. Sneak attack? Mean! Damn it! He waved his spear and stabbed it upwards. The Phoenix clan Haoyue shattered Haoyue's magical power and destroyed it. A spear was thrust out, but thousands of arrows were fired from above his head, and a huge formation of heavenly killing came from above. There is no distinction between up, down, left and right in the chaos. Just like the starry sky. What the third prince thought was the top of his head was actually the soles of Suhi's feet. The heavenly killing formation is shrouded. Arrows and fairy swords came at the same time. Suhi cast a stream of jade forest light and replaced him with the dragon turtle's true form. Surprise flashed in his eyes. I never thought there was such a good thing. Just repairing the South China Sea. But he could be assassinated by the third prince. Assassinating the dragon turtle in the chaos. It is exciting to think about it. The chaos that covered everything in the monk's eyes was at most like mist in Suhi's eyes. With a roar, the divine power blasted towards the bright moon. The third prince swept away the arrows and the fairy sword with one shot. He paused with his spear and heard the sound of a drum, neutralizing Suhi's divine power. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the third prince. He never talks about morality, so he will naturally use all the means available to fight the dragon turtle. If Xian Wang hadn't been heavily guarded now, he would have come with the sergeant and the 7th level of the sky. The sound of drums shocked the divine power, and the third prince pointed his spear downwards. A beam of light exploded into the bright moon. He jumped out and stabbed Suhi with a spear. At the same time, a jade pendant rose up on his body, and a circle of light swayed, making Suhi feel sluggish. The connection with the mysterious world was actually cut off. All means of contact with the outside world had been blocked. This was a life and death fight, and I was afraid that he would call for help. Suhi looked at the third prince like an idiot. Does this man have a brain disease? This is chaos in the mysterious world. His contact with the Xuanjia was suddenly interrupted. Wouldn't the Dragon Turtle clan sense it and come to check? In Xianwang, other dragon turtles are coming. But it only takes a moment. Sui's eyes fell on the third prince's eyebrows. And he suddenly realized. There, Ji Feishua's condensed talisman was still floating in the air. This talisman is based on the dragon's eyebrow talisman, and it has the function of blocking spiritual intelligence. No wonder he turned into a tough guy. Sui didn't know what method the third prince used to peel off the talisman, but he couldn't completely take it out. The mind is affected. My mentality is still that of a person who likes to use clever tricks to win, but my brain can't keep up. However, in this state, the third prince's perception and intuition are even sharper. As long as you don't use your brain and just rely on instinct, your combat power will be higher. The third prince stabbed Sui with a spear, and Sui turned around. The divine machine left and was shrouded in snow, completely hidden in the chaos. The third prince's shot missed, and he suddenly turned around and stabbed behind him. This was the most basic defense. A mountain god seal suddenly struck beside him. It's like this again. Not behind you, but breathing on your side. A light flashed in the third prince's eyes. Step into the sky, he shouted in a low voice. His spear attack remained unchanged, but he stepped on it. An ox hoof came crashing down from the sky, and stepped on the mountain god seal into chaos. This way, the third prince shouted. And the spear he thrust out turned in a strange direction and aimed at Sui. There was no need to worry about whether Sui was invisible or not. This spear seemed to have eyes, just like the emperor's magical power chasing the wind. A spear would never miss. The Yuanzun clan's heaven-stepping technique. The art of cause and effect in the Buddhist world. Fengwang Palace is indeed integrating the magical power of the Yuanzun clan. And the ox hoof is the magical power of the Yuanzun clan. And this shot is bound to hit. It is the art of cause and effect in the Buddhist world. It is a magic weapon. Can't escape. The foreign minister Guishan appeared on Sui's body, and the rocks on the Guishan mountain gathered together and hit the third prince's spear head-on. The spear thrust forward, and a black dragon on the spear roared and plunged towards Guishan along the tip of the spear. In the black dragon's mouth was a tongue like a snake's letter. When the snake's letter was spat out, a jet of black air spurted out. But it is the most poisonous thing. Go! The third prince shouted and nailed foreign minister Guishan with a spear. A surprise flashed in his eyes. Those who are poisoned will die. But he saw a burst of sparks flashing on the Turtle Mountain. But the spear failed to break through the Turtle Mountain. Sui and Peacock practiced in Phoenix Tomb for 10 years, while Dragon Turtle's real body absorbed the treasures for 10 years in the background. Even Sui himself didn't know how strong the defense was at this moment. Don't think that I was beaten and vomited blood by several people a few days ago. So everyone was really shaken. None of the people who made him vomit blood were ordinary people at the 7th level. The third prince missed a shot, but Sui had already rushed to his side, opened his mouth and roared, and bit the third prince's arm with the Tao-Tai method, tearing off one of his arms with a squeak. At the same time, the water beneath him rolled up, picking up the venom spit out by the black dragon spear and turning it into a ball of stinky black water, rushing towards the third prince. The third prince's expression suddenly changed and he roared. A lotus bloomed in front of him, wrapping himself into a flower. The poisonous water fell on the lotus, making a corrosive sound. At the same time, Sui fired 2 mountain god seals in succession towards the lotus. Mountain god seal power times 3. Power times 4. The expression of the third prince in the lotus changed completely. He could feel that each blow from Sui's mountain god seal was more powerful than the last. The last blow was 4 times as powerful as the first. He pointed his halberd, pointed a spear like an arrow outside the lotus, and shot at Sui. But the dragon turtle didn't seem to see it, and didn't care at all. He opened his mouth again, and a mountain god seal rushed towards him. It crashed through the chaos and crashed onto the lotus, shooting through the lotus and through the chest of the third prince, carrying a piece of flesh and blood and organs, and shot into the distance. The black dragon spear collided, but it still could not break through the outer appearance. But it was stuck in the rocks of Guishan Mountain. A scream came from the lotus, and the lotus was actually conscious. The third prince broke out of the flower, turned over and grabbed the spear stuck in the stone crevice of Guishan Mountain, when a dark thunder struck above his head and landed on the spear with a click. A miserable dragon roar. The black dragon weapon spirit in the spear screamed, and the figure instantly became illusory. Sui's Tianju is much stronger now than it was 10 years ago. When it fell on the black dragon 10 years ago, it only slightly injured the weapon spirit. At this moment, there was a heavenly punishment, and the entire spear was on the verge of being shattered. The third prince's eyes narrowed. and he retreated violently. At the same time, he shouted with his halberd finger, "Quick!" The black dragon stuck on Suha Guishan let out a shrill scream, and the entire gun exploded. This gun grew up with the third prince, and its realm matched. It was like a top 4th level sky-reaching person who blew himself up while holding Suhi. The foreign minister's turtle mountain exploded, exposing a piece of turtle SH.L. Suhi cried out in pain, and saw a bullet in the third prince's hand, and another spear piercing the chaos. The gun was so ugly. It looked like a chain being smelted. There were lumps on the inside, and the spear thrust with a fishy wind went straight towards Suhi's exposed turtle SH.L. with a warning sign rising in his heart. Suhi roared, and Bei Ming shot out in front of him to form a whirlpool, spinning in front of the third prince. Bai Ming specifically targets the Yuanzun clan, and is just an ordinary magical power to others. However, the water flow in Bai Ming suddenly turned, and it had the ability to trap, preventing the Yuanzun family, who fell into it, from escaping. The third prince pierced Bai Ming with a spear, and felt a powerful attack from the whirlpool. He turned his spear to attack, but the spear failed to hit Suhi's exposed turtle SH.L. It only hit the foreign minister Guishan next to him. The spear tip penetrated half a foot, but could not move forward one step further. The whole thing was stuck on Turtle Mountain. "Prisoner!" the third prince shouted, and a force from the spear struck. Suhi seemed to have a huge mountain pressing down on him, and all his movements slowed down. This gun was forged by Tai Suo from the Emperor Feng clan, but it was completely different from Tai Suo. A spear stabbed him, as if he was imprisoned by heaven and earth. A set of shackles fell on his body, imprisoning his consciousness and his true energy. Stimulated by the spear, the divine card flashed through his mind, and his true energy was connected with the divine card. Suhi roared, "Broken!" There was a crack, and the spear broke. The shackles suddenly went away. Suhi opened his mouth, and a mountain god seal came down from top to bottom, hitting Bai Ming with a bang. Power times 6. As soon as the seal was released, even the chaos was shattered, as if a mountain shadow was transforming in it, as if it was refining the chaos. It turns out that this is how Ji Feishue and Feng Chaofei fought in the chaos, and refined the chaos into various attacks. As long as the divine beast is powerful enough, it can still refine chaos without the need for a divine weapon. The mountain god seal crashed down. The third prince's complexion changed drastically. He held his remaining left hand in front of his body in a Buddhist ceremony, and hit the beads on his head one by one between his eyebrows, shaking the mountain god seal in other directions. The 4 spirits are too unreasonable: the dragon turtle's defense, the dragon's combat power, the phoenix's control, and the unicorn's state. As long as it cannot be broken, there is no chance of victory. If you fight against the dragon turtle, you will either be able to defeat it, or you will not be able to defeat it at all. He could sense that he and Suhi were in a similar realm and had similar combat prowess. But if Suhi's defense cannot be broken, everything is empty talk. Unless you can advance to the 5th level of skywalking. In just 10 years, this dragon turtle has been promoted to this level. The third prince glanced at Suhi bitterly, and a rune flashed on his body, contacting Eunuch Gui and asking Eunuch Gui to summon him away at this critical moment. The rune flashed, and the third prince's body tightened, as if a fugitive was being pulled by a rope and was about to be captured back to the Emperor's world, and his body disappeared in a flash. But at this moment, a ray of light flashed between the turtle's horns, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Broken!" The summoning runes on his body suddenly shattered. Idiot! Knowing that Xuanwu could use the magical powers of the Fengwang clan, he didn't even use the iron rope, but he is still using the runes condensed by the Emperor clan. Suhi could feel that this rune clearly had an arresting effect. This is not to summon the third prince away. This is to arrest him. Suhi gave an order, and Fu Lu's power immediately retreated. The third prince, who was already translucent, flashed back with a confused look on his face. Outside Bai Ming, Suhi roared and bumped towards him. The third prince's expression changed, and a fierce flash flashed in his eyes, and he was about to shatter his remaining arm and blast Suhi. However, a ray of light flashed across his body, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a white cloud. Looking in all directions were thick white clouds. He was stunned for a moment, raised his head and laughed. Eunuch Gui succeeded. Then a fierce flash flashed in his eyes. Today's battle hurt so much. No one in Fengwang Palace has ever dared to beat me like this. How can I break through without going through life and death? After today, I will definitely enter the 5th level of heaven. I'll kill you again then, the third prince said angrily. He gritted his teeth and looked around, trying to decide where Unagui had summoned him. Then I heard a voice from behind. Why wait until then? Isn't it a good time to fight now? The third prince suddenly turned around and saw a ray of light behind him, which was actually the dragon turtle chasing after him. He looked startled, turned around and ran away. Suhi roared and chased after him. In the Xiantian realm, at the border of the Xiantian immortal domain, a group of bandits nervously protected a fairy. The fairy looked helplessly at the illusory gate that appeared in front of her, and shot a flying sword towards the Xiantian gate. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into Zuanshanmen's headmaster's study. No one in Zuanshanmen dared to stop her from passing the letter. Yin Yuan was painting, drawing a wanted notice, and it was his daughter who was on the wanted notice. The flying sword that passed the letter was stabbed, and a voice came out. Dad, can we suspend the wanted arrest? I'm sorry. I can't hold it back. The door of Xianwang Cave's sky has fallen in Nanling Mountain. Dad will send someone quickly. Bar. Originally, she and her little lover were wandering outside well, and they agreed that when the Xianwang Cave heaven opened, she would return to the Xiantian gate and open the Xianwang Cave heaven gate. But I don't know what's going on these days. The talisman guarding the door in my hand keeps picking at it, as if the Xianwang Cave heaven is about to open. Obviously there are still 30 years. Not even paying attention to her father's wanted arrest, Yin Chan hurried back. But just after entering the Xiantian immortal realm, the gate of the Xianwang Cave heaven fell down. The door falls. Push the door open. Sure enough, the door is open. From outside the door, you can see the misty white clouds inside. This time, Xianwang Cave heaven opened the boundary of Baiyan Palace. Yin Yuan wrote like a god, and still kept on. The wanted order was drawn in a moment. Listening to the voice of the flying sword passing the letter, a flash of concern flashed in his eyes. He held the wanted order between his fingers and threw it outward. The wanted order turned into a ray of light and escaped from the Xiantian gate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a fairy appeared in the headmaster's study with all kinds of clothes tied up. Yin Chan looked at his father and said with a wry smile, Dad, would you like to invite Aying too? She looked at Yin Yuan and realized that her father Daoxing had reached this point, and all he needed to catch her was a wanted warrant. For all these years, she has been allowed to run wild outside. The daughter didn't act wild, and actually begged him. Yin Yuan nodded, and he felt it the moment the Xianwang order was activated. If he hadn't been prepared for the Xianwang order to be gone, he was already in the Xianwang cave. His daughter somehow mastered the authority to open the Xianwang cave this time. It stands to reason that if she goes in, she will gain a lot. But this time, Xianwang Cave Heaven will inevitably fight a truly powerful battle. A girl who had just reached the 3rd level of heaven went inside to join in the fun. Yin Yuan spread the paper to draw. He drew several wanted notices in an instant and threw them out. In the blink of an eye, a group of bandits were captured. Yin Yuan didn't even look at it, and said in a deep voice outside the study, Put these people into the prison and suppress them. They will not be released without my order. A team of law enforcement teams came in and pushed everyone out, including Yin Chan. She looked confused and blinked at her old father, but he saw that Yin Yuan had already taken out the brush, canvas, and various magic weapons, and reached for the Xianwang order under the master's big seal with one hand. Yin Chan's expression changed. Dad? No! Before the voice came out, Yin Yuan had already disappeared. Yin Chan looked pale. Dad took the Jingshan pin, which is an ancestral treasure of the Xiantian sect. Unless the sect's life and death are at stake, it will not act rashly. Dad just went to Xianwang Cave. How could he use the Jingshan pin? She shouted. But she was already pressed towards the prison by the law enforcement team. Elder Liu, let me go! Dad is in danger, and he has to fight for his life. But no one responded to her. Yin Chan's face turned pale, and her father wanted to put her in prison. Protect her? In the dark and yellow cave sky, among white clouds, Yin Yuan appeared and looked in all directions. A drunken voice from the side came. Hey! This armed man! Are you going to overthrow the Baiyan Palace? Yin Yuan looked over and saw a sloppy old man over there, gnawing on a chicken leg and holding a wine gourd. Yin Yuan smiled and said nothing. Taoist Xianquan came over and said, Do you want to kill Anhua Gong Feng Nan and avenge Fairy Luo? Fairy Luo is the master of Tianqing Palace. A few days ago, the Xianwang realm lost a powerful man in the Battle of South China Sea. Yin Yuan said nothing. Taoist Xianquan took a sip of wine and smiled mischievously. I heard that you and Fairy Luo started fighting in the demon transformation realm. I have never heard of a battle in 100 years. Even comparing everywhere. She took the first place in the outer sect of Tianqing Palace. You want to be the first in Zuanshanmen. If you become the master of Zuanshanmen, she will be the star king of Tianqing Palace. If she becomes the palace master, you will try your best to become the head teacher. You must always outdo each other. Are you? Don't we like each other? Who is your daughter? Yin Yuan turned around and left. But the old Taoist priest stuck to him. Hey! You are telling me! During the battle in the South China Sea, Fairy Luo dispersed her soul and said that she would come back in 10,000 years, and that you were not allowed to act wildly. Are you trying to comfort you? Are you afraid that you will do something stupid? Is this giving you 10,000 years to make you forget her? Questions came one after another in the distance. Not long after they left, a small figure appeared above the white clouds. But it was Yaya, who was biting a Xian Wanling. Her eyes full of confusion. Just take Master Xian Wanling and bite it. Why are you here? Chapter 338. My aunt is Ji Feishue. At this moment in Chanfeng City, the two powerful men looked at each other. So big, the little city lord was right in front of them, and disappeared in a flash. Not both of them were people with keen senses. So they thought an assassin was lurking in. The two looked at each other, and appeared in the Xuanzhen temple in the city in a flash. Taoist Xuanzhen gently flipped his hand, and a Xian Wanling floated in the air. The Xian Wanling scattered a faint golden light. It has been activated. As long as the monks at the demon transformation level and above are touched, they will be teleported to the Xian Wang cave heaven. The two looked at each other. Zhang Xiu took a breath. I will contact the eldest princess and Suhi. The real Xian Wang order will enter the Xian Wang cave heaven immediately. I will break through the main entrance of the cave heaven. Taoist Xuanzhen nodded, stretched out his hand, took the token, and the Taoist disappeared in an instant. Zhang Xiu's conscious body called out in Xinjiang. But Suhi's conscious body shrank in the turtle SHL and remained motionless. Fully half of the members in Xinjiang are offline, and have entered the Xian Wang cave. And Ji Feishue is not even there. The Xian Wang cave is special. Like another world, where the mysterious world is naturally blocked. A piece of his armor broke through the air, and turned into a flying sword to send a message to find Qing Lei. He flew around but fell back again. There was no such person in the flying sword password. Qing Lei is not here. Zhang Xiu jumped up, and called to the Xian Wang cave heaven in his heart. He naturally knew where the cave heaven would open this time. Very close. He split the space with a knife and jumped in. Yaya mistakenly entered the Xian Wang cave heaven, and she didn't know what would happen. Fortunately, the teleportation in the Xian Wang cave heaven was based on Taoist behaviors, and different Taoist behaviors would be teleported in different areas. Even so, Zhang Xiu didn't dare to be careless. This time, Xian Wang cave heaven and Feng Wang palace will never follow the rules, and they will definitely be able to kill the juniors from the Xian Wang realm across regions. He took one step forward, and was already outside the Xian Wang cave. The entrance to the cave has been opened, and there are people eager to enter the cave entrance. Seeing a powerful force coming to break the space, he was about to salute, but the powerful force had already entered the cave and disappeared. The man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It's the Xian Wang cave heaven. Not an illusion. The Xian Wang cave, which opened in 60 years, has really opened ahead of schedule. Zhang Xiu rushed in and found a lonely tunnel. He took a deep breath, pulled out his sword and stepped in. It is said that before time immemorial, the Xian Wang cave was a cave for powerful people, and the transmission of tokens was the privilege of the disciples. Those who entered by themselves were all apprentices seeking skills and had to pass various tests. The realms are different, and the tests are different. Zhang Xiu looked at the passage ahead and strode in. He didn't dare to delay. In the 3,000 worlds, regardless of Emperor Feng or Xian Wang, they each had at least 100 tokens. In addition to the other big worlds from previous years, there should be 5 or 6 in each big world, including the monks entering from the main entrance. There will be tens of thousands of people entering the Xian Wang cave. Among these many monks, there was a 3-year-old smart baby mixed in. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Yaya scratched her head and put the token away with a tangled look on her face. She already knew where this was, and the light that just fell on the token was enough to tell. Isn't this the Xian Wang cave heaven that Master Dao and Master talked about? I just heard Master Dao and Master chatting. It takes 12 years for this place to open once. When I go back 12 years later, my father's toads may have usurped power, and taken away her throne as city lord and ascended the throne as emperor. Don't think she doesn't know. That bad frog has always wanted to do this. So she went to the military camp where Toad was there every day, and even deliberately ordered Toad to do this and that, letting everyone know that she was the leader. Yaya is a smart group. Yaya took a deep breath and looked around. There were white clouds everywhere, and no land could be seen downwards. It seemed that there were only clouds in this world and no earth. Even the palace is hidden among the white clouds. For some reason, Yaya felt a little happy when she came here, as if she were home, and it seemed like the clouds were cheering. This is Xinhuang Cave Heaven. Dad and Mother should be here, right? Thinking of this, Yaya suddenly became happy, took out a branch, threw it into the air, and used the branch to find a way to find her father and mother. The branches flew up, swished through the clouds, and fell downwards. I don't know where they fell. Yaya. Dot! This is the first time I have encountered this kind of thing. I can't think of my parents being under the clouds no matter how deep they are. Right? She wandered around aimlessly. Various protective measures were used secretly and secretly. Some were prepared by Su Huanyan in the past. Some came from Master Gui for crying. And some came from Master. The Taoist Master said that people will come in from all the worlds in Xinhuang Cave Heaven and all the worlds. There were 10 or 20,000 people in total. And not surprisingly, everyone was better than her. This is no place for turtles. No more random chewing. Just as Yaya walked away, 3 people walked out from the clouds. One was Concubine Yi, who had faced off with Taoist Xianquan, Ji Feishua and others across the big world outside the Xianhuang world. And the other was Concubine Feng Huanggong. Bulk orders? There is another person who is a Bao Spirit clan. As soon as the 3 people came out, they looked at Yaya at the same time. Concubine Yi was dressed as a royal concubine, with a smile on her lips. This is the youngest cub of the Dragon Turtle clan. Right. Was it brought by the Xianhuang order? It ended up at the top? The Xianhuang order teleports to different places according to the realm. This little turtle has actually reached the top level that can only be reached by the 7th level. Because of his identity as a dragon turtle, he has a human body. He was judged by Xinhuang Cave Heaven to be at an extremely high level? De Zongling asked in confusion. Yi-Fei smiled. She didn't care why she entered by mistake. The opening of the Xianhuang Cave this time was not normal. Unit Gui! Concubine shouted. The Hunch Spirit clan became even lower. Immediately responded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I know this. As he spoke, he stretched out a pale translucent finger and moved forward a little. De Zongling frowned slightly. Your Majesty, you want to kill Xiao Gui? If the Dragon Turtle clan finds out. This little turtle is completely a baby. There was no need for Concubine Yi to speak. But Unit Gui had a smile on his face. De Zongling has worried too much. In today's relationship, Emperor Feng and Dragon Turtle have been fighting for a long time. How can we keep her to grow up? We don't investigate everything in Xianhuang Cave and kill people here. Even the Dragon Turtle can't find it. Moreover, the old slave is just a curse and will not kill her directly. As long as her luck is getting worse day by day, and her luck is bad in Xianhuang Cave, isn't it natural for her to die? He had a smile on his face, and just did some small things quickly. I still have to look for the 3rd prince. But the summons to His Highness just now failed. Just as the Xianhuang Cave Heaven opened, he must have been teleported to the Xianhuang Cave Heaven. This place is dangerous. And the prince is ill. How can he not have someone by his side? As soon as he pointed out, a curse turned into green smoke and fell towards Yaya. However, at the moment when it was about to fall, a phantom of a dragon appeared behind Yaya. With a roar, the dragon's power shook and instantly shattered the green smoke. Yaya suddenly stopped. National destiny! Empress! 2 voices came from the mouths of De Zongling and Yi-Fei respectively. One was shocked, and one was shocked with a bit of envy. Dragon Turtle is training an emperor. Want to take the imperial path in the Xianhuang realm? What truly transcends the mysterious world in the emperor's great world is the imperial way. The battle formation with orders and prohibitions. If the Xianhuang realm even catches up with this, the imperial world will have no advantage at all. The 3 of them looked at each other and thought of this at the same time. In this case, we can't keep her. De Zongling stepped forward and pointed at Yaya. Before her hand fell, Yaya had already run away, shouting as she ran. My master is a disabled general and a combat cultivator. Yaya shouted. Master said. Sometimes his name is more useful than Dragon Turtle. Is someone going to attack her later? It's quite exciting, Dazongling responded, no longer hiding the traces and pointing out. A golden light pointed towards Yaya. The golden light broke through the clouds and rushed straight towards Yaya, with enough power to annihilate a country. Now that the Great Order has been taken, there will be no backup. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. As soon as the big order was pointed out, a flower on Yaya's head shot up into the sky, turned into a broken sword, and slashed in the air, smashing the golden light from the big order with one strike, hanging above Yaya's head with a murderous look. Huh? Yaya was surprised. This knife was the headdress given to her by her master. She originally wanted a hairpin, but master said she would only give her a hairpin when she grows up. What a domineering swordsmanship! And my fellow Taoist monk John has made great progress. I'm afraid he can take the final step at any time and advance to the 7th level of heaven. It's a pity that if he were here, I would still care about it. It's just a sword, but it can't lift it. There's a storm. Dazong ordered his spiritual consciousness to wander all over the place. But there was no one here. Yaya looked back and saw that she didn't recognize any of these 3 people. Either her master's enemy, or her father's, Lord Turtle's, and the others. She is an innocent turtle. This momentum is impossible to defeat and impossible to escape. Yaya calmed down and looked at the 3 of them. My father is a dragon turtle. And my grandfather is also a dragon turtle. Dazongling snorted. Your whole family is a dragon turtle. But so what? If you're not a dragon turtle, I won't kill you. He punched out, but there was no trace of the fist. But Yaya instantly felt like the god of death was coming. The whole world was blocked by this fist. And fists were coming from all directions. Fist after fist, as if trying to annihilate the stars, came straight towards her. A light flashed in Yaya's eyes, and she gave Dazongling a hard look. He reached around his waist and found a life-saving thing left by Mr. Turtle. The intention of the fist struck, and the broken sword above his head suddenly slashed. A sword energy rushed forward, and with a bang, it tore the forbidden world into pieces. When it hit something, the broken sword shattered. Dazongling groaned. A knife mark appeared on his fist, and blood spurted out. Without the ban, Yaya turned around and ran away. A small flying boat landed at her feet at a staggering speed. Yifei sighed, and the little girl looked back for a moment. And she actually seemed to have the aura of a superior. At such a young age, he is extremely talented. She pulled out a hairpin from her hair and raised her head slightly. It was the hairpin that was used with spear skills, and a shadow of a spear flashed on the hairpin. Yaya in front seemed to feel something, and shouted as she ran. My aunt is Princess Yunming's. Auntie is more powerful than Mr. Turtle. Don't worry. This time I come in to kill Ji Feishu as well. As soon as Yifei said this and sent out her hairpin, Yaya felt a sea of murderous intent coming from behind her. She bit her silver teeth, and all the magic weapons on her body were thrown behind her. After a moment, she didn't feel the breath of the magic weapons self-destructing behind her. Turning around, he saw a red figure standing there among the clouds, looking at her and smiling lightly at her. In front of her, there was a hairpin as good as a puppy. The aura on that hairpin was exactly the gun intent that filled the sky with murderous intent just now. Yaya chuckled. Auntie! If not Ji Feishu, who would come? Concubine Ji Shui smiled sweetly. Little one, do you know me? Yaya nodded as if she were seeing a relative. There is a portrait of my aunt hanging above my bed. I asked for it from my master. She stepped on the flying boat and turned around in an arc. She saw the 3 people who had just attacked her in the distance flashing with light, and they fled in an instant. Yaya waved and shouted, Hey! Hey! Why are you running? Aren't you going to kill my aunt? She is here. The 3 of them said nothing. If the space in the Xianwang Cave's sky was not solidified and unable to break through the air, they would have wanted to tear the space apart and leave immediately. Ji Feishu giggled. Yaya had already landed next to her in a flying boat. She looked at Ji Feishu and blinked. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Ji Feishu laughed out loud. She is worthy of being my husband's daughter. She just knows how to talk. Ji Feishu was about to make a few jokes when she saw the little girl rummaging through her storage bag and took out a small clay sculpture and handed it over. It was a dragon turtle, exactly like Suhi. Lying on Suhi's back was a small dragon turtle, but it looked like Yaya. There is a fairy on each side of Yaya. The one on the left is Su Huanyan, and the one on the right is a fairy with dragon horns. whose appearance is indistinguishable. Yaya chuckled. They didn't let me take care of things. And my father and mother were not here. When I was bored, I made clay sculptures with Little Man King. But at that time, I didn't know what Ant looked like. I heard that Ant was the dragon is made like this. She was a little embarrassed and put her little hands on the dragon's horns, trying to cover it up. Feishua looked at the clay sculpture and was stunned for a moment. After a long while, she laughed out loud and carefully put the clay sculpture away. He took Yaya's little hand with one hand and said, Let's go. I'll take you to kill someone. She turned to look in the direction where the three people were escaping, holding Yaya's hand. Yaya's flying boat has automatically fallen back into Yaya's storage bag. The little girl felt like she was being held by a cold hand. She blinked, but she felt an endless sense of security. Following Feishua, she stepped out of the surrounding clouds and completely changed the scenery. There was something strange behind her. Yaya turned around and saw the woman who had just attacked her behind her. She suddenly stopped running away and looked at her in astonishment. A pair of eyes fell on Feishua, full of disbelief. You can use space magic here. Why is this happening? Feishua smiled sweetly. Because my husband is awesome. If you have the Xian Wang order that has been improved 5 times in quality, you can do it too. Not only can you cross space, but you can also try to build a cave of your own here. It's a pity that your husband doesn't have this ability. Feishua smiled and led Yaya towards Fei step by step. Concubine Yi's face changed drastically. And when she was about to speak, Concubine Ji made a stroke with her green finger in the air. And Concubine Yi was immediately unable to speak anymore. Shoo! If you hit my husband, I might not care. But if you hit my daughter, how should I kill you? Concubine Yi's eyes narrowed. What Feishua said was how to kill, not whether to kill or not. She looked at Feishua unwillingly, and kept pointing at the girl beside her, indicating that this girl was the bastard of that dragon turtle and someone else. What does it have to do with you? A woman may be overflowing with maternal instincts and save a child that has nothing to do with her, but she will never develop love for the children of her husband and other women. Is Feishua crazy? Feishua smiled softly. The little guy called me auntie. Didn't you hear? She lowered her head and whispered, Yaya, close your eyes. Yaya was so obedient that she didn't even refute Feishua's words of, my daughter, and instead showed a bit of happiness. The aunt told her to close her eyes, and she immediately obeyed and did as she was told. In Chanfeng City, she was a city lord who kept her word. But here she was just a little girl. Concubine Yi's expression changed, and she turned around to run away. But suddenly his body was empty. And when he looked down, his legs were disintegrating bit by bit, like broken porcelain, with the fragments flying in all directions. She turned around in fear, only to see Feishua holding the little girl, still smiling, as sweetly as a mother. Spare your life! Spare your life! Concubine Yi's eyes were frightened. Her hands were like a drowning person, struggling with all her strength. But no sound came out. Until this moment, she really believed the rumors from the outside world. The Bodhisattva of freedom was killed by Feishua. It's not like she and Feishua have never fought before. I have never felt that Feishua has irresistible power. And I have never felt that Feishua has the ability to suppress the ancestor. In the past few days, I have always felt that Xian Wang realm is just putting money on my family's face. Who said that the one who suppressed and killed the Bodhisattva must be in existence from the mysterious realm? Maybe he is the ancestor of Feng Wang Palace and wants to take over the Buddhist world. His Majesty summoned the ancestor 10 years ago, but he never showed up in the palace. Maybe he planned to kill the Bodhisattva Mahavatar today. This is also the thought of most people in Feng Wang Palace. Until this moment, Feishua was smiling brightly, not even moving a finger. But she seemed to be facing the whole world, unable to resist even the slightest bit. Only then did he realize how ridiculous he was, and how ridiculous the entire Feng Wang Palace was. Spare my life! Her eyes were horrified. He was a dignified concubine. He had a wealth of talent, but he had never experienced a real life and death battle. It turns out that this is what death feels like. She looked at Feishua with begging eyes. But he saw the female dragon lowering her head and lifting the chin of the little dragon turtle. Observing like a gangster, Feishua smiled lightly. She was worthy of being my husband's daughter. The more she looked at her, the more lovable she became. Feishua smiled, took out a gold collar from somewhere, and gently put it around Yaya's neck, waving their hands as if to ward off flies. Da Zongling and Eunuch Gui didn't even scream. but their eyes widened at the same time. Their bodies suddenly shattered as they ran away, and the fragments scattered bit by bit in the air. At this moment, Taoist Xuanjin came in a hurry, and with a flick of his fly whisk, it fell from the air. He looked at Ji Feishue holding Yaya, looked at Yifei who was being crushed, and felt the other two people being crushed together. Taoist Xuanjin was silent for a long time. Ji Feishue, who returned from the Sea of Stars, is much more murderous. He didn't even want to listen to nonsense, so he took action and killed people. Ji Feishue glanced at him, and the black lines on her red clothes flashed slightly. Chapter 339 Statue from the Ancient Times. Auntie, is there anything special about Xianwang Cave Heaven? Yaya jumped up and down behind Ji Feishue, looking at the figures that kept appearing in the clouds below, and asked curiously, I don't know how many people met their enemies as soon as they came in and started fighting. At this moment, she saw with her own eyes that several people had died. Even so, people kept coming in. Ji Feishue walked in front, playing with the porcelain bottle in her hand. She didn't know what Taoist Xuanjin was doing by giving him a bottle of purple sand mother liquor, but Ji Feishue certainly wouldn't push it out if someone gave him a gift. She took out the clay sculpture that Yaya gave her, soaked the purple sand mother liquor into the clay sculpture, and replied with a smile. The environment of Xianwang Cave is similar to that of ancient times. There is a special vitality here that has long since disappeared from the outside world. It is necessary to advance from the 6th level to the 7th level. This thing is also necessary to step on the 7th level of the sky and push open the immortal gate. This alone makes the monks flock to it. She looked back at Yaya and said with a smile, and there are many treasures here that have long been extinct from the outside world. As far as I know, there are no less than 7 kinds of fairy grass in Xianwang Cave Heaven, which can increase the chance of divine beasts giving birth to offspring. There are even methods that can improve the ability of divine beasts to cross the border. A treasure with a chance of calamity. Just these 2 things make the mythical beast break his mind. No divine beast can remain indifferent in front of such a treasure. Yaya stuck out her tongue and grabbed the treasure again. When I unify all the heavens and worlds, I will take control of Xianwang Cave and let the Yamen manage it uniformly. Ji Feishue laughed and gave Yaya a thumbs up. More ambitious than your idle dad. As she spoke, all the purple clay mother liquor in her hand was melted into the clay sculpture. The clay sculpture is still the same clay sculpture, but it has become indestructible. Even if it is used as a magic weapon, there is no problem. On the clay sculpture, the dragon girl on Suhi's back still had the same dragon horns, but her faceless face now looked like Ji Feishue's. Putting away the clay sculpture, Ji Feishue took out another storage bag and a feather. This is the letter from Feijian, when Feng Qi asked her to send a batch of origin stones to Suhi when Feng Tomb was first opened. She came out of Luofeng Valley earlier, just as Chaos took the Source Stone. He was teleported over by the Xianwang Order. She could sense that Suhi had also entered the Xianwang Cave, and she didn't know where her husband got the Xianwang Order. Ji Feishue placed the storage bag full of origin stones on Feiyu, and was about to pass it to Suhi. Behind her, little Yaya blinked. Auntie! Auntie! Are you going to pass the Feijin pass to Dad? Book? Dad is here too? The word Su on the storage bag looked very familiar to her. It was embroidered by her mother herself and given to her father. Yes. Ji Feishue smiled. Yaya's eyes sparkled. Let me do it. She used to be good at fists and basically couldn't do any magic. It was only after I became a disciple that I learned many methods of the martial god. I haven't really done flying sword passing book yet. Ji Feishue smiled, handling you and the storage bag over, gently stroking you with her fingers, and silently set a forbidden spell. Prevent outsiders from stealing. In front of Yaya, Ji Feishue's enchanting appearance unexpectedly calmed down. This was probably the first time we met. How reserved were you? Yaya happily took Feng Yu, licked her lips, and punched Feng Yu hard. Give it to me, City Lord. Fly. Ji Feishue's eyes lit up, and she watched with interest. This little girl's violence is in line with the aesthetics of the Dragon Clan. However, even the martial Godilu didn't control the flying sword to pass the book like this. Right. But I saw the phoenix feather trembling twice, as if it was really threatened. It flew up, swaying under the clouds. Ji Feishue. Little fist spirit. Yaya looked at Feng Yu, who was going away, with her hands on her hips, looking like a bull. After being proud for a while, he suddenly remembered something, widened his eyes and said, Didn't Master Dao just say that the higher the realm, The higher the clouds will be after entering? I'm on top. And Dad is below? Her eyes widened. I surpassed Dad? Her eyes flickered, and excitement flowed out of her pupils. Ji-Fei chuckled and poked her. I think you are beautiful, little one. Do you know where this is? Baiyun Palace? Yaya said without thinking. Master Dao just said it. Then do you know whose dojo Baiyun Palace is? Yaya blinked. Ji-Fei looked into the depths of the clouds. It's Baiyun's dojo. Bai Zila recorded a lot about this dojo, which was an eye-opener for her. In Baiyun dojo, the little guy naturally has privileges. Yaya tilted her head. Who is Baiyun? I don't know you. But this name is so unpleasant. Really? Ji-Fei smiled sweetly, and agreed very much. Suhi felt the blood curse fall on the third prince. He transformed into his true form as a peacock, and used Jiyu to chase the figure in front of him. This place is actually closed to space, and cannot use the magic machine. In front of the third prince, there was a shadow of a blue bird, which was as fast as lightning. But Suhi flew away quickly, getting closer and closer. Not to be missed. The third prince doesn't have much time to leave the emperor's world. How can he be allowed to escape? As they got closer, Suhi chirped. A bright moon rose from the back, casting a silver glow that enveloped the third prince. The third prince roared loudly. He took out a long spear from nowhere, raised it up, and stabbed Haoyue with one shot. The spear penetrated the bright moon, but did not explode like in the chaos. Suhi snorted and chased after him. In the chaos, Haoyue was trapped and immediately transformed into the true form of the dragon turtle. Without the support of the peacock body, Haoyue would naturally be easily destroyed. At this moment, the third prince was seriously injured, and he supported him with his peacock body. How can we allow you to get out of trouble so easily under the circumstances of one ebb and flow? Suhi jumped over. The third prince had not accomplished anything with a single shot. Hearing the roar from behind, the spear thrust toward the top of his head suddenly slashed downwards, drew an arc and thrust backwards. Then he turned around and shot. A shadow appeared on the spear, roaring towards Suhi. Suhi let out a long cry, fluttered his wings, dodged the spear, and flew straight into the sky. Tiansha and Yulin fell under the bright moon at the same time. The shot missed, and the third prince immediately grabbed 2 porcelain bottles and poured them into his mouth. A medicinal gas filled the air, and the hole in his chest squirmed as he recovered. But the torn-off arm failed to grow back no matter how much medicine he took. The gluttonous method of eating means swallowing the original source together, and it cannot grow out of external objects. Suhi's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he saw the royal family of Fengwang Palace swallowing pills. The third prince is indeed different. As soon as his mind moved, the heavenly killing formation was formed. But only 2 fairy swords gathered together, piercing the space and slashing towards the third prince. The number has become smaller, but the power has increased several times. It roared in, as if it was about to split the world. A cold light flashed in the third prince's eyes, and he jumped up. He did not dodge, but went straight towards the fairy sword. He took the initiative to adjust his posture, hit the fairy sword, and let the fairy sword pierce his shoulder blade. However, he went straight to the edge of the bright moon, ripped off his own arm with a loud sound, and smashed it hard on the brightness. The arm exploded with a bang, and the blood mist blocked the light. The third prince took the opportunity to jump out and go down. Escape. Run away now. At this time, he was definitely no match for Dragon Turtle. He already knew where this place was. It was not where Eunuch Gui summoned him. This was the Xianwang Cave Heaven. Although it is incredible, Xianwang Cave has really opened in advance. Everything is possible here. Heal the arm. Heal the injury. Explore the cave to break through the realm. Enter the 5th level of the sky, and then kill the Dragon Turtle. At this moment, not to mention an arm, even if the body is exploded, he will not hesitate to resurrect him. Above the sky, Suhi let out a phoenix cry, transformed into the true form of a dragon turtle, and the mountain god seal crashed down. One after another is like a barrage of cannons, each one more powerful than the last. The third prince's spear was hanging around him, and the shadow of the blue bird under his feet was almost solid. He poured half of his true energy into the escape method and quickly went downwards. Suhi landed on the turtle SHL with a powerful force, and used the force to carry his body through the clouds and pursue him all the way down. Layers of clouds penetrated. Then I heard an angry shout and an explosion from below. Then there were 6 bombardments from the mountain god seal. as if the sky was shattering and the whole world was collapsing. There was actually a down-to-earth feeling coming from the mountain god seal. There is land below. Suhi broke through the clouds and saw a snow mountain below. 6 mountain god seals hit the same place. The mountain collapsed. Snow waves flew, and the roar spread throughout the world. The 6 mountain god seals doubled to 6 times. But they failed to split the space here, and only smashed the mountains stretching thousands of miles below. The third prince is dead, but not under the mountain god seal. Land suddenly appeared, and there was no escape. The third prince immediately blew himself up. Suhi has long inherited the divine induction, and every blow has the effect of cutting back the roots. If he is killed here by 6 mountain god seals, even if he comes back from resurrection, his body will definitely be seriously injured. Even with one blow. Can't take it anymore. The third prince immediately chose to self-destruct. Suhi broke through the clouds and saw only his resentful eyes. It's not resentment for being forced to self-destruct, but resentment for not being able to hold Suhi and self-destruct. There were a few loud noises. The whole world turned into white. The white shadow was vaporized by the aftermath of the mountain god seal and the third prince's self-destruction. It rose up and turned into clouds that reached the sky. When it hit the cold clouds above, it turned into heavy rain and poured down. The heavy rain extinguished the dust in the sky and turned into a flash flood, rushing down. But before it could flow down the mountain peak, it was completely frozen and turned into an endless glacier. It's too cold here. It was still summer temperature above the clouds, but below the clouds it was like entering an icy HL. Even Suhi shivered and couldn't bear it. The heavy rain had already turned into hail and crackled on the ground. However, there was a faint aura rising up. Suhi turned around and saw that the aura was coming from 5 side-by-side lotus flowers, swaying in the wind and snow. Just now, the third prince blew himself up. 6 mountain god seals bombarded him, and the mountains collapsed. This mountainous area was close to the end of the world, but the lotus was not damaged. Instead, it emerged from under the snow-capped mountains. Is this the ultimate treasure of Xianwang Cave Heaven? I don't know if it was the explosion here that attracted attention, or the smell of snow lotus that attracted peeps. Suhi immediately sent someone speeding towards this direction in the distance. The aftermath of the battle was heard while galloping. Hyena! Suhi snorted and jumped down, heading straight for Xuelian. However, he saw a starlight projected from below, and the third prince resurrected next to Xuelian. He glanced at Suhi, took out Xuelian, turned around and ran away. His breath was completely weakened by 30%, but his eyes suddenly lit up, holding the snow lotus in his hand, wishing he could look up to the sky and laugh. This is a treasure. A real treasure. He could feel that just 2 of these lotus flowers could help him break through to the 5th level. If you are still in the Imperial Palace, you can ask the great doctor of Taiyuan Hospital to refine the elixir, and you will be able to break through without even using one. Maybe even the lost one arm can grow back. The shadow of a blue bird appeared at the feet of the third prince, running away quickly. Suhi's peacock screamed and came after him, with a cold light in his eyes. How dare you, a dying man, steal my treasure? The third prince jumped up and flew, feeling that the peacock behind him was getting closer and closer. He bit his teeth, tore off 3 peacocks from the lotus, and beat them far away with his backhand. He wanted to lure Suhi away with the help of lotus flowers, but found that the dragon turtle seemed not to notice it, and was still chasing after him. The expression of the third prince changed drastically. Dragon turtle! I gave you 3 of the 5 snow lotuses, and you still chase me. He gritted his teeth. Idiot! Didn't you feel the force approaching rapidly from a distance? Where can I find the 5th level of heaven reaching? If you chase me again, Xuelian will be kidnapped in an instant. Suhi said nothing, as if he didn't see the lotus flying away. He was still chasing after him, with a posture of never giving up until he was killed. The third prince's eyes filled with hatred, and he struck the snow lotus in the distance with his palm. Don't destroy it like that. If you don't believe it, don't chase me. Suhi heard a long cry, and a phoenix true fire blocked his palm. Before the third prince could get excited, he saw a toad pop out from between Suhi's eyebrows. He took out a small flying boat from his pocket and sailed out, chase after Xuelian. But Suhi himself was still chasing after him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Tear the beautiful lotus flower in half and die. Suhi screamed and approached the third prince. While he was still flying, his body had already transformed into the true form of a dragon turtle. He roared and his divine power surged. After the divine power is a mountain god seal. The third prince heard the sound of a drum, canceling out the divine power. This drum turned out not to be a magic weapon, but some kind of passive ability embedded in the body. But the sound of the drum sounded, which consumed a lot of energy, and the third prince's flying speed immediately slowed down. The mountain god seal came from behind, hitting the third prince's back with a muffled bang sound. The third prince spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became even paler. But the man took advantage of the bombardment of the mountain god seal and flew forward quickly. I knew you would do this. Suhi snorted and saw the heavenly punishment striking down on the way the third prince was escaping. The dark lightning was extremely conspicuous in this white world. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The third prince fell down. After falling halfway, he jumped up again. But Suhi had already rushed over, with blades flying above his head and slashing at the third prince. Fear flashed in the third prince's eyes, and he hurriedly avoided. But the lotus flower in his hand was cut with a knife, and the only 2 flowers left were cut into 2. One of them fell downwards along the chaotic blade. There was hatred in his eyes, but he did not dare to waste time to pick up the snow lotus. A mouthful of blood spurted out and fell towards the blue bird beneath him. Most of his aura instantly dropped, and there was a necrotic aura in his chest and lungs. The blue bird turned into blood red, and the speed it carried him increased several times in an instant. The third prince opened his mouth and shouted, "Dragon Turtle! If you have the guts, come after me! Watch as your Taoist fellow Qianjiang is killed alive!" He flew rapidly, with hatred in his eyes. This escape method can only be used by consuming the source. Every time you use it, you are 1 step closer to true death. If he uses it twice more and doesn't need the dragon turtle to kill him, he himself will be destroyed. Suhi roared and watched the third prince go away. The speed is still slow. The third prince exploded, and unless his peacock body also consumed the original power of the world pearl, it would be difficult to catch up. But he can't leave. The third prince seemed to have no means of hiding the blood curse. With a blood curse on his body, Suhi could sense his location at any time. "How can I let you escape after stealing the snow lotus?" Suhi roared, turned around and rushed towards the approaching battle in the distance. There were 2 monks there, surrounding a beautiful figure, and the woman was almost unable to hold on. A phantom of the Bodhisattva appeared on his body, blocking the attacks of the 2 monks. However, the phantom of the Bodhisattva was teetering and would be shattered at any time. But it is the Qianqianzi of Xinjiang. In the dark and yellow cave sky, wars are everywhere. The 2 monks had already looked towards Suhi, and upon seeing Suhi, their murderous intent immediately rose. It was the evil spirit who robbed the Buddhist pond and killed the monks. Buddhist world? Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Suhi roared and rushed away. Halfway through, he disappeared in midair. The monk who besieged Qianqianzi set off alarm bells. Xuan, who is a water dragon turtle, is 3 times more effective in this world of ice and snow. Be careful of sneak attacks. The 2 of them clasped their hands together at the same time, and the Dharma forms gathered behind them. One in the shape of a glaring Vajra, and the other in the shape of a one-armed Arhat. The 2 were alert, but not afraid. The news from the emperor was that the dragon turtle's Buddha coat was gone, but the 2 of them were fearless. They were only on guard because they didn't want to capsize in the gutter or get hurt here. Xian Wang Dongtian was injured, which meant that he was not far from death. The 2 people, Vajra Dharma and Arhat Dharma, opened their eyes at the same time and looked in all directions, searching for the dragon turtle at the expense of the source of the Dharma. But at this moment, 2 mountain god seals followed his gaze and struck suddenly. The 2 men shouted loudly and struck the golden bowl and demon-conquering pestle at the same time, hitting the mountain god seal. With 2 collisions, the mountain god seal exploded with a bang, causing hailstones to fly in the air. For a moment, golden light and snow mist filled the air, and fragments of the mountain god seal were flying, preventing them from even detecting their consciousness. The 2 waved their palms to break up the cover, and saw a peacock in the distance grabbing the woman just now, spreading its wings and flying away. And it was so fast that it was beyond anyone's reach. Damn it! It's all because of the phantom of the Bodhisattva on that woman. Otherwise, the woman would have been taken down long ago. Chase! The 2 monks were both at the 5th level, but they were not afraid of the dragon turtle. Suhi spread his wings and flew, and the voice came from the Qianqianzi under his body. Go to Sun's position. There is a ruined palace there. They can't enter. Suhi follows the good deeds. He spread his wings and flew across thousands of mountains and miles in an instant. following the guidance of Qianqianzi and crashing into a canyon. The monk roared behind him. Evil! This is a destined place in the Buddhist world. How dare Long Guan snatch it? Su He and Qianqianzi didn't reply. Qianqianzi looked back at them, wondering if the monk had a brain disease. Fellow Taoist Su, he even dares to rob the Buddhist pond in the Buddhist realm. Do you still care about your threat? She turned back and sent a message. It's at the bottom of the valley. It was when I discovered this place that I was chased by them. They couldn't get in, so they wanted to use my hand to get in. When Su He landed at the bottom of the valley, he saw a large hall in front of him. But the hall was broken into pieces, and only half of it was embedded in the cliff, falling down with Qianqianzi. Qianqianzi looked at the main hall and hesitated to speak. As she walked inside, she said, Go in and don't be surprised when you see what's inside. As Su He walked in, the hall felt somewhat familiar to him. It's not that I've seen the main hall, but I've seen buildings of this style somewhere. Let's go! Qianqianzi looked back, pulled Su He's wings, and hurriedly entered the hall. A ray of light swept across the body, as if entering a barrier, and the shouts and curses behind him disappeared instantly. The scenery in front of him changed, and he was already inside the main hall. Su He opened his eyes and looked stunned. Qianqianzi spread her hands. I told you! Don't be surprised. The main hall was half empty, except for two statues. A woman stood upright, and a man next to her was walking towards her. But before she could reach her, he was already petrified, and he raised his hand to touch her face. The woman looks like Qianqianzi, but much more mature. The man looks like a three-phase monk, but his hair is bold and elegant. Qianqianzi sighed. I don't know why there are such two statues. Su He was stunned for a long time. Qianqianzi didn't know, but he knew. Chapter 340. The Third Prince advances. Su He kills the 5th level. These are the stone statues of Wunyang and Mao Wan. It's the past lives of Qianqianzi and Sanxiang monk. No wonder it feels familiar. This hall has been seen in by Ling's hexagram. This is the place where the immortal lord turned everyone to stone with his hair, and imprinted his presence deep into everyone's true soul. Both Wunyang and Mao Wan died for him. At that time, his body was lying there. Su He looked around and found that the place where his body was parked was not here. Only a corner of the main hall was left, and the larger area was not shown. You? Do you know why our stone statue is here? Qianqianzi looked at Su He. The turtle's eyes flashed, and he looked around, obviously knowing something that she didn't. Su He was startled and blinked. If I said you died for me, would you believe it? Qianqianzi's face turned red, and she quietly stepped back. Well, although I am very dissatisfied that Sanxiang is a monk, I am really considering becoming a Taoist partner with him, she said, retreating further and further. Su He. Qianqianzi is hundreds of years old. Right? Why do you still have a love brain? He snorted and nodded to the two stone statues. The woman's name is Wunyang, and the man's name is Mao Wan. They are the previous lives of you and Master Sanxiang. At this point, Su He paused. Die because of me. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. As a party involved, Qianqianzi has the right to know. Fellow Taoist Qianjiang are all certified by Ji Feishui, although not everyone is familiar with them. They are all close friends. Uncle Lei didn't hesitate at all when he handed Yaya to Senior Zhang Xiu. Qianqianzi blinked. I really had a previous life? Just saying that I had so many dreams. It doesn't look like I didn't have a previous life. She looked at Su He. So, you owe me your life? Then I just led the enemy to you, so you don't have to blame yourself? Is this what you care about? Su He smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes. Don't blame yourself. You can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Qianqianzi actually had an expression of relief. She breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly asked in confusion. You are only 30 years old this year. Right. My past life was relatively easy to say. The three-phase past life was at least 10,000 years ago. Right. She looked at Su He. Where did you come from thousands of years ago? Su He smiled. You are allowed to have a previous life, but you are not allowed to have a previous life, he said, turning to look at Qianqianzi. Is it difficult to understand? Divine beasts actually have previous lives. Qianqianzi was stunned for a moment and waved her hand. I will fall in love with an old monk. So what if the mythical beast had a previous life? As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Su He with a sparkling look, full of gossip. So Sister Ji, and you were husband and wife in the previous life? Isn't she a pervert, Who misses the little turtle hatchling? Su-hee. Dot. If you dare to speak like this, are you relying on her not to hit you? Su-hee didn't know how to reply when there was a knock on the door. Dang, dang, dang. Stop making trouble, Su-hee said helplessly. Creak. The sound of opening the door, voiced by the toad, came out from his eyebrows. With a smile, he placed the blossoming snow lotus in front of Su-hee. Hey, I picked them all up. The dice had already been thrown. Su-hee snatched 4 snow lotuses, but Toad brought back 13. There are duplicates in each one, but none of them throw mass points. This thing is strange. It can't be put in Mr. Frog's belly pocket. Toad looked at Snow Lotus with surprise in his eyes. This turtle boy has been very sensible recently. He doesn't call him when he has nothing to do. When he calls him, he just searches for treasures. This is the Xianwang Cave Heaven. When we go out in 12 years, isn't it time for Ya-Ya to ascend the throne and become the emperor? My huge military camp is gone. It was so easy for me to get the position of general. It looked at Su-hee pitifully. As if you are your biological father, and if you don't let me use the back door, I will bite you to death, Qianqianzi said in surprise. You actually brought Mr. Frog in? It's best not to bring soul beasts into Xianwang Cave Heaven. Some places are extremely harmful to soul beasts. Toad looked at Su-hee with even more resentment. Su-hee raised his paw and rubbed the toad's head, then pressed it down. The toad dissipated with a bang, and a voice came from Su-hee's sea of consciousness. I tell you, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies must be mine. And, when Ya-Ya faces off against the major sex, you will also be the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and compete with those powerful men who are at the 7th level of the sky. Su-hee said sarcastically. I don't know how much I weigh. Even if Su-hee reaches the 7th level of open heaven, Toad will advance accordingly. It's also difficult to beat someone who is at the 7th level of treading heaven. After all, soul beasts are not good at fighting. It's better to play auxiliary. The toad hummed in his heart and stopped talking. Su-hee took a sip of Snow Lotus, and his mouth was immediately filled with fragrance. Do you want to make an elixir for this thing, or just swallow it? Qianqianzi shook her head. I have never seen such a Snow Lotus. How could I know? If Sister G is here, she must know about it. Who knows where she is? Su-hee rolled his tongue, rolled up a Snow Lotus, chewed it and swallowed it. In an instant, it was like a fire ignited in my stomach. The Snow Lotus is obviously grown in an extremely cold place, but it is so strong that it seems to burn out all things. Su-hee snorted and spurted out flames, his whole insides burning with fire. On an uninhabited ice field, a ball of flames burned even the ice and snow. In the middle of the flames, the 3rd prince rolled back and forth, grabbing his own flesh and blood, as if he wanted to tear them off. But every time a piece of flesh and blood was torn off from his body, the flesh and blood of the heart grew out. And in a moment, the ground was covered with burning flesh and blood. The injuries caused by the Su-hee Mountain Divine Seal on his chest with the reverse root slashing effect were visibly squirming and recovering. The 3rd prince's 7 orifices were spitting fire, and the excitement in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. The effect of this Snow Lotus far exceeded expectations. This flame was like a phoenix bathing in flames, and it had the tendency to heal all of his injuries except his arms. Snow Lotus cannot repair the lack of origin, but the bottleneck that had trapped him for who knows how long was loosening and disintegrating bit by bit in the flames. The 3rd prince looked up to the sky and let out a long groan, and his whole body suddenly shattered. But a cavernous world spread out on the ice field. The broken body of the 3rd prince turned into pure energy and merged into the cave world. In the distance, 2 monks guarding outside the main hall in the canyon looked up at the direction of the ice field at the same time. What a pure power! This is someone who has entered the 5th level of the sky-shattering realm. Shattered the old body, and merged with the cave world. Make a new me. A monk takes 7 steps to transform into a mortal, 7 steps to transform into a demon, and 7 steps to reach heaven. The first 2 times they didn't take it seriously. 7 steps to reach the sky. The first step is to imitate the mythical beast to open up the sky, and open up your own cave world. The second step is to gather the natal stars, so that you can be resurrected after death. The third step of refining the real, and the fourth step of refining the void, are the control of the laws, allowing the cave world to achieve reality according to its own attributes. The fifth step is to break the sky, break the body and merge with the world of cave, and be reborn in the cave. A new self is born, and the new self has its own laws of heaven, so that it can carry on the path. The sixth step is to step on the ladder to heaven. After carrying the path, You can see the ladder to heaven above your head. The monks can climb up the ladder to heaven. The strength of the Tao is related to the length and solidity of the ladder. If one day you reach the end of the ladder to heaven, you may be able to see the immortal gate. This is the 7th step of knocking on the immortal gate. This is the end of a monk's practice. If you really have the ability to push open the immortal gate, you are an immortal, not a monk. But after the ancient times, there were no immortals in this world. Even the ancestors of Fengwang Palace and the former Yuanzhong clan had no immortals. Even though it is rumored that the combat power of these ancestors has long surpassed that of immortals. Just like their great freedom Bodhisattva. It is said that he has surpassed immortals long ago, but he is still not an immortal. Otherwise, there would be no talk of death. Another person who reaches the 5th level of the sky. I am not alone in this. I am very happy to congratulate you. The two monks complimented each other, and then turned to look at the entrance of the main hall. This hall is strange and isolated from everything. There must be a treasure inside. Since he was discovered by them, he was naturally related to the Buddhist world. How could he be kidnapped halfway by a dragon turtle? The two of them stood guard at the entrance of the main hall. Motionless like Buddha. In the main hall, Suhi slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke. His eyes were filled with light. How strange. Yuanli? Suhi didn't know what this snow lotus was. But the entire internal organ seemed to have been hammered and calcined. And there were a few sticky substances on the scales and turtle SHL. The whole body seemed to have been sacrificed. He turned to look at Qianqianzi. You're welcome. Have one. Qianqianzi shook her head like a rattle. She could clearly see how much pain Longgui had experienced just now. How can you ask for trouble? If you don't come, I'll give you another one. Suhi licked his lips and looked at Snow Lotus again. Qianqianzi made a gesture of invitation. This is your own trophy. Why should you apply to her? If there are any left, you can sell me one, and I'll ask Sister Ji to help me refine the elixir later. Suhi laughed and said, It would be better to swallow such a natural treasure directly. Qianqianzi shook her head violently. I'm not a dragon turtle. I don't have such a strong body. Not everyone is qualified to swallow heavenly materials and earthly treasures directly. As she spoke, Suhi rolled his tongue and swallowed 2 snow lotuses. I was instantly envious. Suhi's eyes were bright. This snow lotus had no strong effect on the inner world. It only strengthened and tempered it. But the tempering of the physical body has reached the extreme. With the dragon turtle's true blood forming an army, he felt that he should have no problem carrying 2 snow lotuses at a time. The 2 medicines are more effective, and will definitely be better for the body. The snow lotus entered his belly, and 2 pillars of fire suddenly spurted out from Suhi's nostrils. The waves outside his body were instantly boiled, and the viscous liquid seeped out from the gaps between the scales and the turtle SHL. The turtle SHL seemed to be baked dry, and it began to shed its armor piece by piece. Just like when he was still a mortal turtle, he grew and advanced. The real blood in the body is burning, and with the beating of the heart, it is like lava rolling to every part of the body. Severe pain came from the limbs and bones, and from the internal organs. Suhi gritted his teeth and persisted. I don't know how long. Maybe 3 to 5 days. Maybe March or May. Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Qianqianzi looked at her in surprise. Suhi blinked and felt that Qianqianzi seemed bigger. Originally, Suhi wanted to look down at her when he lay down. But now, he just had to look straight up. A fishy smell came from his body. With every movement, the scales were worn and uncomfortable. It's like applying a layer of ointment. Suhi's mind moved. The heavy rain fell and washed away the turtle's SHL, causing it to shed its SHL and its scales with a crackling sound. Suhi raised his head and looked at each other with Qianqianzi. Qianqianzi burst out laughing. Everything is too small and cute. The dragon turtle's SHL, which was nearly 3 feet long, is now a huge monster no matter where it is placed. It just looks fierce. Now it has shrunk a lot, with only a 2-foot turtle SHL, and it suddenly looks much more pleasing to the eye. Suhi was silent and looked down at his paws. There seemed to be endless power in his limbs. If this claw goes down, I'm afraid it will knock my previous self into disarray. Looking inwards, the consciousness sinks into the world inside the Jeju. The windows in the inner world are bright and clear, and the world is stable, almost reaching its limit. The box of Tai Shandian's second heaven opening artifact is completely condensed, and there are densely packed cannonballs inside. As long as 1 more hexagram is absorbed, the second heaven can be opened at any time. The improvement of the inner world of the Snow Lotus is not too much. But it is not a lot. The improvement of the 3 Snow Lotus requires at least 2 or 3 years of Source Stones for Suhi to achieve. Take a long breath and feel the situation. When Suhi opened his eyes, he should be able to absorb 2 or 3 Snow Lotus flowers. Without stopping, he picked up 2 Snow Lotuses in his mouth. After thinking about it, he picked up another one. And all 3 Snow Lotuses went into his belly at the same time. Flames spurted out from the gaps in his scales. Suhi screamed in pain and transformed into a peacock in a flash. The huge pain was thrown to the background, as if it was coming from somewhere. Suhi let out a long sigh and looked at the Snow Lotus in his peacock body. After thinking about it, he picked up one in his mouth and swallowed it. Qianqianzi looked at it and shook her head. The consumption of mythical beasts is already high, and there is also a second body. If there is a third or fourth body in the future, even a big sect will be defeated. Suhi swallowed the Snow Lotus. On the ice field outside, there is no distinction between day and night in the black and yellow cave sky. I don't know how long it has been. In the unfolding cave world, a figure slowly appeared, naked but a fetus. As the flames danced, the fetus exhaled and inhaled, and grew into an adult in a matter of seconds. The skin is crystal clear and can be broken by blowing. It's just that one arm is missing, which looks regrettable. There is also a talisman between the eyebrows, which looks a bit weird. The third prince took one step forward and was already outside the cave world. He waved his hand to accept the cave world. A piece of clothes fell on him. He looked down at the palm of his hand and shook it gently. He felt that his whole body was full of energy. This power is probably not enough to kill a dragon turtle with one punch. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Who could tell between a peck and a drink? How could such a treasure be found without being chased by a dragon turtle? He turned his head and looked towards where he was before, where he separated from the dragon turtle. The Snow Lotus helped him break through the realm and allowed him to achieve the 5th level of heaven stretching. But the dragon turtle must not be so lucky. If dragon turtle had just opened the sky, Xuelian's huge yuan power might have allowed his inner world to consolidate abnormally. It even directly reaches the point of reopening the world. But the world inside the dragon turtle has already reached its limit. And the only thing missing is the heaven opening artifact. The opening artifact is comprehension. It's seeking the Tao. It cannot be condensed by external objects. Even with Snow Lotus, dragon turtle will not improve much these days. A murderous intent flashed in the third prince's eyes. Kill! He jumped up and headed straight for the place where they were separated before. Flying in midair, a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. It was the same bronze mirror that he had been looking for Suhi in the chaos. This bronze mirror refines the Buddha's power scattered on the Buddha's coat. That Buddha's power belongs to Suhi. The dragon turtle can be located through the bronze mirror. The third prince looked at the mirror, and the mirror immediately showed Suhi's location. Sun position, 40,000 miles. Not far. He smiled, but did not fly away in a hurry. Instead, he walked step by step, slowly stabilizing his realm. Stepping to the 5th level of the sky, everything is reborn, and 10 moves are enough to kill the previous self. Within 30 moves, the dragon turtle can be killed. The third prince smiled slightly, his princely demeanor returning again. At the entrance of the elixir, the realm becomes more stable every 100 miles traveled. One day, he arrived, but the 10-breath suppression was wrong. Before the suppression, he had to force the dragon turtle to remove the talisman between his eyebrows. It takes a little longer, but that's okay. The Xianhuang Cave Heaven has been open for 12 years, killing dragons and turtles, exploring the cave heaven, and striving to successfully carry out the journey within 12 years. After going out for 1,000 years, he will advance to the 6th level. There was a slight smile on his lips. In the main hall, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. I looked at the peacock's body, which hadn't changed much. When the Snow Lotus flame entered the body, it did not temper the peacock's physical body. Instead, it melted into the phoenix's true fire. At this moment, the true fire became more and more brilliant, almost condensing into substance. It will turn into the sun when Feng Chaofei was healing. It's a pity that he can no longer swallow the Snow Lotus. Suhi felt that he had reached his limit. No matter if he swallowed the peacock body or the dragon turtle's true body, not only would it be useless, but bad things might happen, such as exploding. The physical body has reached its limit, and the inner world has also reached its limit. Suhi can't think of how the inner world can be improved. It seems that there is no other way except to open the sky. Smiling, He glanced at the 3 remaining snow lotuses on the ground. He looked at Qianqianzi and said, "This snow lotus belongs to the fairy. But the snow lotus cannot be stored in the storage space. I have no hands. Can the fairy help me hold it first?" Qianqianzi blinked her eyes. Her whole body was numb. When Suhi swallowed the snow lotus and fell asleep, she curiously pinched a little bit and swallowed it. And her whole body felt bad. Flames spurted out from the 7 orifices. And the clothes on his body were on fire at the touch. Fortunately, the dragon turtle is in a deep sleep state. Otherwise I don't know how to face it. She pinned the snow lotus to her waist and said softly, "When I meet Sister G, I will give it to her as well. It's too dangerous to carry it with me." A common man is not guilty of carrying a jade. The aura of this snow lotus is too strong. Suhi thought for a moment and said, "How about putting it here first? Even if you get other treasures, you can put them here first. No one else can get it anyway." Qianqianzi's eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized what was going on. "Want to go out?" Sui's plan was to go out. "Shouldn't we find a way to contact fellow Taoist Xinjiang first? There are 2 monks outside who are at the 5th level of heaven." Sui's feathers trembled and he laughed. The body turned around and turned into the true body of the dragon turtle. After shaking his body, a group of tortoise sh. Ales and scales fell down. The body is actually less than 2 feet tall. Now it is only half of its original size. About the size of an ordinary bedroom in the previous life. But the whole turtle is no longer just black jade. Qianqianzi didn't know how to describe it. The turtle at this moment looked less angular than before, and was a little more moist and soft. But this kind of restraint made her feel even more stressed. "Wait for me for a moment, and ask you to come out again," Suhi said in a deep voice. Suhi looked at the door, opened his mouth, and blasted 4 mountain god seals in all directions through the main hall door. A dragon turtle roared, and the divine power emanated. Before Qianqianzi could say anything, Foreign Minister Guishan appeared on Suhi's back and was knocked out. "Huh?" Qianqianzi was surprised. Could Suhi pass through this door? Suhi roared and rushed out suddenly, only halfway out, ready to retreat at any time. When I came out, I found that there were only 2 monks outside. One was knocked into the distance by a mountain god seal, and the remaining one had his hands clasped together, with a shadow of an arhat on his body, resisting the divine power. "You are weak. Fake monks in the Buddhist world cannot gather merit without the golden body of arhat. They are already 1 level weaker than the ancient Jingjai monks. At most, they are only 1 level above the ordinary 5-level monks in other great worlds. He is only 3 points better than the previous 3rd prince. If there was only one person Suhi could try to fight at that time, the dizzy monk. How could Suhi miss this opportunity? Roar! With a roar, the divine power blasted out again, directly hitting the monk's ears face to face. Suddenly, the monk became demented for a moment, and even the arhat image on his body became illusory. Snow lotus body refining. Divine power becomes even greater. Suhi was overjoyed. But the attack did not stop for a moment. He raised his paw and slapped the monk's Dharma image, causing the Dharma image to tear open 3 holes with a death sound. Suhi opened his mouth and punched out the mountain god seal with 5 times the power. Boom! There was a loud bang on the monk's head, and the big head exploded with a bang. All this happened in the blink of an eye. From when the mountain god seal was struck in the hall to when Suhi rushed out and smashed the monk's head, it took no less than an instant. There was a shout of Buddha's name in the distance, and the monk, who was blasted away by the Vajra Dharma image, opened the mountain god seal. He jumped back and happened to see the scene, and the rushing figure drew an arc straight into the sky. He walked away without looking back. There is a treasure in that hall. There is a treasure that will increase the dragon turtle's combat power and advance its bloodline. Ordinarily, the 1st level of the 4 spirits opening heaven can kill the 3rd level monks who reach the sky. Or some geniuses can kill the 4th level of the sky. But this is the limit. This dragon turtle entered the main hall and had the tendency to kill the 5th level. There's a treasure. Call your comrades to come together. The treasures in the world belong to the world. And the monk has nothing in all 4 things. How can he be greedy? It should be shared. He jumped up and went straight into the sea of clouds. The 3rd prince came step by step from a distance.